Volume 12. Chapter 1101, Enjoying the Show. Chapter 1101, Enjoying the Show. Translator, Seetalan Editor. Blood Jade was the kind of person that was cruel by nature. He had killed countless people and placed great importance on himself, making him extremely selfish. Such people disgusted Yi Yun the most. Using the Pure Yang broken sword to kill him would be an insult to the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner. Instead he handed Blood Jade over to Xaner and Company, which was also a way to have them avenge the countless girls that Blood Jade had killed. With their metal shackles destroyed by Yi Yun, the girls from the Divine Secrets Trading Company felt their strength restored. Their helplessness, despair, and feeling of living death had vanished in a blink of an eye. Their freedom was restored. "Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving our lives." Xaner's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt to the ground. She recalled the night when she stood by the door as her mistress shared a meal with Yi Yun under the moon. Back then, she felt that there was nothing Yi Yun could not do. Beneath Xaner was a dying young Master Blood Jade, who was on his last breaths. Xaner gritted her teeth, for she hated a person like him to the bone. She grabbed a dagger, and it was clear that she has no intention of sparing him. Upon sensing Xaner's killing intent, Blood Jade's lips trembled. His eyes were filled with viciousness and indignation. He never expected that he would die at the hands of a girl, especially having fooled around with so many girls in his life. At that moment, there was a loud rumbling explosion. The entire Dao domain trembled, for the silent Huayu had suddenly flown up and struck the destruction Dao domain's barrier. However, he immediately felt a force of pure annihilation creep up his palm, straight into his body and limbs. Huayu grunted and retreated several steps back. He received slight injuries from the rebounding force of the Dao domain barrier. Yet although the Dao domain boundary had shaken violently from his strike, it didn't show a single sign of damage. When he saw this, Huayu's heart plummeted. He could not rupture it. Despite having cultivated for 10,000 years, he was unable to break a junior's Dao domain. Huayu was already certain that what Yi Yun had said was true. The barrier in front of him was definitely not some ancient array formation that Yi Yun had chanced upon. Instead, it was Yi Yun's own Dao domain. He knew because he had sensed similar laws from Yi Yun's strike at young Master Blood Jade. Yi Yun was too fearsome. In that moment, Huayu was filled with horror. If he could turn back time, he would rather have killed Yen Tiansong than met Yi Yun. "Master, what are we to do now?" Yen Tiansong saw how young Master Blood Jade lay by the girl's feet like a sorry mess. His expression had already turned ashen. He never expected Yi Yun to be that strong. Sure, he had seen him defeat Jin Xiaoshuang, but he could not tell exactly how much stronger Yi Yun was. Now, he knew that Yi Yun could not be viewed as someone from the younger generation. He was on the level of those old monsters. Even his own master had little chance of winning. However, Yen Tiansong clung to a small bit of hope. He wished that His Excellency Huayu could reverse the situation. "What do we do?" When Huayu heard Yen Tiansong's words, he became more irate, especially when he noticed that Yen Tiansong was shrinking back behind him, clearly intending for him to be the shield to defend against Yi Yun. "You are the one who offended Yi Yun and yet you dare ask me what to do? You want me to be your shield and die in your stead?" His Excellency Huayu suddenly grabbed Yen Tiansong by the neck. Master." Yen Tiansong was scared out of his wits. Huayu had raised him up by the neck. He used all his strength to hold on to Huayu's hand as his feet kicked powerlessly in midair. He did not dare kick Huayu, for he knew that he didn't have the strength to overpower his master. Huayu grabbed Yen Tiansong's wrist. Ka-cha! With a crisp crack, Yen Tiansong issued a shrill scream as his was crushed by Huayu. "You wretched disciple! I took you in but you only gave me trouble. Now that young Master Yi is here for your life, you want to use me as your shield? How ruthless you are!" As Huayu spoke, he pinched another time. Ka-cha! Yen Tiansong's other wrist was crushed by Huayu. Huayu made sure to crush the wrist bones into powder so that it would be extremely difficult for him to recover even if he had natural treasures on hand. After Huayu crippled Yen Tiansong's hands, he said to Yi Yun, "Young Master Yi, I hereby banish this wretched disciple from my tutelage. I have crippled both of his hands, and hand him over to you to deal with as you see fit. Whatever this wretched disciple has done has nothing to do with me. Back when the Divine Secrets Trading Company was in trouble, I truly regret not having saved them. I hope that young Master Yi will be magnanimous enough to forgive me any wrongdoings. It can be said that I do not have any grudges with you in the past. I beseech young Master Yi to spare me, and I will be grateful for it." As Huayu spoke, he respectfully bowed to Yi Yun. Upon hearing Huayu's statement, Yen Tiansong's heart was filled with despair. He knew very well that Huayu was abandoning him to save himself. By sacrificing him, he was able to ingratiate himself to Yi Yun. This made Yen Tianzong's hatred reach a new maximum. Huayu, do you think Yi Yun will spare you if you do this to me? You darn old man, whenever you needed any treasures from my Heaven Amplification Trading Company, I did my best to obtain them for you. Now, you are being so ruthless to me. Even if I were to die, I'd definitely pull you along. Yen Tianzong only managed to finish half his words before his throat was squeezed tightly by Huayu. Huayu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he just needed to use a bit of strength to snap Yen Tianzong's neck off. You dare speak of me being ruthless? You are only my disciple in name, yet you have used my name to rob others of their belongings. Do you think I'm a fool? As Huayu spoke, he slapped Yen Tianzong in the face, reducing the left side of his face to a bloody mangled mess. Crushed teeth stained with blood dropped out of his mouth. Following that, Huayu kicked twice, shattering Yen Tianzong's kneecaps. At that point, Yen Tianzong was like a crippled and abandoned wretch. His expression was ashen as he lost all his will to carry on living. Yi Yun did not do a thing, instead watching with his hands held behind him. All he did was stand back and enjoy the show. Behind Yi Yun, the girls from the Divine Secrets Trading Company also watched the scene unfold before their eyes. They were somewhat confounded. Previously, Yen Tianzong was like a redoubtable existence. A single statement of his controlled their fates, and His Excellency Huayu was Yen Tianzong's master that he put on a pedestal as though he were a god. But now, because of the threat of Yi Yun, a so-called senior like Huayu had abandoned all his dignity. He revealed his ugly nature by crippling the overbearing and arrogant Yen Tianzong in order to survive. This was what absolute strength could bring. Xianr drew a deep breath as she looked at Yi Yun with a deep sense of reverence. That was the pinnacle of what warriors could achieve. That was the strength of martial arts, a simple sentence determining life and death, controlling the world and lording over the universe. Young Master Yi, I have already crippled Yen Tianzong. Can you let me leave? Asked Huayu politely as he held Yen Tianzong up like a dead wretch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, God Annihilating Pearl. Chapter 1102, God Annihilating Pearl. Translator, Talon Editor. Let you leave? Yi Yun laughed. He went through the trouble of disguising himself in order to come to Jade Luster City's teleportation array. If he let Huayu go, he might spread news of Yi Yun's arrival in Jade Luster City to the 7-star Dao Palace. When that happened, the 7-star Dao Palace would definitely capture him. Even if they failed to capture him, they would know about his use of the Star Transference Heaven-Changing Book. That could only serve to greatly increase his risk when traversing the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Young Master Yi, I can compensate you. Huayu's eyes flashed. Yi Yun's teasing attitude infuriated him, but he did not dare erupt. That show of a dog biting another was truly well done. In order to survive, you tortured your own disciple. How can I spare someone like that? Yi Yun brought his hands forward and reached out with his right hand. The pure yang broken sword had already appeared in his palm. For a master-disciple relationship to end up like yours is truly tragic. However, Yen Tianzong was at least able to realize that your entry into my destruction domain means I don't plan on sparing you. All of you need to die. Yi Yun. Don't you force me. Are you so certain of your victory? If I risked harming my cultivation by using my most powerful technique, there is no way you'd survive. Huayu knew that Yi Yun was bent on killing him, and he completely lost his temper. He bellowed out loud and threw Yen Tianzong at Yi Yun like a sandbag. Huayu had injected tumultuous yuan qi into Yen Tianzong's body for this strike. It destroyed Yen Tianzong's limbs and body completely. Eventually, the yuan qi gathered in Yen Tianzong's dantian and seemed ready to explode at any time. Huayu had used Yen Tianzong as a meat bomb. Yi Yun sneered as he thrust the pure yang broken sword forward. Pwa! Yi Yun's sword stabbed straight into Yen Tianzong's dantian, dicing it up completely. All the chaotic yuan qi was devoured by Yi Yun's destruction laws. So there was obviously no way an explosion could happen. But, at that moment, Yi Yun's eyebrows pricked up. He withdrew the pure yang broken sword and quickly retreated. Simultaneously, he pointed out with his finger. And while he did so, a black round pearl flew out of Yen Tianzong's body, hurtling straight for Yi Yun's chest. God Annihilating Pearl. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. God Annihilating Pearl was condensed by yuan qi that had yet dispersed in the dantian of experts just before their deaths. They would refine a pearl and, once they shot it out, it would explode. The God Annihilating Pearl was extremely precious since it was refined only just before an expert died. One's own yuan qi could be used for the enemy's benefit, so many warriors chose to let their yuan qi dissipate after death rather than benefit their foe. Hence, every pearl was extremely expensive. Yi suddenly realized that Huayu had struck Yin Tiansong not because he was hoping to get Yi to spare him, but to hide a God-annihilating pearl in his disciple's body and use it to blast Yi. Ha ha ha. I prepared that God-annihilating pearl especially for you. I want to watch you die. Huayu roared as he opened up a distance from Yi. And at that moment, Yin's finger had already tapped lightly on the God-annihilating pearl. Courting death. Huayu suffused a sinister smile. To dare touch the God-annihilating pearl, do you not know how death is spelled? However, at the instant Yin touched the God-annihilating pearl, a tiny black will silently entered the God-annihilating pearl. Following that, the God-annihilating pearl that had already had its energy triggered to the point of immediate explosion suddenly stabilized. Upon seeing this happen, Huayu's eyes widened as he gawked. What happened? A tiny will was able to balance out the God-annihilating pearl's terrifying energy? This is your so-called trump card? What a disappointment. I thought you would have used some remarkable technique, but to think you relied on an external object. Yin sneered and, with a flick of his finger, sent the God-annihilating pearl flying straight at Huayu. At the same time, Yin's destruction Dao domain began shrinking rapidly. The power of destruction clasped around Huayu's body from every direction, preventing him from dodging. Ah! Huayu roared frantically as he slammed his palm at the God-annihilating pearl, hoping to send it flying. However, with an instantaneous thought from Yi, the tiny black will imprint on the God-annihilating pearl suddenly vanished. The instant Huayu's palm struck the God-annihilating pearl, he sensed that the calm energy in it had once again turned violent. To dare touch the God-annihilating pearl, do you not know how death is spelled? Yi used Huayu's words ad verbatim. Before, Yi had used the 10,000 demon wheel of existence to devour the God-annihilating pearl's runic trigger mechanism. But he had not completely devoured it. When he flicked it back, he also removed the 10,000 demon wheel of existence. What awaited Huayu was his own killer move. No! Huayu could only spew out a single, despaired word before a dazzling light radiated from his palm and completely swallowed him. Boom! The God-annihilating pearl's explosion sent terrifying energy sweeping around. As for Yi, he instantly shrunk the destruction Dao domain in front of him, forming a firm wall. The God-annihilating pearl's energy blast struck straight at the wall, causing the destruction Dao domain to shake violently. Even Yi felt his chest in turmoil. The might of the God-annihilating pearl was indeed formidable. If he had been struck by the God-annihilating pearl head-on, it would have been truly dangerous. This reminded Yi that his cultivation level was not high enough after all. Even if he encountered figures that he beat in terms of strength, he needed to regard them carefully or he could very likely fail miserably at a simple task. The explosion's aftershock lasted for 30 seconds before vanishing. Yin's arms were left numb and he had expended a great deal of yuan qi. He swept his surroundings. Other than Xiner and company behind him, who had been shielded, everywhere around him was in ruins. There were mangled corpses and bits of flesh everywhere. They are all dead. Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Xiner and company. Are all of you fine? Young Master Yi. Thank you, young Master Yi, for saving our lives. All the girls prostrated themselves before Yi. Yin's actions had given them a new lease on life. I know your name is Xiner. What's your name? Yi asked the yellow-dressed girl who was about 17. Back in the Sun Burial Sansi, it was this girl that had pulled open the curtains and addressed him. Young Master Yi, my name is Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao? All right. Yi nodded. The trouble that the Divine Secrets Trading Company currently faces is all because of me. It is only right that I save all of you. I owe the Divine Secrets Trading Company, so there's no need to thank me. More importantly, do you have anywhere to go now that you're free? The Divine Secrets Trading Company had already been destroyed. The entire Sun Burial Sand Sea was filled with villains. This group of pure and beautiful girls would be like lambs thrown into a pit of wolves if they couldn't find somewhere to go. The potential outcomes they faced might not be much better than being sold in the market. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, Destroying Heaven Amplification. Chapter 1103, Destroying Heaven Amplification. Translator, Cetulin Editor. Where would they go? Xiner faltered as she was somewhat phased. The Divine Secrets Trading Company was gone, and they did not dare return to Jade Luster City. Where else could they go? She had planned on speaking this truth, but Yu Xiao interrupted. Young master, we happen to know of an oasis in Sun Burial Sand Sea. It's rather hidden, so it will be possible for us to seek refuge there. An oasis? Yi Yin glanced at Yu Xiao and noticed that the other girls did not look relieved at her mention of the oasis. Yi Yin knew that the oasis was unlikely to be a reliable place. The Sun Burial Sand Sea was currently in chaos, with numerous experts everywhere. In that environment, what oasis could be hidden? If it were truly hidden, how could a weak girl like Yu Xiao discover it? Furthermore, the journey to the oasis was probably extremely lengthy and fraught with countless dangers. It might be possible with guards, but with no protection, they would probably encounter harm somewhere along the way. Are you saying this because you are afraid of troubling me? Yi Yin suddenly came to a realization. With the phenomenon reappearing in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, and him disguising himself to return to the Sun Burial Sand Sea despite the risk of the pursuing 7-star Dao Palace, Yi Yin's motive was quite clear. He was here for the treasure in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Yu Xiao, who was a little more mature, naturally managed to figure that out. She knew that if the bunch of them were to follow him, they would only burden him. Then, Yi Yin would never be able to search for treasures. He would be fully occupied simply protecting them. Therefore, she had mentioned the oasis as a possible place of refuge, despite it not being safe at all. Screw it. All of you can follow me. As Yi Yin spoke, he extended out his hand and conjured a tiny pagoda. It was the Azure Yang Lord's God Advent Tower. Back in the Azurewood Great World, the God Advent Tower had withstood attacks for Yi Yin and saved his life. However, the damage completely drained the energy within the tower. Now, with quite a bit of time having passed, the God Advent Tower had gradually recovered a portion of its strength after absorbing Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. Although it was still incomparable to its past strength, it could be used normally again. All of you enter it. Do not resist it. As Yi Yin spoke, the God Advent Tower shot out an azure beam of light, warping the 16 girls, including Xaner and Yu Xiao, into it. Within a moment, the group appeared in a small idyllic world. It was an independent space within the God Advent Tower. This is... Xaner and company were astonished by their surroundings. Compared to the chaotic Sun Burial Sand Sea, with people cheating and murdering one another, this place was a peaceful heaven. For the past few days, Xaner and company had been under immense stress and filled with utter despair. Having arrived here suddenly, they felt they could completely relax. All of you shall stay here temporarily. In the future, I'll bring you to meet Ji Shui Yen. Upon further thought, Yi Yin took out some cultivation techniques and pills from his interspatial ring and handed them to the 16 girls. You might be spending quite a long time in here, so feel free to cultivate in these cultivation techniques. Yi Yin had given them some unimpressive cultivation techniques. Some of them had been placed by Azure Yang Lord in his library without much thought. Some of them Yi Yin obtained from enemies he killed. Azure Yang Lord and Yi Yin did not cultivate in these techniques, so they had been going to waste. There was no harm in giving them to the girls for cultivation. However, the cultivation techniques that Yi Yin thought little of looked completely different in the eyes of Xaner and company. Yu Xiao had casually flipped through a few jade slips and was shocked. She had previously cultivated in a technique known as the Moon Teeth Blade. It was bought from an auction by the Divine Secrets Trading Company, but it only had the first 2/3 of the manual, lacking the last third. However, the cultivation techniques that Yi Yin had so casually handed over were even more impressive than the complete Moon Teeth Blade manual. These cultivation techniques were so valuable that they would cause a stir at auctions, yet Yi Yin handed them out like they were freebies. It was hard to imagine what Yi Yin kept for himself. Young master, these cultivation techniques are too valuable. Don't worry about it. It's not like I can use them. Just stay here and lead a good life. I'll be leaving for now. As Yi Yin spoke, his figure flashed and he appeared outside the God Advent Tower. He left the 16 girls in a daze. The transformation from going from hell to heaven was too disparate. It made them feel like they were in a dream. We are saved. 14-year-old Xaner, who was simple and innocent by nature, jumped up happily. Entering Yi Yin's mobile abode gave her a baffling sense of security when compared to the Sun Burial Sand Sea that was filled with people of questionable character. The space in the God Advent Tower was extremely large. Yi Yin had given Yu Xiao and company an entire levels region. Here, other than the idyllic world, there were a few palaces. The 16 girls each found their residence and began leading a quiet and blissful life. Meanwhile, back in the outside world, destruction laws still permeated the surroundings. Yi Yin threw out a few pure yang fireballs and burned Yin Tiansong and company's corpses to ash. Then, he collected all the destruction energy, which naturally removed the destruction Dao domain. When the domain disappeared, Yi Yin found that many warriors had rushed to the scene. they were still unaware of what had happened. They were also limited in strength, for the true experts had long since gone deep into Sun Burial Sand Sea. Yi Yun was completely unfazed by these negligible warriors. With a flash, he had already rushed out of the crowd before they even could see his face. He did not immediately leave the area, but instead headed for Jade Luster City. At that moment in Jade Luster City, Yan Pingchuan sat in a lounge chair in the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. It could be said that he looked completely pleased and high-spirited. He was the person in charge of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, and just a moment ago his grandson, Yen Tiansong, had overseen the complete annexation of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. From then on, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company became the largest faction in Jade Luster City, other than the 7-Star Auction Company. I wonder if Tsunger managed to rope in young Master Blood Jade. By giving him so many sex slaves, he should be satisfied. Yen Pingchuan stroked his chin with delight. Yen Tiansong did things with verve, making him a very proud grandfather. If young Master Blood Jade could be roped in, the status of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would only be more stable. Old sir, don't worry. Absolutely nothing will go wrong with young Master at the helm. In front of Yen Pingchuan were a few elders of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. They were beaming because they naturally gained a lion's share of the profits plundered from the annexation of the Divine Secrets Trading Company. They would benefit greatly. Other than the obvious riches, the sex slaves not chosen by young Master Blood Jade might even be given to them for a good time. As the group carried on their discussion, they suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent fall upon them. In the next moment, their surroundings were a hazy gray. An indescribable stifling sensation surged into their hearts. Who is it? Who? Yen Pingchuan became alert as he leaped up from the lounge chair. I never expected all of you to be here. You saved me the trouble of tracking each and every one of you down. Ian appeared in front of Yen Pingchuan as the 1,000 snow-flying sabers danced around him. Yi Yun was already acutely aware of what sort of people populated the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. As such, those who were sat here plotting only to benefit themselves could not be innocent. They all deserved to die. We do not know you and do not have any feud with you. Who are you and what do you want? If it's riches, I can give them to you. Yen Pingchuan gradually calmed down. There were numerous nefarious figures coming to Sun Burial Sand Sea over the past few days. It wasn't impossible that those who knew of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would come to rob them. If this person had any requests and was not here only to kill, there was no reason to be afraid. Feud? Indeed, there's nothing of the sort. I only seek revenge on someone else's behalf. Jishu Weiyan treated me rather well and gave me the most valuable Heaven Secrets compass. It only seems right that I destroy the Heaven Amplification Trading Company for her. When Yi Yun said that, Yen Pingchuan's expression changed drastically. You are Yi Yun. Yes. Wasn't Yi Yun being pursued by the 7-Star Dao Palace? How could he appear here? Yen Pingchuan's mind raced, but how could he manage to figure out anything at that moment? Wait. Don't kill me. You want to destroy the Heaven Amplification Trading Company because the Divine Secrets Trading Company treated you well. As long as you spare me, my Heaven Amplification Trading Company will absolutely treat you 10 times better than them. Yen Pingchuan was completely afraid. He was enveloped within Yi Yun's destruction Dao domain. Just that alone made him lose all courage. Money isn't my goal. Your grandson has headed to hell a step earlier than you. I'll be sending you to accompany him. Songer is dead. Yen Pingchuan's heartbeat nearly came to a standstill, but, in an instant, he was completely engulfed by saber beams that looked like snowflakes. About 5 minutes later, Yi Yun left Jade Luster City. He had completely wiped out the core cadres of the Heaven Amplification Trading Company. Yen Pingchuan and the few elders were now just a pile of completely pulverized corpses. With that, the Heaven Amplification Trading Company would definitely turn into a state of chaos. With their inevitable downfall, they would naturally have no time to continue dealing with the Divine Secrets Trading Company. As for the reconstruction of the Divine Secrets Trading Company, he could leave it to Jishu Weiyan. A few minutes later, Yi Yun once again arrived at the teleportation array in the vicinity of Jade Luster City. He did not pass the guards of the array, instead using his spatial dimension laws to activate the teleportation array. In the next moment, Yi Yun had traversed a distance of 50,000 kilometers, entering the depths of the Sun Burial Sand Sea. As for the array's guards, they could not even react in time. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Entrance. Chapter 1104, Entrance. Translator, Seetalan Editor. Ian felt his eyes blur slightly when he traveled through the teleportation array. When his vision was clear once more, he discovered that he had emerged into a tiny oasis in the massive Sun Burial Sand Sea. Due to the thick pure yang gases in Sun Burial Sand Sea, natural oases were incredibly rare. However, those places where an oasis did appear were augmented by arrays, allowing them to be maintained. The oasis did not cover a large area. Here and there a few warriors loitered around, not immediately leaving after being teleported to the oasis. When Ian appeared in the array, he immediately felt a number of gazes and perceptions focused on him. These perceptions were not weak. And when he swept his surroundings, he could sense several powerful auras. Those who came here were definitely planning to venture into the deeper depths of Sun Burial Sand Sea, so it was only natural for them to have some strength. When these gazes and perceptions realized that Ian was someone unfamiliar, they pulled back. They are all people from sections. Ian glanced around and found that the warriors were in tiny groups. They were dressed in clothes of various sections. There were very few itinerant warriors like him, so he did not attract much attention. At that moment, he suddenly saw his portrait on a boulder outside the teleportation array. Ian walked over and realized that it was a wanted poster for him. And the group that asked for his head was the 7-Star Dao Palace. 7-Star Dao Palace. Ian stood in front of the boulder and finished reading the wanted poster with a deadpan expression. It could be said that his feud with the 7-Star Dao Palace was irreconcilable. After all, the reason for this feud was that Ian had an immense talent that struck fear into the 7-Star Dao Palace. It was afraid that Ian would seek revenge once he had fully developed his powers. Which was exactly what Ian intended to do. Dude, don't look at it. The person on the portrait is not someone you can mess with. A voice that sounded like it had experienced the vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded from behind. Ian turned his head and saw an elderly man dressed in clothes woven with coarse cloth. He was slightly wrinkled and his skin looked like it had been baked red and rough from weathering. He held a smoke pipe in his hand which he sucked from, emitting billows of smoke. His smoke pipe also had a bag of smoke leaves hanging off of it. Upon taking in this person's appearance, Ian was somewhat stunned. Throughout his years of traveling the 10,000 Fey Emperor in heaven and Yang God Emperor in heaven, the elders he had seen had esteemed bearings, like they were immortals. If not that, then they looked ill or odd, hinting at an unorthodox background. But he had never seen a person of this stature. If not for the strange energy fluctuating from the old man, Ian would have thought the fellow was an old farmer from the backwater mountainside. Eh? The old farmer glanced at Ian and shook his head. You are quite interesting. The old farmer muttered to himself. Ian reeled when he heard that. Quite interesting? Don't worry. I don't mean any harm. However, I'll urge you not to think too much of the treasure in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. As the old farmer shook his head, he pointed at the teleportation array behind Ian. There are already people that are planning to return after only a few days. Over the past few days, there had been many warriors who had entered the Sun Burial Sand Sea's inner depths. However, the phenomenon was so massive in scale that no one knew where the treasure truly was. Many warriors were like headless flies in Sun Burial Sand Sea. They would search randomly to no avail. There were actually some minor treasures appearing in Sun Burial Sand Sea, but over the past few days, with more treasure seekers, the increase in demand resulted in a drastic decrease in returns. Even the most normal natural treasures were becoming scarce, let alone the treasure that triggered the phenomenon. Many people had failed to benefit and were even killed by other larcenous warriors. This caused many to consider leaving. Senior, thank you for your warning. Ian cupped his hands. I'm not bent on finding any treasures. I believe this journey will also help me to widen my horizons. It's up to you. The old man said before he left while puffing on the smoke pipe. That old man is truly strange. Ian frowned slightly. His intuition told him that the elder was not a simple person, but he knew nothing of the old man's circumstances. Ian appeared to leave the oasis without much thought. When he found a spot away from prying eyes, he used the purple crystal's energy vision to ensure that there was no one around. Then, he extended his hand and wiped it across the interspatial ring. An ancient and simple compass disc appeared in his palm immediately. It was the child part of the Heaven Secrets compass. Back when Ji Shuiyan gave it to him, she instructed him on how to use it. While many people were like headless flies in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, Ian had such a treasure in hand. Ian spoke a few incantations that powered up the Heaven Secrets compass. Immediately, it emitted a faint glow. There's a reaction, but it's very weak. Ian held the Heaven Secrets compass and began orientating himself. The encounter with the elder had alerted Ian. From the looks of it, there were quite a number of experts that had come to the Sun Burial Sand Sea on an expedition. He had to be extremely careful. The Heaven Secrets Compass was a treasure passed down by the Heaven Secrets chapter from ancient times. The mother-child pair of the Heaven Secrets Compass were connected to one another via their geomantic features. Such a connection was not easily severed. However, at that moment in time, Ian realized that even with the child part in hand, the location of the mother part was somewhat fuzzy. He searched for several hours only to slightly intensify the Heaven Secrets Compass's glow. There must be some power obstructing it. Ian frowned as he muttered to himself. Although the connection of the mother-child pair was not easily severed, it could turn chaotic if there was an array or spacetime power in between. He needed to be sufficiently close to the mother part of the Heaven Secrets Compass before he could find its location. However, Ian was not in a hurry. It was already extremely difficult for him to find the location even with the compass in hand, much less the other warriors who had nothing. With the Heaven Secrets Compass in hand, Ian slowly searched for the correct direction. As the distance shrunk, he also sensed a stronger yang force. Ordinary warriors would have had their innards completely burned if they were here. The sand had also turned soft and loose. With every step he took, his feet sunk down to his ankles. If not for him wrapping his feet in Yuan Qi, his feet would ignite just from a simple step. Suddenly, the Heaven Secrets Compass bursted resplendently. However, when Ian looked around he only saw emptiness. He could not see anything special. Oh! Ian suddenly looked at the boiling hot and loose sand at his feet. There was nothing around him, but the child part of the Heaven Secrets Compass had sensed the mother part. Open up! Ian drew out his sword and slashed down at the desert in front of him. Immediately, yellow sand stirred as a deep ravine opened up. After a few more slashes, Ian's eyes lit up. A dark cave entrance had appeared underground. The hole was glowing red from the heat and there were flickering red flames in it. It looked like the entrance to hell. With the Heaven Secrets Compass in hand, Ian flew inside without any hesitation. Sand instantly began pouring down and, in the blink of an eye, the cave entrance was covered up once more. It returned to its original empty desert state. With everything restored in the heat from before disappearing, it was as if the cave was just an illusion. If not for the child part of the Heaven Secrets Compass, it would be impossible to tell that there was a secret lurking underneath the desert. As Ian entered the hidden cave, in another desert 500 kilometers away, a group of people slowly proceeded forward. If Ian were there, he would have recognized these people immediately. The group wore 7-starred robes. The leader was none other than the 7-star Dao Palace's deputy palatial lord, Lu Rui. And behind her was the Heaven Secrets chapter's Master Tian Xiao. At that moment, Master Tian Xiao was holding onto a heavy compass disc, trying his best to divine a path. His forehead was covered in sweat, and after 2 hours of divination under the blistering sun, he finally lowered his compass sulkily. Master Tian Xiao, have you not managed to divine the location? Asked Lu Rui with furrowed brows. They had been there for a few days but had failed to make much progress. Master Tian Xiao replied, the Yuan Qi from the phenomenon is chaotic and it has gathered into a natural formation. Attempting to use my geomancy techniques to divine the natural formations is equivalent to cracking the secrets of heaven. How can it be simple? However, please be at ease. Although I'm slightly slow, I predict it will take 10 days at most to find the location of the treasure. Currently, I'm the only one in the Sun Burial Sand Sea that has the ability. No one else can find it, said Master Tian Xiao in a rather confident manner. It will still take so long? Lu Rui was somewhat displeased but she could not do anything else either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, Dire State. Chapter 1105, Dire State. Translator, Cetalan Editor. Few. In the underground world beneath the sand, Ian felt hot wind blowing at him. It made him feel like his body was burning. Even though Ian cultivated in pure yang laws, he still found it difficult to withstand the heat. It showed just how overbearing the pure yang Yuan Qi was. Ian continued his descent but, after hundreds of thousands of feet, he still failed to see the bottom of the cave. Eventually, at a depth of about 1,000,000 feet, Ian discovered a vast underground lake. He was truly amazed to find a lake lying beneath the desert. But when he looked closer at the contents of the lake, he was surprised. The fluid was dark red in color and there were waves of hot air emanating from it. Ian focused and realized that the fluid in the lake was not water but appeared to be molten metal. Even the fluid that flowed into the lake from tributaries was flowing molten liquid. Such a river flow, and lake. If this molten liquid were to evaporate, would there eventually be a shower of metallic rain? Such thoughts flashed across Yun's mind as he marveled at the world. Suddenly, Yun felt a jolt in his heart and a chill run down his back. He turned his head and saw that in the molten liquid river, a head had silently emerged. A pair of turbid and dull eyes were staring at him intently. "What is that?" Yun became extremely alarmed. The head was about the size of a face basin. Its facial features looked like they had been burnt away by the molten metal, leaving behind orifices that looked as terrifying as could be. Splash! The head flew out of the dark molten metal, splashing molten liquid in every direction. It was a humanoid biological creature with a height of 3 meters. It had burly arms that were as thick as Yun's thighs. Its muscles were taut, and looked extremely strong and majestic. It was chained by shackles that had been bathed red from the heat. It held a thick and broad saber in hand that was about the length of a human's height. As it walked, molten metal dripped down its skin, cooling upon contact with the ground and forming dark metallic beads. Was it monster or man? Yun never expected the underground world to have such things of indiscernible origin. Boom! Boom! The humanoid creature was extremely heavy. Every step it took left a deep footprint. But what alarmed Yun the most was its extremely powerful aura. It far exceeded his. Boom! The humanoid creature suddenly charged forward after crushing the ground with one foot. It slashed its saber at Yun. It had no nomological insights or saber intent, but it had terrifying speed and strength. Yun was astounded. The strike was so fast that it exceeded the speed of his sword draw by several times. 3-foot passage sword. If he could not match its speed, he would make up for it with his laws. Yun's strike distorted space, forming a spatial cage. However, before the cage could completely close up, it was broken apart by an immense force. When a warrior's attack reached a certain limit, it could tear apart the void. This was precisely what the humanoid creature's strike was capable of. Ka-cha! The spatial forces immediately exploded. Without any other choice, Yun could only clash head-on with the pure yang broken sword. Dang! The saber and sword struck each other as Yun felt a tremendous impact overwhelm his body. His arms turned numb as his body trembled violently. His palms were nearly ripped apart. With a solemn grunt, blood seeped out from his mouth. What sort of colossal strength was this? Yun was utterly astonished. Before he could understand what he was facing, he received a vicious assault. Furthermore, this creature's strength was redoubtable. Despite it being a simple slash, it possessed immense power, the kind that happens when speed and strength reached an extreme. Splash! Just as Yun managed to barely hold off the saber's slash, the humanoid creature threw its shackles at him. The shackles clanked, and they seemed to split space into two. Yun's eyes constricted as he quickly retreated. He knew very well that if he tried to block the shackles with his sword they would wrap around it, preventing him from being able to use his sword. Yun retreated hundreds of feet back before he managed to gain footing. He clasped the pure yang broken sword tightly as his gaze turned solemn. Not only was the humanoid creature's offensive strength amazing, its defensive strength was equally astounding. Yun did not dare to engage in a head-on clash with it. It would not be a laughing matter to be injured in an underground world with unknown dangers lurking. He could only defeat his opponent through ingenuity. This monster's intelligence shouldn't be high. I have to win with my intellect. Yun stretched out his palm silently as a black wheel began spinning in his palm. Yun had decided to find an opportunity to strike the 10,000 demon wheel of existence into the humanoid creature's body. By doing so, it would be doomed regardless of how strong its defense was. However, just as Yun was planning to take action, he stopped. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence that he had just conjured dissipated. The scene happening before his eyes sent a chill running from his feet up to his head. Behind the chained humanoid creature, about 7 heads emerged from the slowly flowing molten river. Every head was the size of a face basin and their facial features were empty like they had burned away. And immediately following that, an even larger head emerged from the middle of the 7 heads. The larger head was different, its face didn't appear to be burned away. Instead, it had clear features with metallic flakes that gilded its face like a simple helmet. The humanoid creature with a helmet had an even stronger aura. It was clearly the leader of the other humanoid creatures. There were so many of them. Yun reeled bitterly. He struggled to deal with one, but now, there were 7 of them and an even more powerful leader. It was hard to believe that there was such a terrifying existence in this underground world. If there were even more of these terrifying creatures, even the 7-star Dao Palace would be destroyed by them. Yun had already known that the item buried in Sun Burial Sansi was extremely impressive. However, from the looks of things, he had probably underestimated it. Run! If he did not flee when he could not fight them, he would only be sending himself to his death. Without another thought, Ian turned around and flew away. He pushed his speed to the maximum and simultaneously used spatial laws. Roar! The humanoid creatures let out a deep bellow as they began chasing Ian. Their muscles bulged as they ran quickly on the ground. Their feet struck the ground heavily, causing it to quake violently and leaving a burning sandstorm in their wake. Even at Ian's full speed, he was unable to escape the humanoid creatures. Instead, the gap between them was narrowing. The creature that helmed the group was 4 meters tall and its speed was an order of magnitude faster than Ian's. They were about to catch up to him. Ian's heart palpitated. He would face certain doom if he was caught. However, at that moment, something that made him feel a sense of despair happened. As he probed with his perception, he discovered that he was coming to the end of the underground world. Although the underground world was vast, Ian had entered into one end of it. Now, he had naturally reached the end of the road. Was this also the end for him? Ian racked his brains, trying to find the way out of his current peril. However, just as he was in desperate straits, a faint, old voice suddenly rang in Ian's ears, "Come here to me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1106, Jade Burial Suit. Chapter 1106, Jade Burial Suit. Translator, Talon Editor. Ian had no time to consider the identity of the voice while in such a dangerous situation. Without even considering if it were a trap or not, he flew straight in the direction of the voice. The change in direction only resulted in the humanoid creatures drawing even closer. Roar! The humanoid creature's leader let out a thunderous roar as it slashed its saber at Ian. The saber was still quite a distance away from Ian, but the winds it stirred clashed ruthlessly against Ian's protective yuan qi. His protection shattered immediately, causing blood to spill out of his lacerated clothes. However, at that moment, Ian saw an elder in front of him. The elder's hair was a stark white and his clothes were old and torn. He came towards Ian with a pile of jade pieces threaded together by golden string. After he came in front of Ian, he wrapped the jade pieces around him without a word. It was a coat made out of jade. When the jade coat hung down from Ian's body, he suddenly felt his aura become enveloped. Following that, the elder pulled Ian's arm and dodged to the side. Following that, a scene that left Ian shocked happened. The 3 to 4 meter tall humanoid creatures behind him seemed to turn blind. They rushed past Ian as though they were in pursuit of empty air. In just a few moments, the humanoid creatures vanished from Ian's sights. He was saved. Ian heaved a sigh of relief as he still felt shaken. He looked at the unique clothes he was wearing. They were manufactured with thin jade pieces that were sewn with golden thread. It was literally a jade burial suit. However, jade burial suits were typically burial items for noble mortals. It was impossible for living people to wear such heavy and clumsy clothes. Ian looked at the thin elder whose complexion was graying. His yuan qi was also extremely weak. His eyes were slightly turbid, as though he was close to his deathbed. "Senior, thank you for saving me." Ian bowed. He could sense that the elder's cultivation level wasn't deep or sophisticated. Yet, he was able to survive in this underground world that was fraught with dangers and even saved him. This truly astonished Ian. "There's no need to thank me. It can be considered fate for us to meet in these treacherous lands." The elder waved his hand and turned to leave. "Follow me. This place is too dangerous." In the dark, the elder led the way. He also had a jade burial suit wrapped around his thin body. He tottered along as if a gust of wind could blow him down. He led Ian through a stone forest before coming to a cave. The cave had a narrow entrance, but it was very spacious within. Dry grass and fur hide were laid on the ground, and there was a long-lasting lamp illuminating the cave. "Have a seat." The elder casually pointed to a stone stool. Ian sat down politely and cupped his fists. He asked, "Senior, I wonder if you might tell me what this jade burial suit I'm wearing is? Also, what are those humanoid creatures? And why are they so terrifying?" A set of clothes that was able to completely conceal his aura and prevent those creatures from detecting him was truly fascinating. The elder waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about that first. You have an item on you. Can you tell me how you got it?" When the elder said those words, Ian immediately came to a realization. In fact, Ian already had a suspicion from before. With a flip of his hand, a dark golden metallic disc appeared in his palm. It was the child part of the Heaven Secrets Compass. When the elder saw the child part of the Heaven Secrets Compass, he felt mixed emotions. He touched his interspatial ring and took out another Heaven Secrets compass. It looked identical to Yun's Heaven Secrets compass except for its larger size. It was the mother part of the Heaven Secrets compass. The mother-child pair of the Heaven Secrets compass had a mysterious connection, and they had finally reunited. The elder was likely Ji Shuyan's grandfather. He was alive after all. How did you get it? The elder looked Yun in the eye. It was Miss Shuyan who gave it to me. Yun recounted his encounter with Ji Shuyan, telling the story from the very beginning. Upon hearing of Ji Shuyan's struggles against the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, the elder sighed heavily. In fact, he had already figured it would happen, but he was helpless to do anything about it. This elder was stuck in the underground world, worn out both mentally and physically, but he could not do a thing. According to what you have told me, you are Yenner's benefactor. However, how can I know for sure that you speak the truth, and that you didn't just snatch the Heaven Secrets compass from Yenner to use for yourself? You could even be someone from the 7-star Dao Palace that you just mentioned. The elder's voice was slow and calm. He looked into Yun's eyes. He was able to size up the youngster well. He was not Yun's match. The way Yun dodged the humanoid creature's attacks was something a warrior at the Dao manifestation couldn't accomplish. However, the elder remained fearless. The pair of turbid eyes that he used to look at Yun were as calm as an ancient well. Yun fell silent before he said, "Senior, please wait. You can ask them yourself." With a thought, Yun sent a tiny pagoda flying out of his body. It slowly spun in midair, and following that, a flash resulted in 2 girls being transported out. They were Xi Yenner and Yu Shao. Both of them were Ji Shuyan's personal maidservants. The 2 girls were disorientated when they came out. However, they quickly noticed the pale and thin elder sitting in front of them. Although the elder's appearance had changed drastically, they were still able to recognize him at a glance. "Master." The 2 girls were pleasantly surprised. Ever since the old master's disappearance, the Divine Secrets Trading Company had been in decline. It was constantly in danger, and if not for Yun, it would have been finished long ago. Yesterday they had been saved by Yun, and today they discovered that the old master of the Divine Secrets Trading Company was still alive. They were overjoyed to tears. Were they dreaming? "Senior, if you have any doubts, you can ask them." "Young Master Yi, not only did you save us and our mistress, you even saved our master," asked Xi Yenner in excitement. Yun was somewhat ashamed. He was the one that had been saved by the old man. "All right. There's no need for further questions. You are a benefactor of my Divine Secrets Trading Company." After the elder said that, he stood up and gave Yun a bow. Yun hurriedly held him up. The elder was too weak. When Yun supported him, he found that the elder was more bone than flesh. "Senior, there's no need for this. You have also saved my life." Upon saying that, Yun recalled his question from before. "Senior, you have yet to tell me what those humanoid creatures are. Also, what is the story behind these jade burial suits?" "Jade burial suits." The elder sighed and said, "You probably guessed it, too. As the name suggests, they should be burial items only seen in tombs, but, in fact, these suits have other uses for my Heaven Secrets chapter. Although the Heaven Secrets chapter dabbles in geomancy, that's just a euphemistic way of putting it. In reality, the ancient Heaven Secrets chapter were tomb robbers. The tombs of many mighty figures held all sorts of strange items. As for the purpose of the jade burial suit, it allows one to conceal one's aura completely. It allows us to traverse a tomb safely." The elder's words left Yun reeling. He was surprised to learn that the Heaven Secrets chapter was a tomb robber sect, in the beginning. In truth, geomancy was related to tomb robbing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107, Encountering the 7-star Dao Palace again. Chapter 1107, Encountering the 7-star Dao Palace again. Translator, Talon Editor. At that moment, the elder looked at Yun and asked, "You are probably here for the Yang spirit, right?" "Sai, you are Yenner's benefactor, so if you seek it, I will not stop you. It's extremely dangerous here," he continued. "You can avoid the humanoid creatures outside by wearing the jade burial suit, but when you reach the core depths, other dangers await you. I have been trapped here for a great deal of time but have failed to obtain the Yang spirit, nor have I been able to leave this place. I was acutely aware that the Divine Secrets Trading Company would be in extreme danger without me, but I was helpless to do anything about it. I can't provide much help other than to point out the path for you." Yun hurriedly said, "Senior, just this jade burial suit alone has helped me greatly. If not for the jade burial suit, Iyun would probably not be able to take a single step further. Those humanoid creatures were too terrifying. The elder used a dagger to carve a map on the ground. The underground world had a complicated layout. Without a map, one would probably get sidetracked during a simple random walk. This is the core region. Once you enter it, even I will not be able to help you. The elder tapped a particular spot with his dagger. Iyun memorized the map and, perplexed, asked, "Senior, could it be that you have not entered the core region as well?" The elder waved his hand, wiping away the map on the ground. He looked up and a deeply repressed pain seemed to flash in his recessed eyes. "Young Master Yi, I still have something I would like to ask of you." The elder suddenly bowed. "Senior, there's no need for that. Just speak your mind." Iyun hurriedly stopped him. Despite being close to death, the elder still insisted on bowing. It meant that the matter was extremely important to him. The elder had saved Iyun's life, so, if the request was possible, Iyun would fulfill it. "If young Master Yi were to encounter Shuyin's father there, please check to see if he's alive or dead," said the elder. In fact, the elder had been waiting outside for a very long period of time. He knew that the odds were greatly against Shuyin's father. "About that. Senior, you can enter the tower along with Xiner and you shall," suggested Iyun. The elder was wearing a jade burial suit, so he faced no threat from the humanoid creatures. However, various factions, including the 7-star Dao Palace, would be entering the Sun Burial Sand Sea at any time. If that's the case, I'll be pinning my hopes on young Master Yi. This mother part of the Heaven Secrets Compass will be able to confirm your position regardless of the environment. Young Master Yi, please take it. The elder hesitated for a moment and did not give any excuses. He too wanted to find Shuyin's father, dead or alive. After Xiner and Yushao carefully helped the elder up and into tower, Iyun withdrew the God Advent Tower. Holding the mother-child pair of the Heaven Secrets Compass, he walked out of the cave. Following the map, Iyun once again returned to the side of the molten metal river. The 9 heads were bobbing on the surface of the lake. Their empty eyes scanned their surroundings and looked horrifying. However, it was as though they could not even see a living human like Iyun, who stood right in front of them. Iyun glanced at them before walking upstream beside the river. There were powerful pure yang laws contained within the molten river, and its source was located precisely in the core region of the underground world. As Iyun ventured deeper, he saw other ancient creatures. They were different than the humanoid monsters, but still terrifying. Although they were very few in numbers, 1 or 2 of those existences were enough to result in certain death. This treacherous land did not permit the existence of ordinary people. Furthermore, the river split into many distributaries. They bored through countless tunnels and forks in the underground world, so one could easily get lost before they even knew it. When he came to a fork, Iyun saw a dark red lake that had pooled a large amount of molten liquid. It was the lake that he had encountered when he first entered the underground world. "Why am I back at the entrance?" Iyun faltered for a moment before quickly realizing that he had not truly returned to his original spot but that the spatial laws in the underground world were extremely chaotic. Although he could see the path that he had previously trodden, he was in fact separated by multiple layers of space. If he were to truly approach it, he would realize that the distance did not change. However, returning to that path would be an exacting task without a map, even with his comprehension of spatial laws. Iyun proceeded forward and, according to the Elder's map and the Heaven Secrets Compass's guidance, constantly tweaked his direction, gradually approaching the core of the underground world. Suddenly, Iyun heard a loud rumble as several figures subsequently descended. Upon seeing these figures, Iyun's pupils constricted. They were people from the 7-star Dao Palace. Iyun wanted to retreat immediately, but he realized that the surrounding spatial laws were so chaotic that the 7-star Dao Palace group that appeared to be in front of him was actually located a great distance away. Upon realizing this, Iyun immediately calmed. He stroked his chin and pricked his eyebrows up. He came to a halt unhurriedly. "Ha, we have finally found the entrance," a young-looking man from the Heaven Secrets chapter said with a hearty laugh, as though he was trying to gain credit. They had been wandering aimlessly in the Sun Burial Sand Sea for a while and had finally entered the underground world. Upon entering, they could immediately sense the searing hot gases which indicated that they had found the correct location. "Thankfully, my geomancy techniques were of some use." A middle-aged scholar looked rather smug as he held a compass. Iyun recognized the middle-aged scholar immediately. He was Master Tianxiao of the Heaven Secrets chapter. Back at the trade session, he was the one that revealed the Divine Secrets Trading Company's possession of the Heaven Secrets Compass. And among the crowd, Iyun also noticed a woman dressed in a palatial gown, Lu Rui. Standing beside her were 3 people with tremendously powerful auras. Yi Yun took note of them. A black-dressed middle-aged man slung a large saber behind his back. On the other side of Lu Rui were two identical-looking children dressed in red bodices. Although they looked like children, their eyes were extremely cold and mature. Their gazes were extremely icy and looked like human paper cutouts that mortals burned to honor their ancestors. The seven-star Dao Palace had placed a great deal of importance on the Sun Burial Sanxi's phenomenon. While the palatial lord held down the fort in the seven-star Dao Palace, he sent the 4 deputy palatial lords, including Lu Rui, to Sun Burial Sanxi. Unfortunately, the precise location of the Yang spirit is difficult to divine. In this underground world, geomancy techniques are greatly affected. With the Heaven Secrets Compass, it would be possible to find the proper direction. It's a pity that the Heaven Secrets Compass is in Yi Yun's hands. Master Tianxiao said with a sigh as he shook his head. Yi Yun? Is he the punk that's hiding in the Clarity Pool Sword sect? One of the twin children suddenly asked. His voice sounded old, but it was sharp and shrill. It gave anyone who heard it the feeling that their eardrums were being scratched ruthlessly. It doesn't matter. For all the trouble he's given us, we will wipe out the Clarity Pool Sword sect in the future. As for the punk, since he possesses good talent, I will eviscerate him and use him to refine elixirs, said the child sinisterly. Yes. Master Tianxiao shuddered as well when he looked at the child. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, Watching Trouble from a Comfortable Distance. Chapter 1108, Watching Trouble from a Comfortable Distance. Translator, Talon Editor. Since he has the Heaven Secrets Compass, I wonder if that Yi Yun will have hopeful thoughts of coming here. Then again, with his cultivation level, he would not be able to proceed even if he were to come here. What a waste. When the topics of Yi Yun and the Heaven Secrets Compass were raised, Master Tianxiao felt annoyed. He knew that he had no hopes of obtaining the final treasure on his expedition to Sun Burial Sanxi. All he would get were some rewards from the 7-star Dao Palace. However, if he were to retrieve the Heaven Secrets Compass, it would be quite a handsome reward for him. If he were to enter this place, wouldn't it be for the best? I'd be able to capture him to refine into elixirs, said one of the children. His voice was identical to the other child's, making it sound extremely strange. Continue leading the way. Let's find the Yang spirit as fast as possible, said Lu Rui coldly. Her goal of destroying the Clarity Pool Sword sect had been hindered, so there was killing intent hidden within her words when Yi Yun was mentioned. Master Tianxiao held the compass and was about to begin divining a path, but a sudden cursory glance left him dumbstruck. He saw what appeared to be an itinerant warrior standing not too far from him. He was holding 2 metallic discs, which were none other than the Heaven Secrets Compass. Furthermore, it was the mother-child pair. Heaven Secrets Compass. Master Tianxiao never expected to bump into someone where they were. Furthermore, this someone held in his hands both parts to the Heaven Secrets Compass. Without divination techniques, it was nearly impossible to reach the underground area. How did he get there? Could Yi Yun have lost the Heaven Secrets Compass, or could this person be Yi Yun? Master Tianxiao knew that many disguise techniques were extremely abstruse and nearly impossible to see through. Regardless if he is Yi Yun or not, capture him first. Snatch the Heaven Secrets Compass from him. Master Tianxiao shouted excitedly. He did not know why the man was just standing there foolishly. He was only bringing about his own destruction. Really? That sure is a coincidence. The 2 children immediately flew forward. Lu Rui and company also began to rush over. However, they also has a strange feeling that baffled them. Why did the person's aura appear so distant, despite the close proximity? Could it be related to why they had not immediately detected him? Furthermore, the man looked completely calm and composed. This man must be Yi Yun. He sure has some guts. However, I wonder if he'll keep those guts when I refine him into an elixir. One of the children said with a smile. With that said, the 2 children pounced at Yi Yun simultaneously. However, they came to realize that, although their leap had carried them a great distance, Yi Yun was still standing by a rock. The distance between them seemed to be maintained at a constant. Oh? One of the children pricked up his eyebrows and gestured a conjuration. Immediately, his expression sunk. Spatial chaos? Punk, no wonder you remain so unafraid. But don't you plan on walking out of this underworld alive? That's right. Before, you had those people from the Clarity Pool Sword sect protecting you. But now, you are all alone. You are only courting death by being here. Lu Rui's slender eyes narrowed and her voice was filled with cold and sinister killing intent. At that moment, Ian opened his mouth and smiled. Due to the spatial barrier, his voice could not be heard. He only mouthed his words to express his thoughts. Worry about yourselves first. I wish all of you the best of luck. After Ian said that, a 7-star Dao Palace disciple in the back let out a tragic scream. Lu Rui and company hurriedly turned back and were appalled to see a faceless humanoid creature. It had already torn the disciple apart and now faced them. What is that? A 3 meters tall terrifying creature whose facial features seemed to be completely charred stood before them, emitting a terrifying aura. Behind the humanoid creature, large heads began to appear out of the surrounding shadows. There were a total of 12 heads, all belonging to the humanoid monsters. Splash! They leaped out of the molten liquid. In the middle was a 4-meter-tall humanoid creature with clear facial features. Its more horrifying aura made their scalps tingle. Roar! The humanoid monsters gave a deep bellow before pouncing. Darn it! The 2 children exchanged looks and flew over. Soon, the rest of the 7-star Dao Palace members also clashed with the humanoid creatures. But soon, they discovered that although the humanoid creatures were not proficient in laws, they had immense strength and ridiculous speed. Ah! Tragic cries constantly rang out from the 7-star Dao Palace members as the deaths and injuries piled up. Master Tianxiao felt a cold chill from the situation in front of him. He was no match against the humanoid creatures at his cultivation level. Roar! The 7-star Dao Palace had lost quite a number of disciples in a short span of time. The remaining few were barely resisting. Their attacks failed to cause any damage against the seemingly impervious monsters. Even the 4 deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace had a hard time dealing with the onslaught. Darn it! The 2 children had ashen expressions. They saw Ian standing there, casually amused by the show they were putting on for him. Despite him being just in front of them, they were unable to reach him. They could only look on helplessly as the trivial punk watched their pathetic struggle with an amused and sarcastic expression. This was extremely humiliating to them as deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace. Take your time fighting them. I'll be leaving first, said Yi Yun with a smile. Blast him. That man must be Yi Yun. Our 7-star Dao Palace will definitely find that fellow and shred him to pieces. Lu Rui said as she gnashed her teeth viciously. She yearned to catch Yi Yun, but the 7-star Dao Palace was in a state where it could not fend for itself. They had already lost nearly half of their 30-odd people in the blink of an eye. They had no idea how Yi Yun managed to survive in this treacherous environment. Deputy Palatial Lord, Yi Yun has the Heaven Secrets compass in hand. He also has the mother part of it, so he has probably found the Heaven Secrets chapters traitor. Furthermore, he is wearing a jade burial suit. It can conceal one's aura. If he continues to go ahead of us, he might find the treasure before we do. Master Tianxiao said hurriedly. The 2 children glanced at Master Tianxiao with a cold glare. Master Tianxiao had hit a soft spot. How could they not have thought of that? He will need to be alive to do so. The middle-aged man with the black saber, who was usually silent, suddenly said with a husky voice. At that moment, Ian glanced at Master Tianxiao and company with a sneering look. In this underground world, there are other things besides these humanoid monsters. They must have been starving for millions of years. I wish all of you the best of luck. When Master Tianxiao read Ian's lips, he felt a cold sweat run down his back. There were even more dangerous creatures? Then, he was truly in danger. If the members of the 7-star Dao Palace were barely fending for themselves, how could they care for him? And with that, Ian slowly turned around under the watchful eyes of the 7-star Dao Palace members before heading into the depths of the underground world. His relaxed figure infuriated the 7-star Dao Palace members, who were struggling in a life-and-death battle, to the point of vomiting blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, Ling Xiaoxiao. Chapter 1109, Ling Xiaoxiao. Translator, Talon Editor. The people from the 7-star Dao Palace do not know the correct path, and they lack jade burial suits. It will probably take them a while to catch up to me, so for now at least, I can pay them no mind. Yi Yun thought to himself as he walked. After traveling a distance in the underground world, Yi Yun felt the surrounding air become increasingly heated. The rocks at his feet had been baked to a crystalline state from the high temperatures. A red liquid seemed to flow within them. He matched his remembrance of the Elder's map with his surroundings, and discovered that he had entered the core region of the underground. Once he entered the core region, the map would be useless. Yi Yun began to move in an increasingly careful manner. He proceeded forward slowly in search of the Yang spirit. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from up ahead. Yun initially believed that a terrifying entity would appear, but when he covertly approached he found something that stunned him. In front of him was a majestic-looking molten waterfall. The boiling molten liquid splashed with countless sparks and flames. It flowed from top to bottom, with the bottom streaming into deeper depths. Yun stood at the boundary of the waterfall and looked down. Flames flickered beneath him and what he estimated was a 1,000-foot drop. A terrifying pure yang aura constantly swelled from the bottom. What is this place? Yun was fascinated by what he saw. He never expected to find such a marvelous sight in the underground world. At that moment, Yun was suddenly startled. He noticed a young girl standing on the other side of the waterfall. She looked down the waterfall, just like him. The girl looked like she was about 9 or 10 and she had 2 pigtails. Her face was round and chubby like a carved piece of pink jade, and was the epitome of what a young beauty was. He was somewhat astounded to encounter such an extremely cute girl in this horrifying underground world. When Yun looked at her, the young girl seemed to sense his gaze. She looked back at him with a large pair of eyes. She cocked her head and appeared rather astonished. For some unknown reason, Yun seemed to hear her voice despite her not opening her mouth. After the previous batch of people came, so many more have arrived. However, who knew that you would be the first of this new group to arrive? Shouldn't the rest of them have the advantage in numbers? The girl's voice was slick and sweet. It was extremely endearing. Yun thought to himself. The previous batch? Could the girl be referring to the Divine Secrets Trading Company led by Ji Shuyan's grandfather? As for the new group which had the advantage in numbers, it likely referred to the 7-star Dao Palace. The girl was extremely mysterious. Her appearance here definitely had something to do with the area he was in. Little girl, who are you? The people you mentioned are. Before Yun could finish his words, the girl suddenly let out a pearly laugh. Amid the laughter she leaped forward, and her petite and adorable figure plummeted down the waterfall. What? Yun quickly took 2 steps forward and stretched his neck out to look down. Billowing hot gases blasted up, ruffling Yun's hair. If a warrior with insufficient strength were to do what Yun did, the outcome would range from having their eyes burned to being completely disintegrated. Despite the hot gaseous waves, the girl's figure was as light as a swallow. In a blink of an eye, she had landed at the bottom. This girl appears very familiar with the area. Yun contemplated for a moment. If he were to continue searching like a headless fly, he might very well encounter unknown dangers. The people from the 7-star Dao Palace could very likely escape the humanoid creatures and catch up to him, so he needed to take advantage of every moment he had. The girl was extremely odd, and the pure yang gases beneath the waterfall were much more pure and refined than anywhere else. I'll go down. Yun did not hesitate any further and similarly threw his body down. Upon entering the waterfall's vicinity, Yun immediately felt like his body was located in the core of a burning cauldron. He hurriedly augmented his Yuan Qi protection and powered his pure Yan body completely while he rapidly descended. Boom! Yun landed on a red boulder. At the bottom of the waterfall was a deep basin. In it was bubbling red molten metal. Any living creature who dropped into it would not even have bones left behind. At that moment, Yun saw a large pair of eyes emerge from the deep basin. The eyes were the size of bronze bells and were extremely cold. The sight of them made Yun break out into a cold sweat. Thankfully, he was wearing the jade burial suit. The pair of eyes ignored him and silently sank back into the basin. Yun surveyed his surroundings warily and hurriedly searched for the girl. His vision swept across the deep basin and he saw a petite figure moving towards a gigantic cave. Yun immediately chased after the figure. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yun was stunned once again. The cave had 2 gigantic metal doors with numerous swords embedded in them. At a glance, Yun could tell that the quality of the swords was not bad. However, a large number of them were broken, so they were not very unusable. Why are there so many broken swords here? The swords were from different ancient eras. The oldest had decayed to a mound of metallic dust. The newest was also covered in rust. The age gap between the 2 different eras was probably hundreds of millions apart. The Sun Burial Sansea's legend said that this was a land that a sun crashed into. But now, Yun had seen traces of humanity in its deep depths. What place is this? Yun stood by the door and after hesitating for a moment, he strode into the cave. Upon entering the cave, he immediately felt his vision blur. The space around him instantly changed, which put him on high alert. His hand was already placed on his interspatial ring. In the blink of an eye, Yun's feet came into contact with an ice-cold long slab of rock. He glanced at it and realized that he had arrived in a temple carved out of a boulder. The temple, which had been buried in dust for an unknown period of time, was located at the bottom of a deep cave. As Ian stood there, he felt a desolate aura that seemed to linger around the slab of long rocks at his feet. There was a statue erected in the middle of the temple. When Ian approached it, he realized that the statue was of the little girl. There were words carved at the bottom. "My beloved daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao." The words were written forcefully and with flair. They seemed to exude a melancholic feeling that could not be extinguished from the vestiges of time. This place was indeed inhabited. That girl's name is Ling Xiaoxiao and is the beloved daughter of a senior. Then, how old is that girl? Ian looked at the statue and found it fascinating. Could it be that he had encountered a ghost? Suddenly, Ian looked up. A pair of white feet swayed on a crossbeam. "Are you Ling Xiaoxiao?" asked Ian. The girl had been running around alone in this stone temple that had been abandoned for an extremely long period of time. The people that had erected her statue were probably no longer around. The girl smiled slightly and did a gentle leap. Turning around, she ran into the inner sanctums of the temple. Yun was stunned. He realized that the girl was intent on leading him here and guiding him further. After some hesitation, he followed after her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:10, Elixir of Resurrection. Chapter 11:10, Elixir of Resurrection. Translator, Talon Editor. The inner sanctums of the temple were dark and chilly despite the blazing heat in the underground world. It was extremely strange. Yun followed the girl to an elixir room. A massive alchemical cauldron was set up in the vast stone temple. It was ice cold and the lid was covered in a layer of dust. Beside the cauldron were several black scrolls. These black scrolls were remarkably old. They were under thick layers of dust which Yun swept away with his yuan qi. When he cast his perception into the scrolls, he immediately felt it being sucked into them. These were enchanted treasures specially made to keep detailed records? In a warrior's world, jade slips were typically used to record information. The amount of storage space in a jade slip was quite large, and usually sufficient. However, these black scrolls were specifically refined in order to store data, and allowed for much greater capacity. Ian walked to the black scrolls and unfurled them. Most of them were notes of alchemical procedures and various recipes. A large number of these recipes were extremely complicated. According to the records in the black scrolls, some of the elixirs refined from these recipes were even heaven-defying. There were ones so powerful that it left Yun in disbelief. A portion of these elixirs and relics were used by the divine lords to make breakthroughs. What's more, Ian found a few recipes that filled an entire black scroll. A black scroll had a capacity of more than 100 times that of a jade slip, yet some were used only to record a single recipe. And the resulting elixir made from one of the recipes were prepared for a realm above divine lords. Above divine lords? Yun drew in a cold gasp. Up to that point, Yun had a very vague understanding of the realms above a divine lord. However, he was certain that the realm of divine lords was not the end of the path of martial arts. The black-dressed woman that created the Azurewood Great World was at a level that far exceeded a divine lord. Also, there was the bronze giant. Its immense strength also far exceeded a divine lord's. Upon seeing these things, Ian understood that the owner of the Black Scrolls was an alchemist. Or rather, a divine alchemist. Alchemists and Desolate Heaven Masters were of a lineal descent. However, Desolate Heaven Masters used fey bones to refine relics. As for alchemists, they used all sorts of spiritual vegetation. As the two areas of expertise did not overlap, there was a huge conflict in the energy extraction of fey bones and spiritual vegetation. Therefore, very few alchemists would dabble in both fields. They either mastered the Desolate Heaven technique or alchemy. In the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, most practitioners were trained in alchemy due to the scarcity of fey bones as compared to spiritual vegetation. Very few people trained in the Desolate Heaven technique. However, the practitioner that worked in this stone temple trained in both the Desolate Heaven technique and alchemy. Furthermore, his attainments in both fields could be described as being at the crest of perfection. Ian was also proficient in the Desolate Heaven technique, but, when compared to the person who had left the Black Scrolls behind, the difference was like night and day. Ian continued reading, finding that most of the Black Scrolls were used to record recipes, with more than half of them being for relics and elixirs. The refinement techniques were extremely complicated and Ian did not have the time to peruse them carefully. He could only search for things that were useful for him. Until, he saw a black scroll that was nearly empty. The black scroll that had a capacity of more than 100 times a jade slips only contained a mere paragraph. But this paragraph left Yi-Yun shaken. The paragraph of a few hundred words took Yi-Yun about a minute to finish reading. After that, he looked around in astonishment. He finally understood the origins of the Sun Burial Sand Sea. According to the legends, the Sun Burial Sand Sea was formed due to the crashing of a sun. According to Ji Shuyan's grandfather's divination, the land of extreme Yang had given birth to a Yang spirit after hundreds of millions of years. But Yi-Yun learned from this scroll that the desert of extreme Yang was actually created when the divine alchemist cremated himself. The fire for the cremation was a divine fire that came from within his body. The great worlds were filled with endless wonders. Many mysterious lands would condense mutated fire seeds as a result of any one of a few fortuitous coincidences. A tiny wisp of fire could burn the heavens asunder. These fire spirits or fire seeds were of different grades depending on their strength. Top desolate heaven masters and alchemists would seek all the fire spirits and seeds in the world, and refine them into their body as a form of supplementation for themselves. They could then use them to refine more elixirs. This divine alchemist was such a person. Furthermore, he had taken the concept to its limits. Before he became a divine alchemist, he had obtained a mysterious flame of unknown grade, beyond the scope of canon in the sinkhole outside the 12 Empyrean heavens, heretical godfire seed. Using the flame and his outstanding talent, he became a divine alchemist. And after he became a divine alchemist, he obtained a flame ranked third in the 12 Empyrean heavens, Empyrean cleansing flame. When the two flames met each other, they merged into something that shocked even the divine alchemist himself. The combined flame continued taking the form of the heretical godfire seed. It could even be said that the black heretical godfire seed that came from the sinkhole was slowly consuming the Empyrean cleansing flame. From then on, the divine alchemist began using his perception to nurture the heretical godfire seed. Gradually, his alchemical skills attained heights previously thought unimaginable. The divine alchemist was born in the Yang God Empyrean heaven, but his most impressive days were spent in the sinkhole. Only when he was nearing death did he return to the Yang God Empyrean heaven. He buried the heretical godfire seed in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. As it was a cremation, the inferno scorched an area tens of thousands of kilometers across. The flames were filled with extreme Yang power, resulting in forests withering and lakes evaporating. The very mountains were weathered away, eventually forming a massive desert. From then on, the origin of the Sun Burial Sand Sea became a legend that depicted the plummeting of a radiant sun into the mortal world. No one other than the divine alchemist knew that he had chosen to cremate himself there. The cremation spot was concealed by the divine alchemist through use of a formation array. No one could find it until hundreds of millions of years later. As the array's energy drained, the cremation spot slowly exposed itself. It resulted in the phenomenon of a few months ago. The astounding phenomenon that had covered an area that extended over 1,000,000 kilometers attracted famous figures from every corner. However, no one knew that the tiny Sun Burial Sand Sea actually hid such an astonishing secret. If they did, every peerless expert in the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven, or even other Empyrean heavens, would have come in search of the divine fire. The only reason it remained so well hidden was that too much time had passed. Several hundreds of millions of years, in addition to the divine alchemist's massive array formation and desire to conceal his work, prevented anyone from making any connection between the Sun Burial Sand Sea and the divine alchemist of hundreds of millions of years ago. As for why the divine alchemist had set up the array to conceal everything in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, it was not to select a successor to inherit his heritage but because of his daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao. In the divine alchemist's last years, that spanned tens of millions of years, he had constantly pursued two results from the peak of alchemy. One of them was the elixir of immortality. The other one was elixir of resurrection. The former allowed one to attain immortality. The latter allowed one to be resurrected from the dead. Each one defied the very heavens by changing destiny. It was against the will of heaven. The divine alchemist set up that specific cremation spot in order to refine an elixir of resurrection, meant for resurrecting his only daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao, who had already been dead for tens of millions of years. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1111, Heretical God Fire Seed. Chapter 1111, Heretical God Fire Seed. Translator, Cetulin Editor. I am deeply aware that my end is near. I shall seclude myself from this day forth in search of the peak of alchemy. If I succeed, I might perhaps save Xiaoxiao. I do not know how long my seclusion will last and I might never come out. But it is also a wish of mine to be cremated in a land of alchemical refinement. When Yi-Yun read the last line in the Black Scroll, he finally understood that the senior had set up a massive array at Sun Burial Sand Sea as a way to isolate himself in death. His seclusion had spanned hundreds of millions of years. Everything left in the stone temple was likely abandoned for hundreds of millions of years. After all that time, there was probably nothing left of the senior. This senior went into reclusion to save his daughter, Ling Xiaoxiao. Is she the girl I met? Yi Yun lowered the black scroll and looked up. He saw the adorable girl sitting on the cauldron, cupping her chin and looking at him. This baffled Yi Yun. Was it possible that Ling Xiaoxiao had been living alone in here for hundreds of millions of years, or even longer, after she was revived? Why didn't she die of old age after such a long period of time? For that matter, she didn't even grow up. Could it be that the divine alchemist eventually managed to refine both the elixir of resurrection and the elixir of immortality? Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun shook his head. Legend said that immortality was only attainable at the peak of martial arts. It wasn't as simple as drinking an elixir or using a relic. Furthermore, the divine alchemist had abandoned his search for the elixir of immortality, and instead dedicated himself to refining the elixir of resurrection. Even just the elixir of resurrection had expended his last bit of strength. He has also pinned all of his hopes on the massive array. Recalling the tens of millions of years along the river of time, and reviving a person who had died in a particular segment of that river was as good as an act of God. Did the divine alchemist truly succeed? Could it be that the array he set up only just recently succeeded after hundreds of millions of years? In that case, had Ling Xiaoxiao just been revived and not been given the chance to grow up? This thought flashed across Yi Yun's mind. He noticed that the girl was constantly looking at him above the cauldron. Her eyes sparkled like beautiful stars. They looked like luminescent gems in the dark night. Perhaps, Ling Xiaoxiao was the only person who knew where the godfire was in this stone temple. However, since the godfire was left behind by the divine alchemist, it was technically left for Ling Xiaoxiao. Yi Yun believed that if he were to snatch it from her, it would be quite an unreasonable act. Yi Yun had a line he wouldn't cross. Ling Xiaoxiao had a pitiful story. Were he to snatch away the godfire left to her by her father, could he call himself a gentleman? Just as Yi Yun was pondering the matter, he suddenly saw the girl's figure flash. She had been sucked into the massive cauldron. So this cauldron is also a spatial enchanted item. It's similar to the God Advent Tower. The girl seemed to be inviting Yi Yun to enter the cauldron with her. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Yun went in front of the cauldron and placed his palm on it. He injected a wisp of yuan qi and felt an immediate suction. He did not resist, allowing the suction to pull him in. The scene in front of him changed and, before he knew it, he was standing in front of a gigantic lake. The lake was similar to the deep waterfall basin that Yi Yun had seen previously. There was red molten metal boiling in the lake. However, what came gushing at him was not hot air but ice-cold air. Yi Yun knew that this was due to the theory of how solitary yang could not exist, and therefore extreme yang gives birth to yin. Only through the fusion of yin and yang could the pure yang laws here have reached such an extreme. In the middle of the lake, Yi Yun saw an array disk. Looking from afar, he could see that none other than Ling Xiaoxiao was standing on it. Beneath her feet was slowly burning flame wisp. It was blackish-gray in color and it looked extremely calm and quiet. An indescribable aura emanated from the flame, instilling a sense of reverence in Yi Yun. It was as though he was facing the 12 Fey gods of the 10,000 Fey empyrean heaven. Could it be that it was the heretical god fire seed? Yi Yun held his breath. Although reason told him that the flame belonged to Ling Xiaoxiao, Yi Yun could not help but feel tempted at the sight of such a treasure. If he could fuse this god fire into him, its power would enter into his body, tremendously increasing his cultivation level. The world tree in his body would also grow at an insane pace. Then, his strength would increase to an unimaginable level. He truly wanted it. Yi Yun was struggling internally. Although the godfire should not be snatched from Ling Xiaoxiao, he did not want to just leave her there. It was too lonely for a young girl like her to be left in an abandoned array. Also, the heretical godfire seed would follow Ling Xiaoxiao. Even if he did not take it, he could still absorb a portion of its divine power and benefit greatly. Thinking how he was scheming against a 9 or 10-year-old girl, Yi Yun felt a bit embarrassed. However, was the girl really only 9 or 10? Why did she appear unharmed while standing above the flame? Furthermore, she had previously leaped into the pure yang waterfall. Her insights into pure yang laws seemed to exceed even his. How could a 10-year-old girl have such nomological insight? Could it be that she had obtained the recognition of pure yang power because she had been revived here? Just as Yi Yun was ruminating over this, he saw the grey heretical godfire seed suddenly transform into a blazing wisp before merging into Ling Xiaoxiao's body and disappearing. As for Ling Xiaoxiao, her expression did not change. She was still using her gem-like eyes to look at him. Yi Yun was suddenly somewhat stunned. Ling Xiaoxiao had merged with the heretical godfire seed. Jumping into the pure yang waterfall was already inconceivable, but to merge with the heretical god fire seed directly? This was. Thinking carefully, although the cauldron was filled with pure yang gases, it was still burning after hundreds of millions of years. However, there were no herbs left in it. If the elixir of resurrection had been refined in the recent 1 or 2 years, there should be some herbal dregs left even if there were no herbal ingredients. For a cauldron to refine an elixir for hundreds of millions of years was already an amazing feat. Whatever impressive treasure would probably have been reduced to dust over the immense period of time. Under such circumstances, would the array set up by the divine alchemist still be able to revive his daughter? The array could only succeed after hundreds of millions of years. How likely was it? Yi Yun's first impression of the girl was that she was Ling Xiaoxiao. However, was she really Ling Xiaoxiao? Upon coming to this point, Yi Yun took a few steps back. He observed the array beneath the girl's feet. It was clearly the core of the cauldron's array. The cauldron had been burning for hundreds of millions of years in this land of pure yang. It was already an extremely valuable treasure among treasures. And this array was constantly in motion, gathering the pure yang powers in the sun burial sand sea. The intensity of the pure yang energy was so high that even Yi Yun did not dare touch. However, the girl was prancing around the array's core like she was in a garden. As he watched the pure yang forces that were like a massive ocean inundating her body, a thought suddenly flashed across Yi Yun's mind. You are the heretical god fire seed. Yi Yun suddenly understood that the gray flame he saw on the disc array was not the heretical god fire seed's form. Although the flame exuded a powerful aura like it was the chaos gases at the birth of the universe, it seemed too weak. It didn't match Yi Yun's imagination of the heretical god fire seed. Also, this gray fire seed eventually infused itself into Ling Xiaoxiao's body and did not seem to face any obstacle in fusing with her. It made Yi Yun unable to sense the aura of the gray flame again. Therefore, a bold thought arose in Yi Yun's mind. Could it be possible that the young girl was the fire of the heretical god's true body? It was the only explanation for why she still looked like a young girl after hundreds of millions of years in the massive array. She did not age or die. It also explained why she appeared to be having fun as if she were playing in a tiny water stream when she first entered the molten waterfall. Yi Yun knew that top-grade divine fire and treasures had the ability to take form. After absorbing the essence of the heaven and earth, they were able to take form as human or fey after hundreds of millions of years. It was nothing surprising. The girl only looked at Yi Yun and after a prolonged silence, she said crisply, "Are you here looking for me? Do you want me? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:12, Ling Xier. Chapter 11:12, Ling Xier. Translator, Talon Editor. The girl's straightforward question pretty much confirmed Yi Yun's suspicions. You are the heretical god fire seed? Yi Yun decided to ask directly. The girl blinked and nodded. In the Divine Alchemist scrolls, there was no mention of the heretical god fire seed having the ability to take form. Therefore, it was likely that it only succeeded in taking the girl's form after his death. The heretical god fire seed had turned sentient over a long period of time before taking the form of Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao was the only human form it had seen in this underground world. However, there was presently no trace of Ling Xiaoxiao. Her body had likely been reduced to nothing after hundreds of millions of years. Only when the array began losing its powers, producing the phenomenon, could the girl in this underground stone temple see the light of day again. But why did the heretical god fire seed lead him here? You have been a lone soul in this underground world for hundreds of millions of years. If you could leave this place, you would have done so a long time ago. However, you have stayed here all this time and even led me here. Why is that so? Asked Yi Yun. I want to leave this place but I can't. The girl said. She sat down on the disc array, swaying her legs that were as slender as lotus rhizome. Years ago, Master used the formations of the world to establish an array. He was sure it would succeed, but even until his death, Miss Xiaoxiao never managed to be resurrected. The array continued to run and, over an immense period of time, I gradually took form. I, too, wanted to save Miss Xiaoxiao but, even after exhausting all of my strength, all I can see is the gradual weakening of the array. Because of the complete enervation of my strength, I fell into a deep slumber. I have no idea how long I slept, but when I woke up, hundreds of millions of years had passed without me knowing. The formation here had become a natural worldly array, merging with the array left behind by Master. I was a part of Master's array. So with it now merged to the worldly array, I found that I can no longer leave. The girl hung her head down when she came to that. Several times in the past, people have come and tried to take me away. But whenever they attempt to crack the array, they only end up being killed by it. People had previously been killed here? Yi Yun hesitated for a moment. Before the birth of the Sun Burial Sansi phenomenon, the number of people who could enter this land was exceedingly small. On top of that, the terrifying monsters and deadly array within would probably lay waste to any mighty figures that might come. As for the people from the Divine Secrets Trading Company, they needed to use the Heaven Secrets Compass to locate the area, and trickery with the Jade Burial Suits to be able to even get this far. They were even more powerless in the current environment. Too many warriors had died or were seriously injured while seeking opportunities. As Yi Yun thought about it, he sighed. Upon seeing Yi Yun's expression, the girl seemed to feel guilt-ridden. She only wanted to leave this place. She had been alone for too long and had been trapped for hundreds of millions of years. There's no need to reproach yourself. The people who come here seek treasures. Since there's a treasure, there is naturally danger. Yi Yun read the girl's thoughts, never expecting that she would seem rather kind. Wasn't her name the heretical god Fireseed? Yi Yun's impression of a heretical god Fireseed was something that stood aloof above all, even if it were not completely evil, and was unreservedly forthright. However, this young lady did not seem to match that image. Why are you called the heretical god Fireseed? Yi Yun could not help but ask. The girl shook her head and said, I do not know either. I was born with some fragmented memories. However, after an unknown period of time, these fragmented memories seem to have been sealed. Later, I left the sinkhole and followed Master, slowly maturing and becoming stronger. After Master's death, I took probably tens of millions of years to slowly take form. Although it was said that top-grade natural and spiritual treasures could take human form, it was also harder for truly extraordinary treasures to take form. The heretical god Fireseed had absorbed pure yang energy in the array for an extraordinarily long period of time before it succeeded. Yi Yun was unsure if the girl could be considered as having a spiritual form. He sensed within her a lifeblood no different from that of ordinary people. He could even sense the soul in her body. It was because of these things that Yi Yun's first impression of the girl was that she was Ling Xiaoxiao. She was a living human, so he had never imagined that she would be the heretical god Fireseed. Do you have a name? Asked Yi Yun. The girl shook her head. Then I'll give you a name. You are in this massive array to save Ling Xiaoxiao. Although you have yet to succeed, you have taken this form because of that. Your birth is also because of Ling Xiaoxiao, so why don't you go by Ling Xier in the future? Ling Xier? The girl faltered for a moment before quickly nodding. She cocked her head as she pondered, as though she liked the name a lot. Yeah. Ling Xier smiled. Immediately, the cold atmosphere in the array alleviated, gaining an additional sense of warmth. Yi Yun found it fascinating. As the heretical god's fire, she had experienced hundreds of millions of years and gave birth to a life no different from humans, yet she remained as untainted as a blank sheet of paper. She said she had fragmented memories at her birth. What were those memories? Could they be from her previous life? Yi Yun felt that perhaps Ling Xier wasn't so simple. Shaking his head, Yi Yun looked at the array that had developed naturally from the worldly formation. Ling Xier had said that she was part of the array, and had already fused with it. Then, the lake and the array were likely bound to one another. At the moment, it was calm, but once he attempted to break the balance of the array, extreme danger would likely befall him. Ling Xier looked up and said, Are you going to crack the worldly formation? Yes, there's no harm trying, said Yi Yun. Ling Xier shook her head. But, you are too weak. The people from before were much stronger than you, but they still failed. Upon saying that, she came to a slight pause before continuing, I brought you here into the Divine Alchemist's cauldron because I have been alone for too long and wanted to chat with someone. I actually have no hopes of you bringing me out. To have a young girl suddenly say how weak he was, Yi Yun rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Actually, Ling Xier was right. He was quite weak. However, he had his advantages. Although his cultivation level was low, he had 4 9-leaf Dao fruits condensed in his body. When it came to the worldly formation and insights into pure yang laws, Yi Yun could be said to be at the crest of perfection. Cracking the worldly formation was not a question of cultivation level, but one of nomological insight. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun flew out of the Divine Alchemist's cauldron and went to the black scrolls left behind by the alchemist. These black scrolls held the final records of the array. Yi Yun was, after all, a desolate heaven master. He had a great deal of understanding in the art of alchemical refinement. Another one of his advantages. Wait and see. Perhaps I am able to accomplish what others before me have failed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1113, The Tragic Master Tian Chao. Chapter 1113, The Tragic Master Tian Shao. Translator, Talon Editor. Ian found a scroll that held the details of the massive array, and began reading it while sitting beside the lake. The scroll was extremely complex. The content was so abstruse that, even as a desolate heaven master, Ian needed to ponder over each word and line before he could figure out the meaning within. Ling Xier just sat on the disk array and quietly watched Ian study. Although she was innocent, she was still a spiritual being of the world, and thus was able to distinguish whether a person was good or bad. She could sense that Yun had no ill intentions toward her. If only he were just a little stronger. Ling Xier sighed as she held her tiny face. Suddenly, Ling Xier sensed something. She raised her head and looked towards the roaring Puryang waterfall above her. After staring at the waterfall for a moment, she lowered her head to look at Yun. Seeing that Yun was completely immersed in reading the scroll, she quietly stood up and, with a flash, disappeared into a beam of light. And at the moment Ling Xier vanished, the grey flame in her was blocked by an invisible barrier. It could not break the obstruction, and was forced to stay in the array. Ling Xier may have been the heretical godfire seed, but the grey flame was her essence. If the flame could not leave the array, then Ling Xier would never be able to leave the land of cremation. Ah! In the darkness, there was a sudden tragic cry as a few figures appeared by the side of a mountain cliff. Stop shouting. If you attract more of those humanoid monsters, you'll lose more than your legs, said Lu Rui coldly. The person she spoke to was none other than the Heaven Secrets chapter's Master Tian Shao. By that point, Master Tian Shao was in a wretched state. His legs had been cleaved off from the thighs. He was covered in blood, for he had also lost an arm. If he lost the other arm, he would be no different from a punished consort. As Master Tian Shao had lost all ability to fight, the twin childlike deputy palatial lords of the seven-star Dao Palace had tied his body to a machine-operated puppet. The state he was in was as tragic as could be. The moment Lu Rui mentioned the humanoid monsters, Master Tian Shao immediately shuddered and did not dare whimper another word. Lead the way properly. You only lost your legs and an arm. My seven-star Dao Palace has already promised to reattach them for you, so what's there to be afraid of, said one of the two children in a hoarse voice. There were only 3 people left from the entire 7-star Dao Palace expedition team. Even one of the deputy palatial lords had perished. As for the Heaven Secrets chapter group, only Master Tian Shao alone had managed to barely survive. And that was only because Lu Rui believed him to be of some use, and deliberately protected him. Along the way, they had not only encountered terrifying humanoid monsters, they had also met ancient creatures that nearly wiped them all out. Yun's gloating words had truly come to pass. With 3 deputy palatial lords, I'm naturally unafraid. Master Tian Shao said bitterly with a despondent expression. Unafraid? He was already terribly regretting this excursion. He originally believed that he would garner certain boons from coming on the expedition, but now, aside from not getting a thing, he had lost 2 legs and an arm. Having come this far, the 3 deputy palatial lords refused to retreat. They had already paid a tragic price, so they were bent on obtaining the Yang spirit. Master Tian Shao knew that if he could not lead the way, then he was a cripple of no value. The environment here is quite different from the places we previously passed. Master Tian Shao used his remaining hand to hold on to a compass and attempted to divine a path. This place is probably not far from the Yang spirit. You've already said this twice. Lu Rui gave Master Tian Shao a displeased look before saying coldly, I'll believe you another time. I'm out of options, too, for the Heaven Secrets compass is not in my hand. Master Tian Shao said weakly. One of the childlike deputy palatial lords used a rope to lift Master Tian Shao up as the quartet continued proceeding forward. After a while, they heard rumbling sounds ahead. That is. They had arrived in front of the molten waterfall. The waterfall looked magnificent and the bottom appeared unfathomable. The pure yang gases stirred, and anyone of weaker strength, like Master Tian Shao, immediately felt like they were being tortured in flames. He was already extremely frail after losing 2 legs and an arm, yet he now had to endure the excruciating burning from the pure yang laws. His beard was even beginning to twirl from the heat. The pure yang aura below is extremely pure. The yang spirit is likely beneath the waterfall, said one of the childlike deputy palatial lords as his eyes lit up. Even if the yang spirit's presence could not be confirmed, there was definitely a mystic treasure beneath the waterfall. I wonder where that little bastard, Yun, is. If he is here, I'll definitely rip out his skin and bones and use his soul for herbal refinement. The way Yun mocked them was still fresh on their minds. They had not encountered Yun along the way, so it was possible that Yun was in the vicinity. He probably thinks he can get the treasure, but he'll only get this far. He won't be able to escape with the treasure. Everything in here will belong to the 7-star Dao Palace. It will be refined into a supreme treasure. Lu Rui pricked up her slender brows and said with a sneer. What they did not know was that Ling Xier secretly watched them from inside the waterfall. She could tell that one of the four was already on his last breath. The remaining three had powerful auras. However, the trio had also been injured along the way. They had powerful auras, but they were unstable. They have such a huge vendetta with the person called Yun? Ling Xier mused over it when she suddenly blinked her eyes. Could Yun be him? Ling Xier was a part of the worldly array. She could sense anyone who came into the underground world. She knew that the group of people that had come were large in numbers, previously. This was the same group of people, so their enemy had to be Yun that had come alone. Upon hearing the quartet discuss how they would treat Yun after capturing him, Ling Xier held her chin and pondered. She was the one that led Yun down here. If these people were to descend the waterfall and find Yun, it would be as if she hurt him herself. In the past, many people died attempting to crack the array. As a result, Ling Xier felt somewhat ridden with guilt. Now, with her leading Yun to the side of the massive array, it was even more unlikely she would watch these people kill Yun. If he discovers that he can't crack the array, it would be fine if he leaves on his own. Since these people are here to find me, I can lead them away first, thought Ling Xier. But in fact, Ling Xier did not have a method to take care of the trio with powerful auras. Being trapped for hundreds of millions of years made her very weak. Furthermore, her source, the Grey Flame, was locked in the core of the array. She had no way to deal with the trio. Seeing the quartet about to leap down the waterfall, Ling Xier flew out of hiding without a second thought. Who is it? Lu Rui bellowed angrily and was instantly left dumbfounded. How could there be a young girl in such a place? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1114, Entrapping Array. Chapter 1114, Entrapping Array. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Be careful. The journey through the underground left Lu Rui and company feeling high-strung. The monsters there were so powerful that any single one could wipe out a large sect. The girl in front of them was obviously abnormal. It was even possible that she was not human. Retreat. Attack when possible. Lu Rui and the two children were immediately on high alert. Meanwhile, Master Tianxiao was looking at his compass in a daze. Perhaps due to the appearance of the girl, the compass began reacting strangely. Could it be? Master Tianxiao looked at Ling Xier once again. He was proficient in anthroposcopy, so he could sense the aura of the godfires within her. This left him overjoyed. Deputy Palatial Lord Lu, capture her. Master Tianxiao suddenly exclaimed. He discovered something extremely special. Ordinary people had worldly luck, be it good or bad, flowing within their bodies. However, the girl was a blank slate. Although she looked like a living person, she possessed a qualitative difference from ordinary people. Therefore, Master Tianxiao was certain that the girl was not human, but a spiritual body that had taken form. For a spiritual body to take human form in such a land, combined with the fire aura that exuded from her body, she was very likely the Yang spirit taken form. She's the Yang spirit. There was really no effort wasted searching for it. Master Tianxiao said agitatedly. It's her? Lu Rui and company were somewhat surprised. But immediately, the two childlike deputy palatial lords reached out their hands to grab Ling Xier. Regardless, capture her first. Capture her and refine her away. When we return to the palace, we will earn great merit. Ling Xier turned lightly pale when she saw two large palms materialize and reach for her. Instantly, she transformed into a fire wisp and rapidly flew downwards. Upon seeing this, Lu Rui's eyes lit up. She's truly the Yang spirit. Chase after her. Alongside the crashing waterfall, a fire wisp raced down. Lu Rui and company followed closely behind. From the moment they came to the underground world of the Sun Burial Sansi, they encountered only terrible things. But now, they finally had a reward in sight. As for Ling Xier, she could sense the quartet's pursuit. She cast her gaze forward. At that time, although Ling Xier was a spiritual body, she was confident that she could trap the group if she were careful, since she had fused with the massive array. So, Ling Xier flew into a cave. There's a cave here. Lu Rui and company instantly reached the cave's entrance. This Yang spirit is deliberately leading us in. Master Tianxiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. He was already scared out of his wits from the strangeness and peril the underground world posed. Even if the Yang spirit was in the cave, he was considerably apprehensive. So what if it's deliberate? This place is already run down. Her past master is no longer around. We just need to be careful when entering, said one of the childlike deputy palatial lords. Master Tian Shao, divine the path and lead the way, said Lu Rui. Don't you try any tricks. If we obtain the Yang spirit, we will naturally bring you out with us and reattach your arm and legs. In the future, your Heaven Secrets chapter will be able to rely on our 7-star Dao Palace. The color in Master Tianxiao's face drained as he cursed inwardly. The people from the 7-star Dao Palace were ruthless in their dealings. They actually intended for him to lead the way despite him losing all his strength. However, Master Tianxiao did not dare refuse. The Yang spirit had been found and he was not of much use. The 3 deputy palatial lords of 7-star Dao Palace could abandon him at any time. Master Tianxiao divined the path with his compass, leading the way to the stone temple. There doesn't seem to be any danger, said Master Tianxiao. Master Tianxiao was calculating the luck that determined survival. If the place was extremely dangerous, his luck would be extremely low, which likely meant death. Boom! After they entered, they heard a loud boom behind them. Lu Rui and company turned around immediately and saw a massive metal door close. The runes on the metal door flickered as Lu Rui raised her sword to stab at it but was rebounded by a beam of light. And there was a dead end in front of them. We have been trapped, said one of the childlike deputy palatial lords in frustration. Lu Rui stared at the door for a moment before turning to look at the cave. No need to fret. The Yang spirit has disappeared, so there's probably some trick to this cave. If we search around we will definitely find a way out, said Lu Rui. There were no humanoid monsters here, nor were there ancient creatures. Being trapped was not a setback in terms of danger. Furthermore, with the Yang spirit at hand, their mission would soon be completed. Master Tianxiao, hurry up and divine a path, ordered Lu Rui. The array in this cave should be able to trap them. Unfortunately, I'm unable to control the evil creatures outside the array. If only I could lead them into the cave. Ling Xier muttered to herself and returned to the lake to watch Yi Yun studying the scroll. Yi Yun was sitting there in a highly concentrated state. There were runes flicking around him constantly as he used his fingers to draw in midair. Yi Yun originally thought of studying the array, but as he gained more understanding of the scroll, he began engaging in the array techniques and alchemical skills recorded in it. The divine alchemist had reached the peak of alchemy. So his scroll was a rare treasure for Yi Yun. Time passed without him knowing it. Day after day, and soon almost a month had passed. One day, Ling Xier sat by the fiery river's bank. Her fair feet were dabbing in the river, sending red molten liquid splashing out. It formed a stark contrast to her porcelain-like feet. This youth sure is persistent. Ling Xier cocked her head and looked at Yi Yun. He had been sitting there without moving for a month. She did not know if he had figured out anything from his studies. He had already finished reading the black scroll left behind by the divine alchemist, but at the divine alchemist's level, how could a junior understand a notebook he left behind? As Ling Xier was pondering over the matter, she suddenly heard a crisp sound, as though a barrier screen had shattered. Spatial transmission waves immediately rippled over. Oh? They have broken out of the cave's restraints? Ling Xier's eyes flashed. She was rather shocked, however. She immediately understood that the cave had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Even if the array was extremely secure in the past, it was almost defunct after all these years. Of course it would be unable to trap Lu Rui and company completely. Ling Xier glanced at the motionless Yi Yun before disappearing into the lake and appearing in front of the stone temple. At that moment, Lu Rui and company had been transported out and had arrived in front of the stone temple. It could be said that they looked extremely pathetic. Much of their energy had drained after being trapped in the cave for a long period of time. They immediately saw the girl standing in front of the massive stone temple. Yang spirit. The childlike deputy palatial lord's eyes flashed after seeing the young spirit once again after a month. Seeing the four appear, Ling Xier turned and ran into the temple. Again? Lu Rui's eyes were filled with greed, anger, and viciousness. They quickly entered the stone temple, where they saw Ling Xier standing by a statue. Yang spirit. Lu Rui's eyes gleamed as she extended her hand to grab at the girl. Suddenly, Ling Xier leapt backward and emitted a blinding, fiery light. The stone temple's ground immediately lit up with numerous esoteric runic patterns. These runic patterns were carved by the divine alchemist. There were also some that had naturally formed after the massive array had fused with the world it was in. As the massive array's core, Ling Xier was one with the array. Although she posed no physical threat, she was able to control the array. Seeing the fire-red runic patterns at her feet, Lu Rui immediately withdrew her attack and retreated. However, all the runic patterns had lit up simultaneously. In response, the entire temple was inundated by an inferno. The temple instantly turned into a massive cauldron, trapping Lu Rui and company in its flames. Boom! Boom! The two childlike deputy palatial lord combined their forces but failed to break through the barrier, preventing them from escaping the inferno. Ah! Ah! Master Tianshao constantly wailed. He suffered the most from the inferno. His weak protective yuan qi could not shield him. Even his hair had been burnt off, much less his beard. If this continued, he felt like he would be cooked to a crisp. As for Lu Rui and the other two, they were able to withstand the flames. For them, it was only maddening that they could see the Yang spirit, but were trapped and could do nothing to obtain it. Yes, this is good. When Ian realizes that he can't crack the array, he will leave, said a satisfied Ling Xier as she gave a delighted clap. Since she was a part of the massive array, she didn't suffer any damage from it. She was free to come and go. However, at that moment, Lu Rui's eyes suddenly glinted with a sinister beam of light. She wiped across her interspatial ring and immediately produced a whip. It struck at Ling Xier with flashing runes. Ling Xier's expression changed drastically as she attempted to transform into a fire wisp to escape the area. But the whip quickly vanished and, in the blink of an eye, appeared by her side, fastening her tightly. Indeed. You are just a sentient projection. All you have is your sentience and not your core. This whip of mine happens to lock onto sentient projections in spiritual bodies, said Lu Rui coldly. Despite appearing pathetic after being trapped for a month, they had been constantly searching for Ling Xier's weakness. Ling Xier was an innocent girl after all. Although she controlled everything in the vicinity, she was incomparable to Lu Rui and company in terms of craftiness. Ling Xier struggled but, without her true body around, she was no match for Lu Rui. This soul-locking whip of mine is specially made to torture souls. It beats out the soul from a person's body and slowly obliterates it. You are but a mere Yang spirit, yet you did not try to escape and instead trapped us. As long as I annihilate your spiritual body, you will lose your consciousness, naturally rendering this entrapping array useless. If your spiritual body is here, your true body must be here too. When we obtain your true body and refine it, you will become the property of the 7-star Dao Palace. As Lu Rui spoke, she curled the corners of her lips, revealing a diabolical smile. When Ling Xier heard that, her face turned pale. This woman wanted to obliterate her consciousness. To the group, it was already sufficient to capture her fire source. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15, Cracking the Array. Chapter 11:15, Cracking the Array. Translator, Talon Editor. Ling Xier had finally gained sentience after hundreds of millions of years. Now she was about to be killed, and have her true body refined by the enemy. Ling Xier kept struggling as her face revealed a look of pure terror. If her true heretical god fire seed body were here, she would have no need to fear these people. However, just her sentient projection alone had no combat strength. Stop wasting your strength. Do you think a mere sentient projection can resist me? Even a divine lord separated soul upon death could not resist my soul-locking whip, much less you. Lu Rui said as she injected a blast of yuan qi into the whip. As a result, the soul-locking whip emitted an extremely cold and sinister aura. Ghastly wails could be heard as Ling Xier's body tightened. Ah! Ling Xier immediately exclaimed in shock. Deputy Palatial Lord Lu, how long must the Yang spirit's sentient projection be whipped before it's destroyed? Master Tianshao mustered his courage to ask. He had had enough and only wished to leave as soon as possible. Lu Rui's eyes flashed a look of satisfaction. This soul-locking whip of mine is an ancient treasure I obtained from a ruin. It is specifically used to vanquish souls. Were it a human soul, it would be very easy to wipe it out. This Yang spirit took form from a heavenly treasure and created a sentient projection over hundreds of millions of years. But even so, she will not be able to last too much longer. At most, it will take a few days. Both of you should take turns with me using the whip so that we can constantly lash at her. We must not stop for even a moment. The two childlike deputy palatial lords immediately nodded. They bared sinister smiles when they looked at Ling Xier. After refining this Yang spirit, we will search for Yun and then use him as one of the companion herbs, one of the children said sinisterly. Master Tianshao glanced at Ling Xier as well. He yearned for the girl to perish at that very moment. Then, his suffering would be considerably lessened. But now that they had the Yang spirit in hand, Yun would definitely not be able to escape the 7-star Dao Palace's 3 deputy palatial lords. Master Tianshao was finally at ease. Ah! It's so painful! Ah! Ling Xier's petite body flailed as she let out shrill screams. However, Lu Rui and company were unshaken by the torment the girl was suffering. Instead, they responded by sending more Yuan Qi into the soul-locking whip. Am I going to die? Ling Xier felt complete despair. She wanted to beseech Yi Yun to help her, but she also knew that he was no match for the trio in front of her. If she were to call out to Yi Yun, it would only serve to harm him. The pain reached deep into her bone marrow. The torture her soul endured was unbearable. She wished she could immediately faint but knew that it would only result in her being obliterated faster. Why am I so useless? I wanted to subdue the trio but end up falling for their scheme. Oh. This girl sure is tenacious. It has been 6 hours. Not only has she not been tortured to death, her soul hasn't even weakened much. Senior brother's demon fiend, Demon Blood, it's your turn. Lu Rui wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed over control of the soul-locking whip to the two childlike elders. Hee, I have been longing to try my hand at this. Demon Blood licked his lips and took over the soul-locking whip. It appears this last can last another 8 or 9 days. Fine, don't die too quickly, or it will only be boring for me. As Demon Blood spoke, he began powering the whip. His voice left Master Tianxiao's heart shuddering when he heard it. That old man was truly perverse. Days quickly passed but Yi Yun was unaware of what Ling Xier was experiencing. He was immersed in his rumination and was no longer aware of how much time had passed. Unknowingly, he was surrounded by scrolls. And around him floated countless runes and text that were detailed on the scrolls. They were shimmering like fireflies as they danced around him in the air. Yi Yun seemed to have fused with these texts, existing in the same region of space. As he held the scrolls, he felt as though he had seen every step the divine alchemist had taken back when he was setting up the massive array. Then, he saw the world change with time. As hundreds of millions of years passed, the massive array began to fuse with the worldly formation. The greenery that originally existed was wiped out by the pure young Yuan Qi, and the entire continent was baked into a desert. And the cause of all of this lied in the array. Yi Yun seemed to experience countless years with the piece of land. When he jolted awake, he finally understood everything. So that's how it happened. The divine alchemist had not only reached the peak of alchemy, he also gained insights into the Tao of life and death. As such, he used his alchemy as a foundation and the life and death array as a supplement, hoping to rewind the samsara of life and death, thus saving his daughter that had passed away years ago. However, he still failed in the end. The core of the massive array is the 6 great divisions in the Wheel of Samsara. Yi Yun had watched the 6th-division Wheel of Samsara for quite a while. The Tao of life and death was also the Tao of birth and destruction. Yi Yun cultivated in primordial chaos and major destruction. The former gave birth to everything in the universe, while the latter led to the death of everything in the universe. The Tao of life and death was, after all, also a part of the great Tao of supremacy, chaos and destruction. I can substitute the Tao of life and death with my chaos and destruction. As for the pure yang formations of the world, I have a 9-leaf pure yang Tao fruit. And for the final alchemical methods, I can attempt to crack them with my desolate heaven technique. After all, it is a massive array that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. With the 4 9-leaf Tao fruits in my dantian, I refuse to believe I can't crack this array. Yi Yun went to the front of the massive array's core. His eyes were sparkling like stars. Only Yi Yun was simultaneously proficient in the 3 laws, life and death, alchemy, and pure yang. Although Yi Yun's cultivation level wasn't high, he was still the best candidate to crack the array. I wonder if it's possible. Yi Yun raised his hands and a black vortex gathered in between them, forming into a huge black wheel. The wheel that had demonic and divine phantoms in it was none other than Yi Yun's 10,000 demon wheel of existence. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence that represented destruction wasn't enough. With a thought, Yi Yun produced a wisp of nebulous primordial chaos out from the world tree in his body, fusing it into the 10,000 demon wheel of existence's core. Just a wisp of the nebulous primordial chaos was as heavy as a mountain. It could crush lands and separate seas. However, when this wisp of nebulous primordial chaos completely fused with the 10,000 demon wheel of existence, the great Tao of birth and destruction was complete. Yi Yun concentrated as he watched the 10,000 demon wheel of existence merge with the divine alchemist's 6th division wheel of samsara. Before all else, the Tao of samsara was one of the great Tao. If he did not possess higher chaos and destruction laws, it would have been extremely difficult to resolve it. The wheel of samsara slowly merged with the birth and destruction wheel. At that moment, Yi Yun happened to see the grey flame still trapped within the wheel of samsara. That was Ling Xier's fire source. Over the past month, Yi Yun had been engrossed in pondering over the divine alchemist's notes. He had not noticed Ling Xier around him, so where could she have gone? Yi Yun saw that the gray flame was flickering unstably on the wheel of samsara as though it was going to collapse at any time. This left Yi Yun confounded. What's wrong? Yi Yun could no longer be concerned with the fusion of the wheel of samsara and the wheel of birth and destruction. He sent his perception into the heretical godfire seed and asked, Sierra, what's wrong with you? Yi Yun was already 60 to 70% confident that he could crack the array and free Ling Sierra. But now, he realized that Ling Sierra could be in trouble. After Yi Yun asked the question, he did not receive any response immediately. Only after nearly a minute did he hear a weak and staccato voice. Brother Yi Yun, I might not be able to take it any further. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. It was Ling Sierra. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16, Fusion. Chapter 11:16, Fusion. Translator, C. Tulin Editor. Yi Yun's expression changed drastically when he sensed that Ling Sierra's spiritual energy was already extremely weak. The heretical godfire seed was in front of Yi Yun. Although it was trapped in the massive array, the fire wisp was constantly flickering, to the point that it looked like it could be snuffed out at any time. However, it was also impossible for it to be extinguished. As for Ling Sierra, she had said that she could not take it any further. That meant that the heretical godfire seed's true core was fine, but the girl's spiritual body was about to be obliterated. Ling Sierra was naive and innocent. Her personality was no different from a true girl. If her spiritual body were to die, then Ling Sierra would truly be dead. Only the heretical godfire seed would remain. Sierra, where are you? Yi Yun asked hurriedly. Ling Sierra's frail voice responded intermittently after a long period of time. Brother Yi Yun, it's best you leave quickly. These people want to harm you. Yi Yun's heart leaped. It was the people from the 7-star Dao Palace. Had they captured Ling Sierra? The heretical godfire seed's true power lay inside the gray flame. But Ling Sierra, who was just Ascension projection, lacked combat strength. Sierra, tell me. Where are you? What did they do to you? The look in Yi Yun's eyes had completely chilled. However, Ling Sierra did not answer Yi Yun's question. She said intermittently, Brother Yi Yun, I was too dumb, I was planning on trapping them, but never expected them to end up trapping me instead. Brother Yi Yun, ever since I became sentient, I have been in this massive array for hundreds of millions of years. Only when you came was I able to speak a few words with you. If I count carefully, I have only spoken a few dozen sentences in my entire existence. My life has been long, but it has also been very short. I might be dying. Brother Yi Yun, the name you gave me is something I like a lot. Ling Sierra's voice gradually weakened. Her final long statement felt like it was the last spurt of activity before death. Such words stabbed at Yi Yun's heart. He had been so immersed in his cogitation that he was unaware of what happened around him. He never expected that so much would occur during this period of time. Ling Sierra had definitely left the massive array in order to protect him. She had risked herself to trap the people from the 7-star Dao Palace but ended up being captured. She was a young girl that lacked experience, so how could she ever match the 7-star Dao Palace? Lu Rui, you sure are perverse. Yi Yun gritted his teeth as he exclaimed, Sierra. Sierra. However, even when Yi Yun sent his perception deep into the gray flame, Ling Sierra's voice no longer sounded. Crackle. The gray flame seemed to emanate a bout of sadness at that instant. Immediately, Yi Yun felt like his heart was being grabbed by a hand that squeezed it ruthlessly. Sierra. Yi Yun's fists clenched so hard that his fingernails lodged deep into his flesh. The scene of him conversing with Ling Sierra seemed to suffuse before his eyes. Do you have a name? Then I'll give you a name. Why don't you go by Ling Sierra in the future? Human warriors would casually kill for their own interests. They would scheme in mystic realms and murder others to seize their belongings. In order to achieve their goals, they would slaughter countless beings. As for Ling Sierra, he had barely interacted with her, but she had protected him in such a manner. The heretical godfire seed ended up possessing the kindest and purest personality in the world. Ling Sierra. Yi Yun looked up as his face suffused a terrifying killing intent. 7-star Dao Palace. I'll definitely charge your gates one day and wipe you all out. Yi Yun looked at the heretical godfire seed. He had only planned on cracking the array appropriately and leaving with Ling Sierra, but now. Sierra, can you hear me? I planned on bringing you along with me after cracking the array, but your spiritual body is trapped. I need your power to kill the ones trapping you. As Yi Yun spoke, his figure flashed as he flew towards the samsara wheel. With the worldly array there, no one could approach the samsara wheel other than Ling Xier. But now, Yi Yun's feet burned with roaring flames as the 10,000 demon wheel of existence in his hand flew into the array. Boom! 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 The 10,000 demon wheel of existence and the 6th division wheel of samsara collided, sending out powerful shock waves, as though the world was being ruptured. The entire underground world began to tremble. Yi Yun stood in this shock wave, entering the core of the impact. After entering the massive array, he stretched out to hold up a grey flame. This was the god fire that was born from the sinkhole. Years ago, the divine alchemist had merged his Empyrean cleansing flame with the heretical godfire seed until eventually, the Empyrean cleansing flame was devoured by the heretical godfire seed, turning the heretical godfire seed into the strongest flame in the world. Such a powerful flame was not something even a supremacy could do anything about. Even a divine lord would have to be extremely careful and would show no confidence in refining it, much less one at Yi Yun's mere Tao manifestation realm. But now, Yi Yun held it in his palm. It was surprising that a flame that could emblaze the universe did not cause any harm to Yi Yun's hands. More surprisingly, the heretical godfire seed turned quiet in Yi Yun's palms. It was like a pixie jumping in the night, sending a sense of warmth into Yi Yun's body. The divine alchemist used this worldly array to refine the elixir of resurrection. Today, I'll use my body as a cauldron to be the vessel of the heretical godfire seed. So, as though it had intelligence, the heretical godfire seed entered Yi Yun's body. At the same time, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence and the samsara wheel fused completely. The blood-red samsara wheel spun at Yi Yun's feet as his aura constantly increased. In the deep depths of his eyes that resembled the night, 2 flames ignited. The flames were not red in color but gray. They constantly jumped, giving Yi Yun the appearance of a demon god that walked out of hell. Power, I need power. Yi Yun was acutely aware that he could not defeat the deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Tao Palace. He needed his strength to grow to the limit. The heretical godfire seed flew into Yi Yun's dantian, fusing with the azure wood divine tree. At that moment, the tree seemed to give birth to a sun in his body. All its branches turned fiery red. It began to grow swiftly, its trunk rapidly thickening. New branches grew as new leaves sprouted along the branches and constantly extended forward. These leaves were in various shapes and sizes. No 2 leaves were the same. They were like tiny cauldrons, flying swords, or 8 trigrams. Each leaf vein was engraved with the truth behind the great Tao. In that moment, Yi Yun deeply felt that the heretical god fire seed had completely fused with him. It had infused all its power into his dantian. This was the worldly power from the sun burial sand sea that had been gathered for hundreds of millions of years. With so much concentrated power, Yi Yun directly broke through to the late stages of the Tao manifestation realm. However, this was far from the limit of this immense power. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1117, 9 Treasured Tao Palace. Chapter 1117, 9 Treasured Tao Palace. Translator, Talon Editor. Although Yi Yun did not know what cultivation level the divine alchemist had attained, he was certain that he exceeded the level of divine lord. How could such immense power not blast a junior to pieces? Fortunately for Yi Yun, he had the azurewood divine tree that could accommodate everything. Also, the heretical god fire seed was completely willing to work with him in the fusion. This made Yi Yun achieve a miracle. His cultivation level was rising at an unimaginable speed. Tao manifestation realm of perfection. Flames blazed, rising towards the sky as ancient fey phantoms seemed to form above the leaves' surfaces. They were roaring or galloping. Yi Yun felt like his body was about to explode. Despite having all sorts of advantages and nomological insights that allowed him to make this breakthrough, being able to raise his cultivation level by several subrealms was still an astounding feat. He was already at the Tao manifestation realm of perfection and there was nowhere for the energy to go. If he continued accumulating it, the consequences would be unthinkable. If this were any other time, Yi Yun would have chosen to stop and release the excess energy from his body, allowing it to naturally dissipate. However, in this moment, Yi Yun had no intention to stop. The opponents he faced were the deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Tao Palace. He only found his strength insufficient and needed to make one breakthrough after another. All that lied above the Tao manifestation realm of perfection was establishing the Tao Palace. The energy he had gathered was already sufficient to establish the Tao Palace. However, it was very dangerous to establish it without the accumulation of time required in the Tao manifestation realm of perfection. I'll risk it. Yi Yun gritted his teeth, and the 4 9-leaf Tao fruits in his dantian began to narrow the gap between them as they gradually fused together. The first step of establishing a Tao Palace was to fuse the Tao fruits. If Yi Yun was not careful in doing so, especially in his present situation, his dantian might end up exploding. Sierra, help me. Yi Yun muttered inwardly as the heretical god fire seed in the azure wood divine tree suddenly blazed in an extremely quiet manner, as though it did not produce an inkling of heat. The body of Ling Sierra, who had been trapped by the soul-locking whip, was translucent. Her flame of vitality was like a candle in the wind, easily extinguishable at any moment. Yet suddenly, her lashes trembled lightly. Her eyes gradually opened, revealing that they lacked any luster as she looked at Lu Rui and company quietly. Oh? This girl still remains conscious? Lu Rui said with a frown. Haha, it's probably a momentary recovery before her death. It's already extremely impressive for a mere sentient projection to last so many days. If it were a human warrior, just a few days under the soul-locking whip would have resulted in excruciating pain from the soul being ripped apart. All they could do is plead for death. Demon Fiend said with a chuckle, his voice sending shudders down the backs of others. Deputy Palatial Lord Demon Fiend is right. The pain of the soul-locking whip is not something ordinary people can withstand. But the more it is so, the more it indicates how much of a treasure the Yang spirit is. Congratulations to all of you for obtaining such an impressive treasure. The 7-star Dao Palace will grow in power and become a mighty faction in the Yang God Emperor in heaven, said Master Tianxiao by the side in a fawning fashion. He had already been roasted till he resembled a dried-up peach core. However, he did not dare mutter any of his grievances. Thankfully, the girl was about to be vanquished, so he had finally endured it to the end. But at that moment, Master Tianxiao suddenly felt something. He looked at his compass and realized that there was something strange happening to it. Suddenly. Boom! 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 The underground world began to rumble like there was an earthquake. They even sensed that the inferno array Ling Sierra had used to trap them had turned unstable. Oh? It seems like problems have surfaced in the array? Master Tianxiao was more than a little flustered as he quickly attempted to divine with his compass. However, the hexagrams were in chaos. He had no way of knowing what had happened. What are you panicking for? This girl is the core of this world after all. Refining her will naturally induce instability in the array. It seems clear that this girl cannot last any longer. The elder, Demon Blood, licked his lips. He seemed rather disheartened that he could not torture Ling Sierra any further. The quaking of the array continued, but the trio did not pay it any mind. It continued for 2 hours before finally coming to a halt. Is she dead? Just as Demon Blood was about to check Ling Sierra's vitals, there was a sudden boom. The ground beneath them ruptured as molten metal spewed out from the ground. What's going on? Demon Blood struck out with a large palm, holding back the erupting molten metal. As for Lu Rui, she appeared beside Master Tianxiao to protect him. Although she did not really care if Master Tianxiao died, he still had some use in locating the heretical Godfire Seed's true body. Why does the array appear like it's collapsing? Lu Rui asked anxiously. Lu Rui was right. At that moment, Yi Yun had fused with the heretical Godfire Seed in the core of the massive array. He was in the final stages, and had used the Tao of primordial chaos to open up the life and death locks to the massive array. With pure Yang breaking pure Yang, it resulted in the massive array that had been running for hundreds of millions of years in a dilapidated state to finally be pushed to the brink of collapse. Tao Palace, condense! Yi Yun bellowed as all his veins protruded. His vessels were about to crack as the 4 9-leaf Tao fruits in his body reached the final stages of condensation. The faint embryonic form of a Tao Palace began to fill Yi Yun's entire dantian. Yi Yun's eyes burned with grey flames as he felt his dantian about to explode. But with the azure wood divine tree's ability to hold in all forms of power, Yi Yun was able to forcefully absorb all the energy in his body. Not a single bit was wasted. In order to prevent his energy from leaking, Yi Yun sealed all the pores on his body, even if they were bleeding. At that moment, he truly looked like a demonic god. Yi Yun had only been cultivating for less than 60 years. In all his breakthroughs, he had never once made such a huge leap in cultivation level. The amount of blood on his body increased to the point that it formed a blood shell. The embryonic form of the Tao Palace within his body was constantly flickering and, when the energy condensed to an extreme, he heard a loud rumble as though something had shattered. The Tao Palace that had filled the entirety of Yi Yun's dantian suddenly contracted. In just a few seconds, the Tao Palace shrunk by 10 times. Its originally phantom state suddenly turned translucent and solid, like it was made of crystal or glass. Tao Palace established. The Tao Palace was in the shape of a pagoda, but each level had 9 edges. It was the supreme 9-treasured Tao Palace. Just like how mortals constructed pagodas, the number of edges represented the pagoda's treasured state. For example, there was the wishful 8 treasured pagoda or the petite 6 treasured pagoda. A warrior's Dao palace was similar, with the highest form being the supreme 9 treasured Dao palace. And from the rooftop of the Dao palace hung 4 glass beads. These were left behind by the 4 Dao fruits. Upon seeing the tiny Dao palace floating in his dantian, the bloodied Yi Yun let out a long roar. At once, all the blood encrusted on him shattered. He had finally broken through to the Dao palace realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18, 100 feet separating life and death. Chapter 11:18, 100 feet separating life and death. Translator, Talon editor. Ling Xier. All of a sudden, Yi Yun opened eyes that crackled with gray flames. The dim underground space seemed to light up in flames. Boom! The array barrier above Yi Yun promptly exploded, sending tumultuous yuan qi rolling out like typhoons. However, none of Yi Yun's clothes even moved. His imposing stance was gathered as a whole, his eyes were filled with killing intent that coagulated like blood. 7-star Dao Palace. Lu Rui. Boom! The pure yang broken sword appeared in Yi Yun's hand as he vanished from his spot. After breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, Yi Yun's speed had reached a horrifying level. A golden crow shrieked as a pair of gigantic wings appeared behind Yi Yun. As the wings flapped, Yi Yun's body seemed to be enveloped by a ball of flame. He hurtled like a meteor towards Ling Xier's location. Although the mystical land was a chaotic space, Yi Yun could easily sense Ling Xier's location after fusing with the heretical Godfire Seed. Unfortunately, the connection between Ling Xier and the heretical Godfire Seed was almost severed. Amid loud rumbling noises, the entire stone temple was quickly collapsing. The massive array was quickly reaching the point of complete destruction and, if this carried on, the underground world might end up forever buried under the desert. Lu Rui had an ominous, foreboding feeling. How could a worldly array be destroyed so easily? Any undue delay might invite trouble. Senior brothers, let's join forces and dissipate this girl. As for Yi Yun, the massive array is collapsing. He probably won't be able to survive in this underground. And even if he were fortunate enough to escape, he would just end up in our hands. Lu Rui said as she looked at Ling Xier. Hee, alright. The two childlike deputy palatial lords exchanged looks and, one after the other, injected blasts of yuan qi. With Ling Xier already in such an evanescent state, she was surely finished if 2 blasts of yuan qi were injected into the soul-locking whip. The duo struck out almost simultaneously, and their yuan qi quickly linked up. Boom! When the yuan qi was injected into the soul-locking whip, Ling Xier's body quivered slightly. Her last vestiges of willpower were dissipating as her body turned blurry. At that moment, she was like a phantom in a dream. At any moment, she could transform into countless dots of light and vanish into the wind. At the same time, the flying Yi Yun felt his heart sink. The heretical Godfire Seed residing in his dantian emanated a baffling sense of melancholy. It nearly made Yi Yun's heart stop beating. Ha! Yi Yun let out a roar as infernos swept his surroundings like a storm. All the spatial barriers around him were broken by the immense blast. Having broken through the distorted space, Yi Yun rushed straight for Ling Xier. Break! Ka-cha! Yi Yun slashed apart the final spatial barrier and, in an instant, finally arrived in the stone temple. The first thing he saw was Ling Xier's fading phantom image. She was about 100 feet away, and mere moments away from collapsing into light dots. He then saw the cause, the soul-locking whip that held onto her tightly like a devil's tentacle. A sinister black gas drifted through the soul-locking whip and towards Ling Xier. It was the yuan qi produced by Demon Fiend and Demon Blood. It gathered and took the form of a ferocious ghost about to completely swallow Ling Xier. A distance of 100 feet, but also an instant, separated life from death. Get lost. The sword beam radiated like the dazzling sun as it tore through all obstacles. It traversed space and shot through the ferocious ghost's yuan qi embodiment. Pang! With a loud explosion, the yuan qi embodiment exploded completely. The sword beam did not lose its momentum, continuing its trajectory towards Lu Rui and company. Lu Rui's pupils constricted as she immediately retreated. At the same time, she waved her hand and struck at the sword beam. However, the moment her yuan qi made contact with the sword beam, her expression changed drastically. Her immense yuan qi was like paper in front of the sword beam. It couldn't withstand it at all. She was not the only one. Demon Fiend and Demon Blood were also surprised when they made contact with the sword beam. Only through combined force were the three of them able to withstand the sword beam. As for Master Tianxiao, he did not even touch the sword beam. Just seeing the sword beam coming at him made all his hair stand up. An intense feeling of death and danger enveloped him. Who was it? What terrifying opponent had appeared at this moment in time? There were many factions that had come to Sun Burial San Si. Lu Rui and company believed that a mighty figure from another faction had found the underground world and was attempting to steal the Yang spirit right out from under them. As the sword beam began to fade, a ball of fire as bright as the radiant sun landed in front of Ling Xier. So, the sword beam flashed again, and Lu Rui felt a stabbing pain in her soul. Her soul-locking whip emitted the sound of fracturing metal, as though it was straining under a heavy burden. It was being cleaved apart by Yi Yun's strike. Although the soul-locking whip was not a supreme treasure, it was still of excellent quality. But against this person's sword beam, it was as soft as tofu. Cha! 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 The sword beam flashed one last time, causing the already broken soul-locking whip to be diced into countless segments. Ling Xier's body began falling like a feather. This was her spiritual body. After being tortured for such a long time by the soul-locking whip, an evil item made to torment souls, she was already fading away. Yi Yun took a step and crossed space. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ling Xier. Opening his arms, he embraced Ling Xier. The instant he touched Ling Xier, Yi Yun's heart sank. He could not feel any weight from her body. Ling Xier's once clear and bright eyes had already lost their luster. She looked at Yi Yun in a daze, but there was a hint of satisfaction. She could sense that her true essence was already in Yi Yun's body. Together as one with Yi Yun, he could finally bring her true body out of this land in the future. She moved the corners of her mouth slightly, in a bid to reveal a smile. However, she had lost all her strength. Slowly, her eyes closed. Her flame of vitality was nearly extinguished. As Yi Yun hugged the body that was as light as a feather, he immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain. Because he had fused with the heretical god Fireseed's core, this was a pain that came from their blood connection. Xier, I will make you wake up. Definitely. Yi Yun said softly. He stretched his hand out towards Ling Xier's glabella. Gently, he eased her knitted brows. At the same time, the pure yuan qi that the Azure Wood Divine Tree had previously absorbed was injected back into Ling Xier's body through Yi Yun's fingertip. After breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, he could expend whatever energy from the array that he had not completely absorbed into Ling Xier's body. She had been trapped in the array for years, making her extremely weak to begin with. Then she endured torment that damaged her to the core. And damage to the soul or consciousness was difficult to treat. Even with Yi Yun's Azure Wood Divine Tree support, which allowed him to constantly inject yuan qi essence into her, Ling Xier's already translucent body seemed incapable of absorbing yuan qi. Most of it just ended up evaporating into nothingness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1119, Master Tianxiao's Doomsday. Chapter 1119, Master Tianxiao's Doomsday. Translator, Citalin Editor. As Yi Yun desperately tried to inject yuan qi into Ling Xier, Lu Rui and company were still reeling from astonishment. Master Tianxiao specifically felt like slamming his head into the wall. After enduring for so many days and finally reaching the end, an expert had suddenly appeared and blatantly snatched the Yang spirit from their hands. This senior. Master Tianxiao was just about to probe when he sensed something that left him dumbstruck. You? Master Tianxiao sensed a familiar aura. And when he raised his head, that sense of familiarity was confirmed. Yi Yun. It's you. By that point, Yi Yun had returned to his original appearance. After hearing Master Tianxiao's voice, he looked up and stared coldly at him. I was wondering who it was. So it's the little bastard. Upon recognizing Yi Yun, Master Tianxiao heaved a sigh of relief instead. Although he feared Yi Yun in the past, it was due to having to face him alone. Now, he had 3 deputy palatial lords from the 7-star Dao Palace on his side, so what could a junior like Yi Yun do? Yi Yun was definitely the weakest person to have ever come this far. And he did so only by relying on the Heaven Secrets Compass and Jade Burial Suit. If Master Tianxiao had encountered a mighty figure that made it there on his own merit, he would truly feel like committing suicide to end his long turmoil. So that's what you look like. He. Just a boy. To dare snatch something from my 7-star Dao Palace, you truly have guts. Demon Fiend and Demon Blood said coldly at the same time. To come straight to them like this, Yi Yun was clearly seeking death. But Master Tianxiao felt his skin turn numb from Yi Yun's cold glare. Despite being amid a sea of fire, he felt cold sweat drip from his body. This was an effect of Yi Yun's killing intent that had manifested itself. It hadn't been long since he last met Yi Yun, but now Yi Yun felt like a completely different person. Gray flames crackled in his cold and austere eyes as if they were watching from the deepest abyss. Master Tianxiao seemed to see seas of blood from hell in Yi Yun's eyes. This feeling suddenly made him think of something unexpected. Why is his cultivation level? Master Tianxiao was shocked to discover that Yi Yun had broken through to the Dao Palace realm in a very short period of time. How could he accomplish such a great leap in cultivation level so quickly? But even if Yi Yun had broken through to the Dao Palace realm, he was still no match for the three deputies. It was wishful thinking for Yi Yun to snatch the heretical Godfire seed all by himself. Lu Rui and the twins had realized the same thing, too. Killing intent flickered in their eyes, for the more Yi Yun demonstrated his monstrous talent, the more they wanted to dispose of him immediately in order to neuter any future threat. Suddenly, Yi Yun took out the God Advent Tower from his interspatial ring. The Divine Secrets Trading Company elder, as well as Xiner and Yu Shao appeared in the stone temple. Take good care of her for me. Yi Yun handed the evanescent Ling Xier to the two maidservants. Xiner and Yu Shao hurriedly caught Ling Xier, but when they saw the people from the 7-star Dao Palace, their faces turned pale. They did not know who they were, but Old Man Ji could immediately tell from the embroidering on their robes. 7-star Dao Palace. Old Man Ji reeled in shock, and soon, he also saw Master Tianxiao. It's you! You traitor! You have become a lackey of the 7-star Dao Palace. Humph! You darn old man, you are clearly the real traitor to the Heaven Secrets chapters. With the 3 deputy palatial lords here today, your death is inevitable. You will only accompany this little bastard in death by relying on him. Master Tianxiao said with contempt. He refused to believe that Yi Yun could survive in the present situation. Old Man Ji's face sank. He did not speak any more words of anger, for he could sense the immense auras of the 3 from the 7-star Dao Palace. They were extraordinarily powerful. Yet in such a situation, Yi Yun had handed a young girl to them. Could it be that he wanted to fight the 7-star Dao Palace? At that moment, Yi Yun faced the people from the 7-star Dao Palace. His sword stance was continuously consolidated with the broken sword in hand. He had no choice but to do so. Ling Xier was too weak, so weak that he did not even dare to place her in the God Advent Tower. The transportation involved spatial distortions and trembles. It might very likely cause Ling Xier's consciousness to dissipate even more. Ha ha ha. Demon Fiend could not help but laugh loudly. Why? Do you really think you can fight 3 deputy palatial lords alone? You have only just broken through to the Dao Palace realm. In our eyes, you are less than nothing. Demon Blood coldly added, Senior brother, what's the point of all this idle chatter with him? When we subdue him, we will use this little bastard for the refinement of pills, making him experience an insufferable existence to the point of him pleading for death. Oh? Before he finished his sentence, Demon Blood felt an intense killing intent lock onto him. In an instant, Yi Yun struck out. The tiles beneath Yi Yun's feet exploded as his sword beam shot out like a dazzling bolt of lightning. The sword beam was hot as fire and it instantly reduced the tiles to ashes in its wake. Even the surrounding space was distorted by it. A terrifying heat wave surged as Master Tianxiao felt an excruciating pain on his face. Immediately, he let out a shrill scream. Lu Rui raised her eyebrows and placed Master Tianxiao to her back as she produced a whip. When Demon Blood and Demon Fiend saw this, they were astonished and furious. Yi Yun was truly decisive in his actions. At the same time, an intense killing intent surged from them. They had to rip this darn Yi Yun's skin and bones off of his body. Demon Blood and Demon Fiend roared angrily as they threw their childlike bodies at the sword beam from both sides. Their hands grew long blood-red nails like ghastly claws. They emitted a thick sanguine aura as they clawed at the sword beam. Ah! Ah! Master Tianxiao nearly broke all his bones from the tumble. He trembled as he touched his face, and immediately, he let out a more heart-wrenching cry. My face, my face! His face had been melted off by the sword beam. If this continued, he would be of the same species as the humanoid creatures with mangled facial features. He was already without feet and a hand. Now, with flames burning away his face, it was unknown how many treasures would be needed to restore him. When the time came, the 7-star Dao Palace might not even be willing to pay that price. Yi Yun, you are courting death. Once I capture you, we will refine the Yang spirit and then wipe out the Divine Secrets Trading Company and the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. All of these people will die because of you. Master Tianxiao shouted. His only wish was that Yi Yun would end up in a state 10,000 times more miserable than his own. He was not afraid of Yi Yun. With the heretical Godfire seed's true core still missing, he was still of worth. The 3 deputy palatial lords would protect him, so his life wasn't in danger. Boom! Yun's sword beam clashed with Demon Blood and Demonphian's demonic claws. Instantly, the surrounding tiles and structures were reduced to nothing. With the sword beam being blocked, Yun did not waver his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward and struck out again. But this strike's target was Master Tianxiao. Silence! Yun's cold gaze seemed to penetrate the sword beam as it landed on Master Tianxiao. Master Tianxiao, who was still yelling, suddenly turned quiet as if he had choked. A look of terror appeared on his face as he shouted, "Deputy Palatial Lord Lu, save me! You dare divert attention to kill others in front of us?" Demon Blood and Demon Fiend immediately charged forward. At that moment, they obviously could not let Master Tianxiao die. Simultaneously, a whip approached Yun silently like a deadly snake. Against the combined forces of the 3 deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace, Yun appeared expressionless. His sword beam continued in its trajectory. Sword of Time. The sword beam tore through space and time, appearing in front of Master Tianxiao. Boom! When the whip struck the sword beam, Lu Rui had a drastic change of expression. Her wrist hurt as her whip was rebounded by the sword beam. When Demon Blood and Demon Fiend attacked Yun from the sides, their demonic claws swiped down ruthlessly in midair. A large black rift ripped through space and descended towards Yun's head. Yun ignored the attack above him, for his sword beam had already obliterated all obstacles to reach Master Tianxiao. The tiny bit of sword beam was like the entrance to hell. Master Tianxiao had an ashen expression. Having been reduced to basically a human stump, he had no means to resist. Ah! Master Tianxiao let out a tragic cry as his body exploded apart into countless pieces. These pieces were engulfed by pure Yan flames until, finally, they were reduced to ash that dissipated away. Master Tianxiao, who had instigated trouble in the Heaven Secrets chapter and nearly taken full control of it, had died without leaving even scum. Even at the moment of his death, Master Tianxiao found it unbelievable that the combined forces of 3 7-star Dao Palace deputy palatial lords had failed to protect him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1120, Worldly Array. Chapter 1120, Worldly Array. Translator, Talon Editor. Master Tianxiao's death left Old Man Ji reeling. Yun had managed to kill Master Tianxiao in such a dangerous situation. He had yearned to kill the traitor himself, but now Yun had done it for him. What sort of young man was he? Such talent was completely unheard of. It was difficult to even imagine it. None of you can stop me from killing who I want to kill. Your lives will soon be mine. Yun's voice sounded like it came from the deep abyss of the netherworld. Demon Blood, Demon Fiend, and Lu Rui all had ugly expressions, but, after hearing Yun's words, Lu Rui's mouth curled into a sneer. She glanced coldly at Yun and said, "Aren't you afraid that the strong winds from blowing your own trumpet will cut your tongue? Do you think that killing the inconsequential Tianxiao means you are assured victory? So what if he dies? The massive array of Sun Burial Sand Sea is on the brink of collapse anyway. It doesn't matter even if he isn't here to divine a path." Lu Rui's voice was suddenly filled with killing intent. Her aura grew more sinister as the whip beside her waved about like a giant python. Yun's strike had only infuriated her. After he broke through to the Dao Palace realm, his strength had indeed increased by leaps and bounds. However, it was a fool's errand to try and clash with the combined forces of the trio. In a life-and-death battle, the people from the 7-star Dao Palace would not fight Yun one-on-one. Next to Lu Rui, Demon Blood and Demonphian's auras were also rising. They were no longer like children, but resembled devils. Young Master Yi. Old Man Ji and the 2 maidservants watched the scene in front of them anxiously. With the 3 from 7-star Dao Palace cornering Yun, and each one of them extremely powerful, how could Yun withstand their combined attack? He was already outnumbered. However, Yun did not show a hint of panic. He stood composed, with the pure Yang broken sword in hand. Young people are rash, so of course he would not know that he's on death's doorstep. Demon Fiend fought with an inward sneer. The 7-star Dao Palace had a combined technique. With their strength, this technique could instantly wipe out Yun. What a joke. Did Yun really think he had any chance of fighting them alone? However, he was in no rush to kill Yun. He had indeed been taken aback by the strength Yun demonstrated. Before exerting all means to kill Yun, he first wanted to expose the punk's flaws. Die. Demon Fiend suddenly leaped forward. Demonic aura stirred around him as he struck out with both claws, spewing immense energy. This strike was not aimed at Yun, but at Old Man Ji and the others behind him. You killed one of mine in front of me. Now I'll kill one of yours in front of you. Demon Fiend knew that Yun cared for Ling Xier tremendously. If he didn't, he would not have come to rescue her despite the overwhelming odds. So by killing Ling Xier, he could make Yun lose his calm. Or Yun would try to rescue her again and put himself in a vulnerable position. However, just as Demon Fiend attacked, he saw the corners of Yun's mouth curve upwards. The smile of contempt left Demon Fiend bewildered. He suddenly felt that something was extremely amiss. However, before he could give the warning, Yun's broken sword had thrust toward the ground. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning hitting the ground that was already in shambles was instantly enveloped by a powerful Yuan Qi blast. Tiles flew out as the land quaked. Simultaneously, Lu Rui's group sensed that the space around them was changing. Amid nomological fluctuations, powerful spatial barriers began to entrap them. What's going on? Demonfian's attack struck a spatial barrier, but the spatial barrier showed no signs of damage other than a violent tremor. Yun said, "Don't waste your strength. It's the worldly array of this place." World array? Hasn't it already collapsed? Demon Blood looked at Ling Xier, who still weakly lay in the arms of the maidservants Xayaner and Yushao. However, he and his partners came to realize that there was layer after layer of spatial barriers isolating them from the group. The heretical Godfire Seed's spiritual body had been tormented to the point of obliteration. How could the massive, decrepit array be activated? It should collapse completely after this. Yun said nonchalantly. He had put a great deal of time into studying the Divine Alchemist's notes, and had fused the destruction and chaos laws into the massive array's core. Finally, he had absorbed the heretical Godfire's core, giving him control of the worldly array. Therefore, he knew it extremely well. Even as the worldly array faced destruction, he was able to use it to do certain things. It was because he could use the spatial barriers to protect Ling Xier that he did not send her inside the God Advent Tower. If not, he would have risked sending her inside regardless of how violent the spatial fluctuations from the transmission were. Now, the massive array's powers were nearly depleted. The worldly power that had accumulated had surged into his body and, by expending that energy, he was able to activate the spatial barrier once. However, once was completely sufficient. Boom! Yun's broken sword spewed out a flame-like luster. In his mysterious and strange eyes, the gray flames gently danced. All of you can die now. With that said, Yun appeared in front of Demon Blood. Let's begin with you. You? Demon Blood's expression changed. Inside the spatial prison, he was isolated from Lu Rui and Demon Fiend. They had planned on finishing Yun together, but now, Yun had used the worldly array to force him into a one-on-one battle. But soon, Demon Blood's expression turned ferocious. What a joke. Do you think you can defeat me in a duel? Yes. The sword struck out suddenly and instantly traversed the distance between Demon Blood and Yun. Before even a moment passed, it had appeared in front of Demon Blood. Yun's sword Dao was about being indomitable. At that moment, he wanted nothing but murder. Ling Xier's translucent body was evidence of the pain she had suffered. And it was all because of the people from the 7-star Dao Palace. Die! Yun roared. The one who will die is you. Demon Blood bellowed as he struck out with 2 demonic claws. Fiendish blood gas that was as thick as water lingered around his claws. It stained the surrounding space red and, in the mist, there was the faint wailing of numerous people. Demon Blood practiced demonic techniques, of which killing was the mark of mastery. His hands had been stained by the blood of tens of thousands of warriors. As for Yun, he would become the freshest and most delicious part of that mixture. But at that moment, the 10,000 demon wheel of existence appeared under Yun's feet. The Destruction Dao Domain, a Pure Yang Dao Domain, and a Spacetime Dao Domain appeared simultaneously. Yun's sword hummed like a dragon's roar as it slashed down like it would render the very sky asunder. Instantly, the world seemed to turn another color as if everything was covered in a layer of dust. Boom! After the strike, everything seemed to turn silent. Demon Blood stood silently. He looked forward and suddenly, he spewed out a mouthful of blood. His demonic claws had been severed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1121, Unrelenting Killing Intent. Chapter 1121, Unrelenting Killing Intent. Translator, Talon Editor. My hands. Demon Blood's eyes turned red. His demonic claws were equivalent to an enchanted treasure, yet they had been easily severed by Yun. Yun's strike just then seemed to possess the might of the world. Demon Blood's fiendish aura couldn't put up any resistance at all. Didn't Yi Yun just step into the Dao Palace realm? How did things turn out this way?
At that moment, Yi Yun walked slowly toward Demon Blood with sword in hand.
Yi Yun. Demon Blood looked hatefully at Yi Yun.
His face was distorted as he bellowed loudly. Every drop of his lifeblood surged as blood continuously seeped out of his pores. Thick, fiendish aura began gathering around his body as though it would form a layer of coagulated blood armor. The pain of having his hands severed made Demon Blood yearn to immediately drink Yi Yun's blood. But at that moment, Demon Blood had been pushed to a corner. He gritted his teeth and burned his blood essence. He wanted to defeat Yi Yun in the shortest possible amount of time, making him pay a terrible price for his actions. Old Man Ji stood outside the spatial barriers, but could sense the terrifyingly fiendish aura. Even standing far away from Demon Blood, he felt like his lifeblood was being gradually sucked dry, so he couldn't imagine what an attack would do. He hurriedly conjured his Yuan Qi barrier to protect Ling Xier.
Die! Demon Blood pounced at Yi Yun.
He had countless kills and, although Yi Yun was strong, he had been practicing martial arts his entire life. He had encountered many near-death experiences, and survived them all. He refused to believe that this would be his end. The tumultuous, fiendish aura condensed on Demon Blood's body and made him as quick as lightning, with a meteor-like momentum. The sharp sound of the explosion pierced right into the ears of others. It made the entire space tremble. And at that moment in time, the sword-wielding Yi Yun's aura was also constantly rising as he approached Demon Blood. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence constantly spun beneath his feet, and each supreme great Tao nomological aura made Yi Yun's every step seem to conform to the operation of the world and the magnificence of the celestial objects. It had a profound feel to it.
Yi Yun's entire being seemed to merge into the surrounding space.
His eyes were cold and the Yuan Qi he exuded seemed to ignite the very space where he and Demon Blood stood with a burning inferno. When his aura reached a maximum point, Demon Blood had already charged in front of him. It was then that Yi Yun struck out. The sword thrust forward with no resplendent brilliance. Instead, all the flames rolled back at once and gathered on Yi Yun's sword tip, transforming into a tiny flame wisp. This flame was not red in color, but gray. Within the flame's core was the spinning 10,000 demon wheel of existence, along with the condensed destruction and chaos laws.
This strike instantly traversed space and time, hurtling straight for Demon Blood. Yi Yun, don't you push me.
I'll make sure we perish together.
Demon Blood roared as a terrifying aura burst out of his body. The sanguine aura condensed into a massive human face in midair.
It opened its mouth in a bid to swallow Yi Yun and, at the same time, Demon Blood's armor strengthened. The demonic blood armor was refined from the lifeblood of all the warriors Demon Blood had killed in the past. It was highly resilient.
Pwah!
With a deadpan expression, Yi Yun stabbed the sanguine face with his pure yang broken sword that burned with gray flames.
Boom! 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 The face buckled under the immense heat, and countless piercing cries could be heard as it evaporated. No matter how heretical the sanguine face was, how could it withstand the heretical god Fireseed, as well as the laws of destruction? After destroying the sanguine face with a single strike, Yi Yun's blade continued its indomitable trajectory towards Demon Blood. Demon Blood's expression changed drastically, but he had no means of dodging the strike. Pwah! His protective demonic aura was torn apart as the pure yang broken sword stabbed straight into his body. Large quantities of blood splattered out of his body as he crumbled to the ground heavily. He stared with widened eyes, looking incredulously at his chest. My demonic blood armor.
His armor had completely failed to withstand Yi Yun's sword. Yi Yun moved in front of Demon Blood, expressionless, and slashed his sword.
Boom!
A blob of blood sprayed.
A hint of paleness flashed across Yi Yun's face. It wasn't easy for him to produce the mighty strike from before. However, he had finally managed to slay Demon Blood. There was an immediate silence in the stone temple. Young Master Yi actually managed to kill an important figure of the 7-star Dao Palace. Old Man Ji was taken aback. He looked at the sword-wielding figure, whose sword tip dripped with fresh blood. The 10,000 demon wheel of existence by Yi Yun's feet was still spinning, and even just standing there, he exuded a killing intent that smothered Old Man Ji and the two maidservants despite them being hundreds of feet away. As for Lu Rui and Demon Fiend, they found it unbelievable. Demon Blood had been killed just like that. At that moment, Yi Yun coldly turned his head toward Demon Fiend. You're next. The sound of his voice was like a haunting charm, with the weight of threats from ghosts and gods. Yi Yun was a warrior that had just stepped into the Dao Palace realm. He had cultivated for less than 60 years, so Demon Fiend should have had no need to fear such a junior. However, at that moment in time, he could not help but shudder. His cultivation level was similar to Demon Blood's.
The cultivation techniques and martial arts they learned were identical. Seeing Demon Blood die was like seeing his own impending doom. If not for the darn array, would he be in such a dire state? He could have combined forces with Demon Blood and annihilated Iyun. Junior Sister Lu, quickly break the spatial restraints and join forces with me to kill Iyun. Demon Fiend immediately shouted. Lu Rui did not need Demon Fiend's urging. She had already been waving her whip and assaulting the spatial barrier. Demon Blood's death left her shuddering in fear of Iyun's strength. She could not sit idly as Demon Fiend died. However, no matter how many times Lu Rui lashed out with her whip, she was unable to crack the barrier. Lu Rui could see that while the massive array was on the brink of collapse, it still had enough energy to trap her for a period of time. Crack! Damn it! Lu Rui felt extremely nervous, and her head was covered in sweat. There was no need to fear Iyun if the three of them combined forces, but if they had to fight individually, the outcome would only be dire. Iyun's decisive methods were ruthless. If it were in the past, Lu Rui would have never be afraid of a junior that had just entered the Dao Palace realm. However, Iyun was like a god of death. Just seeing the way he slayed Demon Blood made others experience the immense killing intent from hell. It left her shuddering. At this moment, Iyun had already walked into the space that imprisoned Demon Fiend. He did not stop for a moment, immediately striking out. Demon Fiend did not hesitate and immediately burned his blood essence. He was using all his strength from the start. But at that moment, Iyun's sword beam underwent a transformation. The sword's thrust seemed to distort time. And at the same time, a yin frost exuded from the grey flame. The two great Dao, spacetime and yin yang, simultaneously appeared in Iyun's strike. The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God Abyss. Die. The sword beam instantly appeared in front of Demon Fiend, and wherever it passed seemingly transformed into a hellscape. Before the strike was even finished, Iyun slashed once more. His ice-cold killing intent instantly enveloped Demon Fiend. Sha! 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 Countless sword beams crashed down, leaving behind deep ravines in the ground. The cave they were in nearly tore apart. And among these ravines stood Demon Fiend, his expression pale. He had suffered numerous wounds. He looked at Iyun in disbelief. Iyun's sword stance and keenness had only gotten sharper, despite having experienced an intense battle with Demon Blood. Junior Sister, Lu. Demon Fiend placed his last bit of hopes of survival on Lu Rui, who was still desperately trying to crack the barrier. Don't waste your energy. Iyun's expression was cold. Both of you will definitely die. As he spoke, Iyun slid the pure yang broken sword's blade across his wrists, leaving behind a trace of fresh blood on its tip. He could not allow himself to waste time after fighting two deputy palatial lords that had burned their blood essence. He had expended much of his yuan qi. Once the crumbling worldly array truly disintegrated, Lu Rui and Demon Fiend's reunion will only mean danger for him. He used his own blood essence to consecrate the sword, causing the pure yang broken sword to hum. Shao! The destruction Dao domain expanded violently as sword beams devoured the area around him. Iyun did not hold back in his upcoming strike. Demon Fiend let out a bellow as he struck out before his death. However, the claw phantoms that he produced were all ground up by Iyun's strike. As the sword beams flew around, they tore Demon Fiend's protective yuan qi apart. Even the spatial barriers of the worldly array trembled violently. Die! Iyun stabbed through Demon Fiend's heart, leaving a bloodied Demon Fiend plummeting to the ground like a leaking blood bag. His eyes helplessly and indignantly stared into the void, but he was already dead. Iyun landed on the ground as an unusual redness flashed across his face. Pa da! Pa da! Fresh blood streamed down the pure yang broken sword and dripped to the ground. Slowly, the drops splashed and the scarlet blood left a stabbing pain in the eyes of others. Finally, your turn. Iyun calmed the chaotic yuan qi in his body and suddenly turned his head, pointing the pure yang broken sword at Lu Rui. Iyun was covered in blood at that moment. His killing intent was off the charts as though he was a demonic god from hell. Lu Rui looked at the mutilated corpses of Demon Fiend and Demon Blood before looking at Iyun once again. The color in her face had drained completely. In all her life, she had never experienced such terror. They, the deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace, had been trapped in spatial prisons and killed one by one. That horrible fact, that all she could do was stand there wait for death, was unbearable. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1122, Massive Array Collapses. Chapter 1122, Massive Array Collapses. Translator, C. Tullen Editor.
Yi-Yun walked slowly towards Lu Rui. Each footstep sounded like the last beats of Lu Rui's heart. Shao! A golden crow's cry reverberated from within Yi-Yun's body as the broken sword in his hand let out a bloodthirsty hum. The real and certain killing intent suffocated Lu Rui. Wait! Lu Rui suddenly shouted, Yi-Yun, do we need to engage in a life-and-death battle? As a deputy palatial lord of the 7-star Dao Palace, I have many last-ditch techniques. The only reason I hesitate to use them is that they result in me losing a great deal of my blood essence and hurt my core. I do not want to use them, but if you force me to, I will definitely do it. Yi-Yun's expression did not change at all, nor did he slow down. He continued his slow approach. Lu Rui could not hide her terror as she nervously said, Yi-Yun, we can negotiate. My 7-star Dao Palace has a deep heritage, and if you spare me this once, all past transgressions will be settled. I can also give you excellent pills, elixirs, and beautiful sex slaves. All at your choosing. However, if you were to kill me, the 7-star Dao Palace would definitely seek revenge. They would not only kill you, they would wipe out the Clarity Pool Sword sect as well. Lu Rui raised the issue of the Clarity Pool Sword sect, however, Yi-Yun was not moved. The heart of the sword within him condensed as his stance got more intense. Lu Rui was completely flustered when she suddenly looked at Ling Xier and said, Yi-Yun, don't you want to save her? She could dissipate any time now. However, I have a soul-nurturing mystic technique that can preserve her sentience. It would allow her to survive for hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Rui would have been better off not mentioning Ling Xier. The moment she said that, Yi-Yun's killing intent surged like an erupting volcano. A sword beam shot out straight at Lu Rui. Die! Yi-Yun bellowed. Despite begging for mercy, offering temptations, and even using Ling Xier as a bargaining chip, she was doomed. Lu Rui was someone Yi-Yun had to kill. I'll fight it out with you. Lu Rui screamed sharply. In her despair, she burned her blood essence and lashed out with her whip. Amid the terrifying power, there were countless of black deep rifts that opened up in space. Destructo Creation Sword. Yi-Yun held nothing back. He did not have much Yuan Qi left, so he similarly used the power of his lifeblood. The sword beam effused a sanguine aura as nomological powers gathered at the sword tip. His present heart of the sword was solely focused on killing. Boom! The entire stone temple was instantly reduced to countless tile fragments. Old Man Ji made a constant retreat. Despite the spatial barriers isolating him, he could sense an immense pressure. He hurriedly produced his Yuan Qi barrier to protect Ling Xier. Yi-Yun and Lu Rui's battle left tremors throughout the land as dazzling energy beams seemed to pierce through all obstacles. After about 30 seconds, the whip phantoms and the sword beams began to dissipate. The energy blasts calmed completely as Old Man Ji stared straight into the spatial prison. All he could see was Yi-Yun standing there, with a massive sword scar in front of him. The ground beneath him had been torn apart, stretching out for thousands of feet. Within the sword scar burned flames that scorched the land. Just the sight of this terrifying sword scar left one shuddering in fear. He looked into the sword scar, and in there stood a person completely covered in blood. What was a pretty palatial gown and exquisite hairdo had been reduced to the look of a mad woman. She turned wrinkly and pathetic after burning her blood essence. She now fully looked the part of an old woman. Yi-Yun's strike contained time and withering laws that had drained Lu Rui of her vitality. Lu Rui looked at Yi-Yun with a tragic smile. Yi-Yun, the 7-star Dao Palace, will definitely kill you before wiping out the Clarity Pool Sword sect. Yi-Yun sneered and replied, there's no need for the trouble. In the future, I'll visit the 7-star Dao Palace personally and wipe out everyone there. Lu Rui's eyes glared at him as black blood flowed down the corner of her parched lips. She took her last breath, and was then buried deep underground. Yi-Yun lowered his sword as his chest heaved up and down. An unusual redness flashed across his face. Burning blood essence and consecutively killing 3 strong opponents. This was an extremely difficult task for Yi-Yun, who had just stepped into the Dao Palace realm and had yet to stabilize his cultivation realm. Yi-Yun caught his breath and walked to Old Man Ji and company. He looked at the sleeping Ling Xier, who was in Xian'er and Yu Zhao's arms, under the protection of a Yuan Qi barrier. The battle was isolated in a different space and the aftershocks were repelled by Old Man Ji. Ling Xier's eyes were tightly shut as if she was having a good sleep. However, her body remained translucent like a veil cloth and seemed ethereal. I have killed all those who harmed you, said Yi-Yun softly. Boom! 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 The entire underground world began to quake as solid boulders plummeted from the top. The spatial barriers were also beginning to collapse. Yi-Yun looked up and around at his crumbling surroundings and said, this massive array is about to collapse. The worldly array was completely drained of its energy.
And the quake left behind by the destruction of the massive array would bury the underground world. As such, the divine alchemist's cave would also be buried. Roar! Amid the rumbling sounds were the roars of the humanoid monsters.
Enter the tower. It's too dangerous here. Yi Yun took out the God Advent Tower. But what about this girl? Xiner asked.
Ling Xier was too weak to withstand the spatial teleportation, as well as the spatial fluctuations, in the God Advent Tower's space.
I'll bring her along with me. Yi Yun took Ling Xier into his arms. Another boulder plummeted as Old Man Ji and company quickly entered the God Advent Tower.
As for Yi Yun, he stored the God Advent Tower before hoisting Ling Xier and flying back to the Divine Alchemist's cauldron. Upon returning to the lake's side, Yi Yun took all of the scrolls left behind by the Divine Alchemist.
Ka-cha! The samsara wheel in the lake shattered as the lake began to stir.
With his sword in one hand, he slashed down into the lake and moved, together with Ling Xier, alongside the sword beam to the bottom of the lake.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The sword beam constantly moved downward as it split apart the strong boulders at the bottom of the lake, eventually leading to the deepest depths of the lake. Dark red lava stirred in this region as terrifying heat waves constantly burned at their surroundings. Other than obsidian, there was nothing there.
Yi Yun landed by a tiny lava outlet.
It was almost completely dark gold in color, and Yi Yun could feel its extremely violent pure yang laws.
It constantly bombarded Yi Yun's protective yuan qi.
Sensing a fluctuation trickle from the heretical god fire seed, Yi Yun quickly and carefully placed Ling Xier onto a boulder beside the lava source. The boulder had been baked into a translucent red.
It illuminated Ling Xier's body while Yi Yun enveloped her with yuan qi.
The pure yang laws were weakened and filtered through Yi Yun's protective yuan qi, turning them into a lukewarm wind that gently nourished Ling Xier's spirit body. The pure yang laws here are most suitable for nourishing you.
Xier, I'll make you wake up. Yi Yun said softly.
Even though Lu Rui had previously mentioned that she could save Ling Xier, Yi Yun still wantonly killed her. This was partly because he did not believe her, and partly because Yi Yun was confident that he could save Ling Xier himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1123, Reclusion Underground. Chapter 1123, Reclusion Underground. Translator, Talon Editor. Boom. 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 Yi Yun sat in the lava pool as lava bubbled and spewed underground. The dark gold lava eventually rose above his head, completely immersing him in the boiling pool.
The lava possessed not only burning heat and violent pure yang laws, but also heat toxins. The toxins were strong enough to invade even a Dao Palace warrior's body, if that warrior was immersed in the lava for a prolonged period of time.
However, Yi Yun had a pure yang body, and the azure wood divine tree within.
These allowed him to detoxify the heat toxins. Hence him sitting in the lava pool without worry, while also absorbing the pure yang powers within.
Yi Yun's breakthrough to the Dao Palace realm was a forced one.
He had also burned his blood essence to kill the 3 from the 7-star Dao Palace. If he did not consolidate his realm quickly, his foundation might turn unstable, harming his future martial path.
The pure yang powers in the lava pool appeared to be limitless. It was a perfect place for Yi Yun to recuperate. Simultaneously, Yi Yun enveloped Ling Xier in his yuan qi barrier. A month had passed, yet Ling Xier showed no signs of awakening.
However, her spirit body was taking on a more solid appearance. The goal was to nurture fire with fire. The heretical god fire seed was a flame that had been born from the world. Therefore, the lava's underground fire could naturally become nutrients to nourish her. As Yi Yun cultivated, he also constantly monitored Ling Xier's condition. He had fused with the heretical god fire seed, giving him a special connection with Ling Xier. He knew her condition like the back of his hand. Yi Yun's yuan qi barrier precisely controlled the lava's pure yang energy, distilling it to a level that was within Ling Xier's tolerance level.
Cultivation knew no time.
Yi Yun was engrossed in cultivation, and only in his leisure time could he treat Ling Xier. Those who knew that Yi Yun was here were already dead, other than Old Man Ji and company. Hence, Yi Yun was not worried that his reclusion would be disturbed by others. In the underground world, he was able to calm his heart as he listened to the daily ebb and flow of the lava. Yi Yun knew that the Clarity Pool Sword sect was still in danger. However, the expedition to the Sun Burial Sand Sea had cost the 7-star Dao Palace 4 deputy palatial lords as well as several 7-star high ambassadors. With the 7-star Dao Palace losing a great deal of its strength, they could no longer easily wipe out the Clarity Pool Sword sect even if they wanted to. Furthermore, the Clarity Pool Sword sect had an ancient array protecting their home. Breaking through that was also not an easy task. As for Ling Xier, her condition left Yi Yun gripped by worry. She was a spirit body and her true body, the heretical god Fireseed, had already fused with him. However, her spirit body was extremely weak and healing her completely was easier said than done. Above, in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, the muffled thunderous rumbling gradually disappeared underground. The movement of the sand on the surface was quickly hidden by stillness. Most of the major factions, warriors that had come in search of treasures, did not know what had happened in the Sun Burial Sand Sea as they continued their search.
As time went on, some warriors eventually gave up after failing to find anything.
However, there were still others that continued searching diligently in hopes that a miracle might happen. Even if they could not find the supreme treasure Yang spirit that had triggered the phenomenon, finding a few companion items of the Yang spirit would also greatly change their lives for the better. Sixth junior sister, bring Wu Su and company back to the sect after another month's search. I'll stay behind to continue the search. In the Sun Burial Sand Sea, 8 figures were walking in the desert. The person leading them was a stocky, middle-aged man. There was a faint yuan qi fluctuation shimmering over his body, isolating in the sand and heat. And behind him were 6 young juniors of both genders. There was another woman in her 30s that was wearing a black dress. That woman was the 6th junior sister that the middle-aged man addressed. These people were members of a small sect from the Myriad Divine Territory, named Red Cauldron Sect. The Myriad Divine Territory was a neighbor of the Central State Divine Territory, with the Sun Burial Sand Sea separating the two. The people from the Red Cauldron Sect had come from the other end of the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Ever since the Sun Burial Sand Sea phenomenon of a year ago, the Red Cauldron Sect and many others had come to the Sun Burial Sand Sea to try their luck. They hoped to find treasures that could strengthen their sect, but failed to find anything of worth. The phenomenon that had once extended over 1,000,000 kilometers had vanished in the past year, and there had not been any activity in a long time. A few major factions decided to retreat when they discovered that the yang aura in the Sun Burial Sand Sea had weakened over the past few months. They suspected that the treasure had been taken away. However, they also refused to believe that someone had taken it away. Firstly, they found it unbelievable that anyone would have had such an opportunity, and secondly, they had been scouring the Sun Burial Sand Sea over the past year but never saw the treasure appear. In the end, the number of people in Sun Burial Sand Sea decreased to a point where it was no longer a tenth of what it was at its peak. The middle-aged man and his junior sister had cultivated for years and had lived through thick and thin. Now, they were leading the Red Cauldron Sect's juniors on an expedition, with the intention of training them and giving them experience. A fruitless year had given the black-dressed woman thoughts of abandoning hope, but she shook her head when she thought of the situation her sect leader was in.
Let's continue searching. The sect leader has been unconscious for a decade. Her frail life is constantly hanging by a thread and it can't continue. We have to find a treasure to save her. Without her, a small sect like ours can be wiped out at any time. If her elder sister wasn't in such a dire condition, they would not have come to the Sun Burial Sand Sea.
Upon hearing the black-dressed woman's words, the middle-aged man fell silent. As for the juniors that they were leading, their faces also revealed melancholic and uneasy expressions. A young girl wearing yellow had lowered her head further as her eyes turned increasingly red. Indeed, they were in a terrible state. The sect leader was unconscious and the sect was in constant danger. Yet, their journey to the Sun Burial Sand Sea bore no fruit. "Junior sister Ruhr, why are you beginning to cry again?" said a young disciple loudly.
Ruhr quickly sniffed and shook her head, saying, "I'm not." "Fine, fine."
The middle-aged man looked at Ruhr and felt somewhat stifled. Despite being their martial uncle, he was unable to hold up the skies for these young disciples.
"It's decided.
We will continue searching for 1 more month," said the middle-aged man. At that moment, the middle-aged man felt a rumble beneath his feet. The Sun Burial Sand Sea had been quiet for a long period of time. Therefore, the sudden quake shocked the Red Cauldron sect group. Even more shocking was that the rumble did not stop. Instead, the quake grew even more violent, reaching to the deepest depths of the land.
Shao!
A sharp screech seemed to burst out of the land, pricking straight at their eardrums. Instantly, the wind and clouds in the sky seemed to coalesce like they had been instigated by the screech.
What's going on?
The middle-aged man hurriedly instructed the young disciples to fly into the air to find their footing. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1124, Soul Nurturing Wood. Chapter 1124, Soul Nurturing Wood. Translator, Talon Editor.
They saw a vortex appear in the desert beneath them, sucking the surrounding sand into it.
The middle-aged man's face revealed a look of awe. This is a phenomenon associated with the birth of a treasure.
They never expected that, just after deciding to leave soon, a phenomenon would happen. This was truly an example of every cloud having a silver lining.
The phenomenon happened right beneath their feet. As a result, other warriors would not be able to beat them to it. This phenomenon. The black-dressed woman looked at the vortex beneath her in astonishment.
Indeed, such a scene looked like the birth of a treasure. As for the young disciples, their excitement grew after the initial surprise.
Phenomenon? Ruhr covered her mouth.
The heavens must have heard her prayers and raised the luck of the downtrodden Red Cauldron sect. The middle-aged man's originally disheartened feelings were once again reignited with hope. Gradually the quaking stopped, but the middle-aged man had remembered the location of the vortex. He carefully probed the now silent spot of the vortex.
Nothing about it seemed extraordinary.
When he stabbed at it, there was no response.
It's safe. The treasure is probably still underground. Let's grab it quickly before other warriors arrive, said the middle-aged man.
The other disciples watched the middle-aged man do the probe and, when they heard what he said, eagerly surrounded the area. Everyone, let's work together and dig out the treasure, said the middle-aged man.
Yeah. However, an immense suction suddenly came from underground.
All of them plummeted simultaneously into the vortex. There was no need for them to dig for the treasure because they had already fallen into it themselves. Screaming all the way, the Red Cauldron sect group fell into a massive empty cavern. The sand around the vortex gathered in the hole, burying the terrifying cavern entrance once again. The entrance was like a speck of dust in a desert that stretched out endlessly. Without the vortex, it would not have caught anyone's attention. Amid the screams, Ruhr had no idea how far she had fallen. She only heard the howling of the wind by her ears as she constantly plummeted. The terrifying heat constantly bombarded her protective yuan qi, preventing her from even stopping. This was a massive yuan qi vortex formed by natural powers. The suction strength was irresistible and also prevented them from flying. The pure yang yuan qi outside in the sun burial sand sea had already weakened, but it was still extremely strong in here.
Second martial uncle, sixth martial aunt.
Some of the young juniors yelled. However, the two seniors were no better equipped than their juniors to handle the present circumstances. The middle-aged man was powering his yuan qi with all his might, but all he did was to reduce the speed of his fall. As for the black-dressed woman, she was in a similar situation. In their state, they had no means of saving the young juniors. Gradually, Ruhr saw red glimmers of fire beneath her, as though she were descending into hell. The so-called treasure could not be seen at all.
To be suddenly sucked in here, is it fortune or misfortune? Can we find any opportunities? Ruhr thought uneasily. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of the disciples landing sounded one after another as all of them felt their bodies hurt.
The middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman landed as well.
Their expressions were ugly. Although they had tried their best to use their yuan qi to help the disciples while they plummeted, the suction from the terrifying yuan qi was enough to make the disciples suffer. When they looked up, there was no sign of the cavern entrance, save for some sand falling from above. As for this place,
Ruhr felt numb all over from the fall.
When she stood up and saw the scene in front of her, her heart skipped a beat. There was bubbling lava, boulders baked red, and a terrifying pure yang power that constantly melted their protective yuan qi like it were ice. They could not stay here long or the heat toxins would invade their bodies, leading to an excruciating death. Upon thinking of herself as a desiccated corpse left in the deep depths of a cavern, Ruhr revealed a look of despair.
Martial uncle. I can't do anything either.
The middle-aged man was having the same thoughts as Ruhr. If he were alone, he could attempt to barely climb back up. However, with so many disciples in his care, that was completely impossible. At that moment, the disciples were looking at him and the black-dressed woman in a panic. However, they did not know that the duo was also feeling great unease. Everyone, produce your yuan qi barriers and walk close together.
It will conserve your yuan qi. Let's walk around and see if there's a way out, said the black-dressed woman.
Both she and the middle-aged man had to conserve their yuan qi, so they only left yuan qi at the surface of their skin. Such an act could not isolate them from the heat, so it was excruciating. Yeah, with both our seniors here, we should be able to walk out of this place, right?
It should be possible.
Who knows, we might even find a treasure. The conversations between the young disciples made the middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman trade looks, and they saw their own bitter looks reflected in each other's eyes. This was a place where people far stronger than them would struggle to survive, let alone their group.
Deep underground, the lava river incessantly surged.
Ruhr wiped the sweat off her forehead as she slowly proceeded with her martial uncle and aunt, as well as her senior brothers and sisters. They had already been stuck underground for 3 days as they followed the lava river.
That was the only path they found. Here, in the underground world, only the tunnels bored through by lava could be deemed paths. The burning lava was also the only source of light. However, as they continued forward, their hope of getting out alive waned. Junior sister Ruhr, said her senior sister with an ashen look in her eyes. I don't think we can walk out of this alive. I never expected that we would end up being buried here. We haven't even seen any corpses here. And if we don't return with treasure, the Red Cauldron sect will also fall into decline. With sect leader unconscious, it would be meaningless even if we had the soul nurturing wood. No, senior sister Luo. Don't give up.
As Ruhr spoke, she secretly lifted her hand and dabbed the corner of her eye. In reality, she knew that it was very difficult for them to find a way out of this underground cavern. They had plummeted an unknown depth that was at least hundreds of thousands of feet. Even worse, she did not sense that they were walking towards the surface. There was also the matter of the pure yang powers and heat toxins that constantly encroached on their protective yuan qi. Even if an exit did exist, they might not be able to make it that far. Upon realizing that she would die soon, Ruhr could not help but want to cry. She did not want to die. This feeling was not limited to Ruhr. The rest of the people from the Red Cauldron sect were also feeling immense despair. They originally thought they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel, but who knew that it would have such an outcome? The land they were in was like a burning hell that silently devoured them, and no one outside would ever even know their fate. The middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman had heavy expressions.
The pure yang laws here were rich, and mixed with many chaotic laws.
These prevented them from discerning their direction, and also prevented them from escaping by breaking through the landmass.
It was truly a land of peril. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At that moment, they faintly heard a muffled thunder sound from in front of them. The middle-aged man immediately looked up. The sound they heard resembled the sound they had heard before they fell down.
Could it be that they had gone in circles this whole time and had returned back to their original location? Let's go take a look, whispered the black-dressed woman.
They had fallen from the surface because of the vortex that this commotion had stirred. Now that they were about to die, there was truly not much to fear, even if the area that produced the sound was dangerous. As they continued to proceed forward, the muffled thunder became louder. How could such sounds be produced in such deep depths? Soon, they came to a cavern that was relatively larger. They quickly saw everything in the cavern. There was a lake of churning dark gold lava. The deep lake was violent and the heat that it emitted burned their skin. It was impossible to approach.
Immediately after taking in the scene, Ruhr's eyes widened.
She pointed toward the lava lake and shouted, "Martial uncle, martial aunt, senior sister. Look there!" Ruhr could not believe her eyes. She believed that there would be no one other than the Red Cauldron sect in this godforsaken place. However, there were others. There were two people. One of them was lying on a boulder beside the lake while the other person was soaking in the deep lake. In fact, the middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman had instantly noticed the two figures when they entered the cavern.
Unfortunately, the figure lying on the boulder did not show any signs of life. As for the one deep lake, how could a living person be soaking in it?
So, said the middle-aged man with a sigh.
There are others as unlucky as us.
That person lying there looks like a young girl, but, from the looks of it, she's already dead.
As for that one in the lake, I wonder how excruciating the pain is before his death.
The black-dressed woman looked at the two figures and felt like they would share the same fate.
As for Ruhr, she was feeling downtrodden.
In their present condition, there was no way they could approach the lake, nor retrieve the two corpses that had met with misfortune. It was then that the figure soaking in the lake suddenly stood up. There was a muffled thunder that came from within his body, as well as a sharp screech. The man turned his head over and opened his eyes. It was a pair of calm eyes. And in the deep recesses of his pupils were two gray flames that flickered strangely. His gaze made the people from the Red Cauldron sect jolt in fear.
He was actually alive.
And from the looks of it, he was extremely young. He was a youth not much older than the juniors of the Red Cauldron sect.
Heavens, he was living in such a place? Cultivating?
From the looks of it, he had been there for quite a period of time.
As for the girl in front of him, what were her circumstances? Just as the group from the Red Cauldron sect were shuddering in fear, the youth spoke. What were you talking about earlier? Soul nurturing wood?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1125, Ruhr. Chapter 1125, Ruhr. Translator, Seetalan Editor.
You just said that you were stuck in this land of peril, and if we don't return with treasure, the Red Cauldron sect will also fall into decline. With sect leader unconscious, it would be meaningless even if we had the soul-nurturing wood.
Isn't that right? Yi-Yun looked at a red-dressed girl who appeared to be in her 20s.
She had a full figure and her face was pale. Yi-Yun recalled that Ruer called her senior sister Luo.
Senior sister Luo was stupefied by Yi-Yun's questions.
She had indeed said that to Ruer, but that was nearly 10 minutes ago. The youth had managed to repeat her words ad verbatim despite the wanton heat toxins and spewing lava in the underground world. His perception was way too terrifying. That also meant that he heard their chatter lamenting the tragic death of the youth that was none other than him. Instantly, the middle-aged man and company felt horrified. This youth had soaked himself in the lava pool like he was having a bubble bath.
The dark gold lava flowed down his body, revealing muscles that had a jade-like quality to them, without any blemishes.
And at that moment, the reason why the youth asked about the soul-nurturing wood was that he had plans for it. The soul-nurturing wood was a cornerstone treasure of their Red Cauldron sect. Now, it determined the life of their sect leader and it was also their sect's secret. If not for them being trapped in this hidden land with little hope of escaping, senior sister Luo would not have brought it up so casually. At that moment, the middle-aged man took a step forward and blocked the young disciples behind him. He bit the bullet and bowed.
Senior. A person that could soak in such a lava pool was definitely not the same age as Ruer and company. Many old monsters could maintain a youthful appearance, so it was nothing odd. We chanced upon this place inadvertently. Senior, we truly had no intention to disturb you in your cultivation. For this, I seek your understanding, said the middle-aged man. The black-dressed woman hesitated for a moment before explaining, we were actually sucked in by the sun burial sandseas phenomenon.
About 3 or 4 days ago, there was a muffled thunder that suddenly came from the ground. Next, the sand depressed and manifested a vortex that sucked all of us in. As a result, we were trapped here underground and have been seeking a path out. Senior, we truly had no intention to disturb you. Yi-Yun pondered for a moment and surmised that, when he ended his cultivation some time ago, he had caused quite a commotion. Indeed, it matched the period that this group of people was sucked into the phenomenon. Yi-Yun also realized that these people were trapped underground because of him. This area gathered the last bits of pure yang gases in the sun burial sand sea. It was extremely beneficial to himself and Ling Xier, who had been born out of the heretical godfire seed. However, to these warriors, it was definitely an insufferable heat toxin.
Yi-Yun got up and walked out of the lava pool.
His naked upper body and firm muscles exuded a beauty of strength. Combined with his massive yuan qi, he gave off a domineering pressure that made no one dare to look at him straight. He walked forward casually, but beneath his feet, pure yang laws naturally condensed together. The wisps of pure yang gases formed tiny golden crows, firebirds that seemed to prostrate themselves at Yi-Yun. Such a scene left the Red Cauldron sect disciples dumbstruck.
What sort of person was this? The nomological insight and the Tao he cultivated far exceeded their imaginations. You haven't answered my question. What is this soul-nurturing wood that you mentioned? The middle-aged man was placed in a dilemma.
The soul-nurturing wood was obviously important to his sect, but if he did not answer honestly, the disciples would probably die here. After he arranged his thoughts, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and answered, my Red Cauldron sect is actually very poor, but we were once fortuitous enough to obtain a slab of divine wood in a mystic land.
It's completely black in color and can be used to nourish one's soul.
Those who have suffered serious injuries to their soul can use it to recover, but it's useless for cultivation.
As the middle-aged man spoke, he constantly watched Yi-Yun's reaction.
He hoped that his words would cause Yi-Yun to rid his thoughts of the soul-nurturing wood. Soul-nurturing wood, completely black in color.
Indeed, that is the treasured herb recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes, soul-returning root.
This Red Cauldron sect probably doesn't recognize the soul-returning root and calls it the soul-nurturing wood.
It's rather apt in any case. Yi-Yun looked at Ling Xier, who was lying on a boulder.
After a year of being injected with pure yang energy, Ling Xier's body had turned a lot more corporeal, however, she showed no signs of awakening.
Damage of the soul was not something that could be remedied simply by the use of pure yang energy. However, the soul-returning root had given Yi-Yun a glimmer of hope. Where is your sect? Asked Yi-Yun. The middle-aged man's heart sank as he gritted his teeth and said honestly, it's in the myriad divine territory. We are just a tiny sect.
The middle-aged man lamented inwardly.
As long as one knew the Red Cauldron sect's name, then finding its location would be a simple task. There was usually no reason to conceal it. All he could do was emphasize how poor the Red Cauldron sect was in hopes that the senior would spare them. However, the chance of that happening was too minute. In the world of warriors, strength was everything. As long as one had strength, they could take whatever they desired. Killing a person for property was a trivial matter.
The value of the soul-nurturing wood was something the middle-aged man knew very well. With the Red Cauldron sect's strength, it had no way of protecting it. Once the news was known to others, they would come charging up to the Red Cauldron sect and take away the soul-nurturing wood. It wouldn't even be strange if the person wiped out the entire sect in order to prevent word from getting out.
Myriad Divine Territory. Yi-Yun knew of this place.
In the notes left behind by the Divine Alchemist, there was a scroll named Various Divine Compendium. It recorded the places that the Divine Alchemist had stayed in for extended periods of time. These places were mainly the Sinkhole and the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, but one of them was the Myriad Divine Territory. For various reasons, the Divine Alchemist had gone to the Myriad Divine Territory several times.
He had even stayed there for decades once.
Ian pondered over the matter when, suddenly, a 15-year-old girl briskly walked out of the Red Cauldron sect group. She plopped to the ground and knelt in front of Ian. Her petite body was prostrated against the hot boulders, but even though the heat was unbearable, she remained motionless.
"Ruhr, what are you doing?" The black-dressed woman's expression turned to one of panic. "Ruhr, don't be rude."
The middle-aged man hurriedly rushed to drag Ruhr away, but she refused to get up. She said, "Senior, the soul-nurturing wood is our Red Cauldron sect's only hope. If you take it away, my father's soul will be obliterated in less than 3 days. In order to save my mother and me, my father has embroiled himself in a battle with the Jade Bloodways wretches. They did great damage to his soul, and now he remains comatose." By the time Ruhr said that, she was already biting down on her lips tightly. There was tears welling up in her eyes. And, as she had rushed out of the middle-aged man's protective barrier, her fair arms had been severely burned by the heat toxins.
"My father is the Red Cauldron sect leader.
In order to save me, he has been in a coma for 10 years. He is the strongest person in the Red Cauldron sect. If my father doesn't wake up, and our enemies learn of his state, the Red Cauldron sect might not be able to retain our ancestral grounds.
We came here to the Sun Burial Sand Sea in search of medicine for father. However, we have found nothing to date and ended up entering your cultivation spot inadvertently. We have been trapped here for 3 days without finding a path out, and have no more options. Senior, I know that you have an extraordinary cultivation level and my Red Cauldron sect only has a tiny slab of soul-nurturing wood. It's worth nothing to you, but, to my Red Cauldron sect, it's an item that can save the entire sect. Senior, please take pity on us. If you are willing to let us leave this land of peril, then I am willing to be your slave to repay your kindness." Ruhr had spoken in one breath while tears streamed down her face. It truly endeared others to her. She seemed bent on punishing herself, for she refused to get up despite the burning wounds on her arms turning increasingly worse. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1126, Conditions. Chapter 1126, Conditions. Translator, Talon Editor. "Ruhr, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman turned frantic.
They never expected that Ruhr would kneel down, let alone say such shocking things. However, Ruhr continued, gritting her teeth as she stubbornly said, "Father ended up like that in order to save me. It's also because of me that the Red Cauldron sect is now in danger. And when everyone came out here to search for medicine, we ended up being trapped in this land of peril. Senior, if you can show compassion, I'll be eternally grateful if my life of servitude can be exchanged for everyone's life." Over the past decade, Ruhr had looked at her comatose father and felt regret. She always felt that she had sinned against the Red Cauldron sect, therefore, she was willing to die as long as it helped her father or redeemed the Red Cauldron sect in any way.
"Ruhr, don't speak nonsense."
The middle-aged man and the black-dressed woman hurriedly bowed at Yi-Yun.
"Ruhr is young and naive.
Senior, please do not mind her. A mighty figure that could bathe in lava must have lived for tens of thousands of years. His limitless strength could reduce them to dust with a simple wave of his hand.
To such an existence, what worth was Ruhr's sad tale?
If he truly wanted the soul-nurturing wood, he would just take Ruhr as a dessert after he was satiated with gobbling up the soul-nurturing wood. This turn of events had happened extremely fast. Yi-Yun was left dumbfounded for quite a while when he saw the situation unfold in front of him. He never expected that his few casual questions would have such an effect. He left the Red Cauldron sect horrified, and the young girl named Ruhr had refused to get up after kneeling down. She even swore that she would be willing to be his slave to save the rest if he were to send them out of this land of peril.
In fact, they had only been trapped as a result of Yi-Yun's cultivation.
It was natural for him to help them escape without asking for repayment. Upon reflecting on this, Yi-Yun could not help but reveal an off look.
When did I become so terrifying?
On careful thought, his cultivation level had indeed improved by leaps and bounds with the passage of time. It seemed that he was no longer treated as a junior, but an accomplished old monster. In a warrior's world, power reigned supreme. An old monster that could easily control the lives of others did not need to use threatening words. A few simple questions were enough to strike terror into the hearts of others. Yi-Yun was a little at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. He said, "First things first, get up. I have no plans to do anything to all of you." Yi-Yun waved his hand and a gush of pure yang yuan chi lifted Ruhr up. There were pure yang auras everywhere in this land of peril, that others could not withstand.
But strangely, Yi-Yun's pure yang aura was warm to the touch.
When it enveloped the body, it was extremely comfortable.
Yi-Yun noticed that Ruhr's pink arms had been burned red.
It was to the point that her skin had split apart. It was quite pitiable that such fair and exquisite skin would receive such damage. Yi-Yun waved his hand and sucked out all the heat toxins from her body before sending a warm and nourishing yuan chi into her. The burns on Ruhr's arms recovered at a speed noticeable to the eyes.
Ruhr was stunned.
Her first impression was that such an old monster who cultivated in such perilous lands was likely an eccentric person with a quick temper.
It would have been a blessing if he was not quick to kill.
She never expected that he would treat her wounds. Furthermore, the old monster's restorative yuan chi was harmonious and congenial. It made her feel like she was soaking in a warm hot spring, and all the pain from before had vanished.
Since your father risked his life to save you, it's best you cherish your body. Do you know what sort of dangers you would face if you offer yourself up as a manslave?
Yi-Yun could not be bothered to clear up the misunderstanding of him being an old monster. Instead, he found the young lady's fervent reaction rather interesting.
Ruhr's face turned red.
Although she was young, she had experienced the fickleness of human nature over the past decade. She had matured quickly, so how could she not know what might happen to her if she stayed behind as Yi-Yun's slave?
I know, I only wanted to be a good daughter.
Ruhr had held hopes that her sacrifice would ensure the safety of the rest from the Red Cauldron sect. Now, she suddenly felt that the old senior was extremely affable. Although she did not know how many tens of thousands of years older than her he was rather handsome and looked her age. Furthermore, he was powerful and quite a nice person.
Your name is Ruhr, right? Yes, my surname is Nanyun and my full name is Nanyun Ru.
The moment Yi-Yun questioned her, Ruhr panicked, causing her to answer nervously.
I will send you out of this perilous land. Hearing Yi-Yun said that, the Red Cauldron sect disciples were instantly delighted. However, before their faces could even show joy, the second half of Yi-Yun's sentence sank their hearts. Sending you out is simple. However, I have to be honest that I want the soul-nurturing wood. About that.
The people from the Red Cauldron sect turned flustered. They did not dare speak against Yi-Yun.
Ruhr's eyes welled up with tears.
She gaped, hoping to say something, but she could not manage to get out the words. She knew that if the senior truly wanted the soul-nurturing wood, all he needed to do was make a trip to the Myriad Divine Territory. As for a weak girl like her, she was not qualified to be an offer that would entice him to compromise.
You can see that there's a girl behind me.
She too has had her soul severely damaged. I need the soul-nurturing wood as medicine to reignite the fire of her soul.
However, I will not take your soul-nurturing wood for nothing. I will accompany you to the Myriad Divine Territory. Perhaps, I can save your sect leader. What? Senior, you are willing to save our sect leader?
The Red Cauldron sect group were stunned when they heard Yi-Yun's words. They thought that a catastrophe had befallen them when they met Yi-Yun. They never expected it to be the exact opposite.
Yi-Yun was a mighty figure with tremendous strength that could easily wipe them out. Yet, he was willing to negotiate with them on equal terms.
They, who were accustomed to the way the strong bullied the weak in the martial world, were somewhat perplexed.
Considering Yi-Yun's strength, there was no need for him to deceive them.
From the looks of it, Yi-Yun truly wished to save their sect leader.
This left the people from the Red Cauldron sect overjoyed.
This senior had amazing strength and it was very possible that he could succeed.
Thank you, senior. The middle-aged man was extremely excited as he gave Yi-Yun a deep bow. Ruhr's excited face turned red.
She had no idea how to thank Yi-Yun.
Curb your enthusiasm. I might not be able to save him. Yi-Yun did not want to guarantee anything.
After all, the Red Cauldron sect leader had suffered soul damage.
However, a weaker soul was relatively easier to treat.
As for a worldly divine object like Sierre, a soul that had been born out of hundreds of millions of years, it was a lot more difficult.
If Senior is unable to succeed, it is our sect leader's fate. We would not hold out any more hope, said the middle-aged man sincerely. All right. Then it's settled. However, I still have something to deal with here. Once I'm finished, I'll accompany you to the myriad divine territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1127, Settling Down. Chapter 1127, Settling Down. Translator, Talon Editor. When Iyun heard the name, Myriad Divine Territory, he wanted to take a trip there. The Divine Alchemist's various divine compendium had information about the Myriad Divine Territory, as he had personally gone to the Myriad Divine Territory several times. That was because the territory was extremely large in size. Furthermore, there was a natural spatial node that connected it to many other divine territories in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. It could be said to be a crossroad. Such unique conditions caused the Myriad Divine Territory to develop into one of the greatest treasure exchanges in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. It was also how the Myriad Divine Territory got the word myriad in its name. In comparison, the Central State Divine Territory was just one of the many divine territories in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. Senior, feel free to take care of whatever you need. Where shall we wait for you? The middle-aged man asked politely. Naturally, he did not dare raise any objections to Iyun's arrangements. All of you can wait here. Iyun's casual response left the people from the Red Cauldron sect stunned. There were intense heat toxins here. How could they wait here? It's not that I do not trust you, but the soul-nurturing wood is too important to me. For safety's sake, all of you shall stay here until I come back to prevent any incidents. Furthermore, I will plant trackers on your bodies. Even if something does happen, I will be able to ascertain your locations. As Iyun spoke, he flicked his finger and a nomological fragment gathered at his fingertip, turning into a tiny gray wheel. This was a seal condensed from his destruction laws. Unless one's strength far exceeded Iyun's, it was impossible to remove. 8 small wheels were sent into all the Red Cauldron sect members' bodies. Following that, Iyun waved his hand and circulated spatial dimension laws. Space that spanned thousands of feet became greatly distorted, forming a space that resembled a gigantic chicken egg. It enveloped everyone within. Boom! The land beneath their feet cracked as a winding seal created a spatial barrier. It cocooned everyone and quickly descended deeper underground. Witnessing the spatial barrier quickly burrow deeper underground, all the Red Cauldron sect disciples felt a little horrified. It continued to plummet for about 5 minutes before the spatial barrier finally came to a stop. It didn't stop there. Iyun then raised both hands, and the soil and rock contained within the spatial barrier started to move and sculpt, forming tunnels and stone houses, until a miniature underground palace complex was constructed. Iyun did not fully trust the people from the Red Cauldron sect, so he did not place them inside the God Advent Tower. Instead, he went through the troublesome work of building a town deep underground using a spatial barrier. The chances of them being discovered by others were nearly zero, and it was absolutely safe. Of course, without Iyun, it was also impossible for them to leave. Upon realizing this, the Red Cauldron sect disciples were worried. If Iyun were to break his promise, wouldn't they be trapped here? It would be no different than being buried alive in this deep underground world. Stay here. It might take somewhere from half a year to several years, but I will return for all of you. As long as several years? The Red Cauldron sect disciples felt bitter. Although their new quarters were certainly spacious and comfortable, it was quite a severe blow to them to stay with nothing to do. Of course, they did not dare question the arrangement Iyun had set up for them. All they could do was nod in agreement. Suddenly, Iyun touched his interspatial ring and 3 chests flew out. Pa! The chests popped open. In the first chest, there were jade slips and books, the second chest was filled with pill bottles and jade boxes containing relics and pills, and finally, the last chest was filled with weapons and spiritual artifacts. Iyun had killed many people over the years, and searched all of their interspatial rings for treasure. As a result, he had accumulated a lot of cultivation techniques, pills, and weapons that were useless to him. They were of no worth to Iyun. He casually took out the 3 chests and said to the Red Cauldron sect disciples, "Take and eat these pills. Feel free to use the cultivation techniques and weapons. I'll be leaving now." As Iyun spoke, his figure flashed, instantly vanishing from the spatial barrier. His brief exit left the Red Cauldron sect disciples looking at each other. After some time, Ruhr walked forward and took out a pill bottle from the chest of pills. When she opened it, a few green pills rolled out. A refreshing and tranquilizing herbal aroma was released, making Ruhr feel light. Wasn't this a Dao fruit relic? Dao fruit relics were used by Heaven Ascension realm warriors to break through to the Dao manifestation realm and condense their Dao fruits.
Ruer was stunned as she hurriedly continued checking.
Martial uncle, martial aunt, quick take a look. These pills and these weapons. Everyone from the Red Cauldron sect immediately rushed over to look through the chests. Their investigations astounded them. The middle-aged man told the truth. The Red Cauldron sect was really very poor. Hence, when their disciples went out on training expeditions, it was mainly to search for resources and wealth. Over the past decade, their Red Cauldron sect disciples had gone on risky expeditions but obtained little in return. However, Yun had casually thrown out all these things. Making a proper count, many disciples perished on the numerous dangerous expeditions the Red Cauldron sect had embarked on over the past decade. However, adding up all the items they obtained did not even match a tenth of the value of the items in the chests. Ruer felt an extreme mix of complicated emotions. The difference between them and the senior was just too great. Can we really use these items as we wish? Ruer touched the bottle of Dao fruit relic wistfully. Such pills would benefit her future cultivation extremely. However, she felt using them freely would be rather extravagant. The middle-aged man saw the lit-up eyes of the disciples. His throat moved before he said, "Since the senior has so casually given them, it means they are nothing to him, let's use them." Boom! Yun bored directly out of the ground. Sierra had been stored in the God Advent Tower by Yun. Over the past year, although Sierra remained unconscious, the state of her soul had stabilized. She was able to experience some of the spatial distortions during a spatial transportation. After Yun appeared, there were still warriors searching for treasures in a radius of 100 kilometers. However, before they arrived, they saw a figure charge straight to the horizon, vanishing in the blink of an eye. I wonder which mighty senior that is. These warriors came to a stop. That kind of senior was someone they did not dare offend. Yun went straight for Jade Luster City's teleportation array. The guards watching the teleportation array suddenly felt a gray wind blow through the array and reeled in shock. Before they were able to take any action, they discovered that the teleportation array had automatically activated itself. Following that, a light flashed and the gray wind disappeared. What happened? It seems like the teleportation array was activated a moment ago? The guards at the teleportation array were left baffled. And a moment later, Yun had arrived at a spot tens of thousands of kilometers away. After he came out of the teleportation array, he used his movement techniques to rapidly fly. Soon, he found a hidden spatial node according to a spot he memorized. Through that spatial node, he traversed a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, going straight to the internal space of the Clarity Pool Sword sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1128, Return. Chapter 1128, Return. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Throughout the past year, the Clarity Pool Sword sect had been under constant siege by the 7-star Dao Palace. However, the Clarity Pool Sword sect had a massive array to defend itself, and 2 experts holding down the fort. As for the 7-star Dao Palace, it did not attempt any large-scale invasions. Instead, they had increased their manpower. They also sent array experts to survey the Clarity Pool Sword sect's mountain on a daily basis to search for a way to crack the array. Under these circumstances, the Clarity Pool Sword sect was very much in danger. Even drops of water eventually wear down a stone, so no matter how impervious the Clarity Pool Sword sect's array defense was, it wouldn't stop the spatial node from eventually being discovered by the 7-star Dao Palace. The sect had sealed the gates, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. They began expending their stored resources. It wasn't a long-term solution, and Yun had left the Clarity Pool Sword sect a year ago. He went off to the Sun Burial Sansi, making the Clarity Pool Sword sect's sect master, Jian Wufeng, and Grand Elder, Jian Bai, extremely worried. They had placed all their bets on Yun. If anything untoward were to happen to him, they would lose terribly. When the 7-star Dao Palace experts that had gone seeking treasures in the Sun Burial Sansi eventually returned, their Clarity Pool Sword sect would simply await annihilation. In such a situation, no one in the Clarity Pool Sword sect could relax. Jian Xiaoshuan practiced arduously every day. She meditated, battled, and cultivated the Clarity Pool Sword sect heritage, as well as the cultivation techniques and sword Dao that Yun had left behind. The things Yun left behind had opened all sorts of doors for Jian Xiaoshuan. Now, she could see her martial path on a higher level. However, Jian Xiaoshuan also felt immense stress. Her sworn brother had been gone a year, with his fate uncertain. Over the past year, the 7-star Dao Palace was a looming threat that placed the Clarity Pool Sword sect in extreme danger. Jian Xiaoshuan wanted to have the power to change things herself, no matter how tiny her impact was. Everything required strength. She had even made plans for the worst.
If Ian perished in the Sun Burial Sansi and the Clarity Pool Sword sect was eventually invaded by the 7-star Dao Palace, then she would have to escape before the Clarity Pool Sword sect was completely massacred. She would bear the burden of a blood vendetta. She would practice her sword techniques diligently, so that one day she could charge up to the 7-star Dao Palace and settle the grudge. The 7-star Dao Palace was extremely powerful, so she might need 1,000 years or even 10,000 years for it to even be possible. A more likely outcome would be her dying with her grudges.
Every time she thought of that, Jin Xiaoshuang choked up. The 7-star Dao Palace is trying to crack the array again.
As Jin Xiaoshuang was working hard at practicing her swordplay, her sparring partner, Jin Fenghong, commented. Over the past year, this happened on a daily basis.
They never knew if today would be the day the 7-star Dao Palace succeeded. Ignore them. Again.
Jin Xiaoshuang raised her sword and charged at Jin Fenghong. Jin Fenghong turned serious as he carefully faced her in battle.
He could sense the improvement in Jin Xiaoshuang's sword Dao.
It truly was a rapid improvement, and, if it continued, his sword Dao might not be sufficient to guide her in a year's time. Their two swords clashed as Jin Fenghong produced his hard-soft sword intent. Suddenly, the space within the Clarity Pool Sword sect vibrated violently as if something unexpected had happened.
Oh? Has the 7-star Dao Palace found a way to crack it?
Jin Fenghong's expression changed. Ignoring his sparring with Jin Xiaoshuang, he ran to the entrance with a sword in hand. Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng had also flown out of their palaces.
The spatial node is vibrating. Someone is entering through the spatial node.
Jian Wufeng furrowed his brows as he circulated all his energy. The aura that was coming in through the spatial node made him panic.
This person was extremely powerful. Could it be the 7-star Dao Palace? Jian Bai questioned.
He obviously hoped that the person coming through the spatial node was Yi Yun.
However, the person's immense aura only gave him ominous thoughts.
If the 7-star Dao Palace was coming, their Clarity Pool Sword sect would be in for a slaughter. They might not even have the time to move the fire seed of their Clarity Pool Sword sect.
Ka-cha! Space trembled and, in an instant, a spatial rift appeared.
A pair of hands stretched out, tearing apart the entire space.
Following that, a youth dressed in azure clothes stepped out of the spatial rift.
Despite the intense energy fluctuations, the youth had casually torn apart space as though he were pulling away curtains. When they saw the youth's appearance, Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng were stunned. They were prepared to attack, but the person that had passed through the spatial node was Yi Yun.
When did Yi Yun's aura become so powerful? Brother Yi. Jin Xiaoshuang was stumped too.
She was prepared to fight a bloody battle and tear out a path to escape.
After only a year, how did Yi Yun's aura become so powerful? Senior Wufeng, Senior Bai.
Yi Yun bowed at the two and said with a smile, "Sorry for worrying the two of you.
My expedition to the Sun Burial Sansi has been quite fruitful, but my return was delayed." Yi Yun, you. Jian Wufeng sized up Yi Yun.
You have broken through to the Dao Palace realm.
Before Yi Yun left, he was only at the mid-stages of the Dao manifestation realm.
Yet here he stood at the Dao Palace realm.
Was it possible to make such a huge leap in cultivation in a year's time?
Jian Wufeng had never heard of anyone cultivate at such a pace since time immemorial. There was a unique opportunity that had existed for hundreds of millions of years in the Sun Burial Sansi. I used it to make a fortuitous breakthrough.
However, it came at a great cost.
When Yi Yun came to that, he felt a little melancholic.
Ling Xier's soul was severely injured and she had lost all consciousness.
He was unsure if he could successfully wake her up. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Jian Bai could not help but twitch the corner of his lips.
What sort of opportunity was it? How was it so heaven-defying? He could not fathom it at all.
To increase your cultivation level by so much in a year's time.
How is your foundation? Is it stabilized? Jian Wufeng was very worried.
Many peerless geniuses would deliberately suppress their cultivation level to consolidate it properly, afraid that having too quick a breakthrough would result in an unstable foundation and cause a lack of nomological insight.
There are some problems. Yi Yun nodded. However, it was an extremely dangerous situation.
I had no other choice but to make a hasty breakthrough.
However, the few Dao fruits I had condensed when I manifested my Dao were 9-leafed. So nomological insight isn't a problem.
As for my foundation, I will need quite a bit of time to consolidate it.
What did you just say?
When Jian Wufeng and Jian Bai heard the first half of Yi Yun's statement, they felt somewhat sympathetic towards him.
Yi Yun's breakthrough was too fast, resulting in an unstable foundation. However, when they heard the latter half they gaped, unable to close their mouths immediately.
When he manifested his Tao, the few Tao fruits he condensed were 9-leafed.
9-leafed. And a few. Yi Yun had nonchalantly mentioned it. Not only Jian Wufeng and Jian Bai were shocked.
Even Jin Fenghuang and Jian Xiaoshuang, who were beside, had the same reactions.
When warriors manifested their Tao, an 8-leaf Tao fruit meant an extraordinary genius.
A 9-leaf Tao fruit was a legend. As for multiple 9-leaf Tao fruits, that was something they had never heard of before. If it were any ordinary person who had said that, they would have thought the person to be crazy. However, when Yi Yun said it, they had no choice but to believe him.
Only possessing multiple 9-leaf Tao fruits could explain why Yi Yun was so monstrous. The difference between people was truly ridiculous. Just as Jin Fenghuang was sighing, Yi Yun saw Ji Shuiyan coming from the crowd that was arriving. Oh. Miss Shuiyan.
Yi Yun was eternally grateful towards Ji Shuiyan. If not for her Heaven Secrets compass, he might not have survived his trip to the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Yi Yun was extremely relieved that not only had he been able to find the heretical Godfire seed, he was also able to save the Divine Secrets Trading Company and Ji Shuiyan's grandfather. Finally, he could repay his gratitude toward the Ji family.
Young Master Yi. Ji Shuiyan gave a bashful smile. She had long caught sight of Yi Yun.
However, due to her reserved nature, she felt that her status was too low relative to his. Hence, she did not come forward.
Yi Yun took a step forward and came in front of her. With a wave of his hand, a tiny pagoda flew out and spun in midair.
It rapidly increased in size and sent out a beam of light. An azure-robed elder and a bevy of girls emerged from the God Advent Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1129, Squaring Things. Chapter 1129, Squaring Things. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Old Man Ji was still unsure of what was happening when he was teleported out.
He saw a crowd of people gathered around him, and among them stood a trembling Ji Shuiyan. Her eyes were welling up.
Grandpa. Ji Shuiyan was completely in a daze. Was she dreaming?
So much time had passed and there had been no news of Grandpa. Furthermore, he was at the core of the Sun Burial Sand Sea, a place fraught with extreme danger.
Even so, there he was, still alive. Yenner?
Old Man Ji was also shocked.
Miss. The girls Xiener and Yushao could not curb their emotions, and their tears poured out. The Divine Secrets Trading Company had been wiped out and they were captured by Yin Tiansong.
Then they were almost given away as sex slaves, so this reunion after a separation of life and death made it impossible for them to stay composed.
Xiener, Yushao, why are you here? Didn't I instruct you to escape in the secret tunnel? Miss, it's a long story. It's all thanks to young Master Yi. As Xiener spoke, she could not help but throw herself into Ji Shuiyan's arms.
Although she was Ji Shuiyan's servant, they were as close as sisters.
Yi Yun withdrew the God Advent Tower and walked away. He had no intention of disturbing Ji Shuiyan's reunion. However, the tiny God Advent Tower had been noticed by Jian Wufeng. He was quite stunned. Could that tiny tower be?
The Clarity Pool Sword sect had a replica of the founding ancestors' God Advent Tower, but Jian Wufeng wondered if the one in Yi Yun's hands was another replica or the real deal. However, fake or no fake, the value of the tower was inconceivable.
It was something he could sense simply from the aura it exuded.
Although he was alarmed, Jian Wufeng did not probe further.
Regardless of its authenticity, it was an opportunity that belonged to Yi Yun.
Seniors, Yi Yun came before Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng and asked, "What's the situation here at the Clarity Pool Sword sect?" In fact, Yi Yun had his guesses when he saw everyone prepared for battle the moment he passed through the spatial node and entered the sect. A hint of anger flashed in Jian Bai's eyes as he said, "The people from the 7-star Dao Palace have been constantly searching for our location in a bid to crack the array. They have been extremely aggressive. They know we are monitoring them, so they keep making declarations, asking us to surrender as soon as possible and tell them your location. I had no choice but to seal the entrance. Not a single disciple has been outside for experiential training." Yi Yun was not surprised when he heard that. After his leap in strength, these people could no longer cause a stir in his heart.
Let's not talk about that.
Now that you have safely returned, and considering our Clarity Pool Sword sect hasn't fallen after a year, we'll be safe even if we gave them a few more years.
As for you, what happened in the Sun Burial Sand Sea?
Jian Wufeng knew that Lu Rui and company had gone to the Sun Burial Sand Sea. What he didn't know was if Yi Yun had bumped into them. He was curious as to how Yi Yun was able to return safely without any trouble from them.
Let's talk about those things in the future. Since I have returned, it's time to square the vendetta with the 7-star Dao Palace.
As Yi Yun spoke, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. Jian Wufeng, Jian Bai, and the surrounding disciples were stunned.
Square the vendetta? Now! Before they could ask him anything, Yi Yun suddenly took a step forward and instantly moved to the spatial node that connected the Clarity Pool Sword Sect to the external world. He reached out and tore the space open. A huge stride was taken and, with the flash of a beam, a broken sword appeared in his hand. He had been walking in mid-air, crossing 1,000 feet with a single step, hence, he appeared to vanish in the blink of an eye. Yi Yun! Jian Wufeng was alarmed when he saw this scene. He had a hunch when he heard Yi Yun say those words, but he never imagined that Yi Yun would just leave without discussing such a huge matter. There were people from the 7-star Dao Palace outside. Junior brother, let's quickly follow him.
Jian Bai was also shocked.
Although Yi Yun had returned with an extremely powerful aura that even the sect masters felt pressured by, and a pair of mysterious grey eyes, the opponent was still the powerful and unfathomable 7-star Dao Palace. Once the spatial node's location was exposed, it could lead to the cracking of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's array. At the very least, it would expedite the process. Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng could only tear through space to accompany Yi Yun.
Jian Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth and, at the instant when space mended itself, her petite figure flashed inside it, following her masters. She was unsure of how she felt about all this. While being besieged by the 7-star Dao Palace, Jian Xiaoshuang had been constantly telling herself to endure any grudges. Even if the Clarity Pool Sword Sect was massacred, she had to escape with the grudge on her shoulders and live on in shame. Her goal was to wait till she had the strength to bury the 7-star Dao Palace with her own hands. But today, seeing Yi Yun casually rip through space before charging out, a militant enthusiasm suddenly rose up in her heart, and she could not help but charge out too. Perhaps it was her trust and reverence of Yi Yun. Or she had been infected by Yi Yun's immense confidence. Whatever the reason, all she wanted to do was face and witness everything alongside him. Junior sister Xiaoshuang. Jian Fenghong was alarmed. He could ignore the fact that Yi Yun and the two seniors had gone out, but Jian Xiaoshuang had left as well. Jian Fenghong was momentarily flustered. He knew that he would be useless outside and that it was better to stay behind to keep up the morale of the others. He raised his hand and projected the situation outside in the sky. Instantly, killing intent rose inside the Clarity Pool Sword Sect. Everyone was nervous and confused. Although Yi Yun was very powerful, why did he choose to battle the 7-star Dao Palace now? The 7-star Dao Palace had 4 deputy palatial lords, a mysterious palatial lord, and the 7 high ambassadors. Cowards of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect, I know you can hear me. I once advised you to open the gates and pledge allegiance to the 7-star Dao Palace, and I would ensure your safety. Unfortunately, you have all refused my kind exhortations. Now, I have changed my mind. The day I, Tianshu, crack the array is the day your Clarity Pool Sword Sect meets with a massacre. Outside the Clarity Pool Mountain stood a 7-starred robed, middle-aged man with long hair guffawing. He was one of the 7 high ambassadors of the 7-star Dao Palace, High Ambassador Tianshu. High Ambassador Tianshu had studied arrays for tens of thousands of years. His knowledge of the art of arrays was said to be the best in the 7-star Dao Palace. Upon hearing that the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had an ancient array protecting it, High Ambassador Tianshu yearned to have a go at cracking the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's array. He knew that the ancient array was intricate, but no matter how intricate it was definitely not at its peak after being around for so many years. His cracking of the array was only a matter of time. He enjoyed the feeling of slowly pushing the Clarity Pool Sword Sect to its death as he gradually provoked the despair in their hearts. Ha ha ha. I know you have risked everything on Yi Yun, but that little bastard doesn't know his own strength. He actually went to the Sun Burial Sand Sea to seek death. My 7-star Dao Palace's 4 deputy palatial lords have gone there and it is certain they will return fruitful. Yi Yun is just a Dao Manifestation Realm Junior, an ant under our foot. He is definitely doomed. High Ambassador Tianshu laughed loudly as he estimated that he would need no more than a year to crack the array. As an array expert, he enjoyed the process of cracking an array. But suddenly, High Ambassador Tianshu felt his heart skip a beat. The array flags in his hand stiffened as he suddenly looked up. He saw a person tearing through space and emerging 1,000 feet above him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1130, Sea of Flames. Chapter 1130, Sea of Flames. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Who is it? High Ambassador Tianshu turned wary. He discerned that a young man had torn through space before appearing. Was that where the Clarity Pool Sword Sect's spatial node was located? Ha ha.
To think you are actually revealing the spatial node's location to me. That's equivalent to telling me how to crack the array. High Ambassador Tianshu guffawed.
How foolish was this person, that they'd send the Clarity Pool sword sect to the gallows.
However, High Ambassador Tianshu stopped after 2 chortles.
When he saw how the youth approached him with sword in hand and sensed his strange aura, it sent a chill down his spine.
Who are you? High Ambassador Tianshu asked with furrowed brows.
He had guessed that the person came from the Clarity Pool sword sect, which meant he was likely a member of its upper echelons. He looked young, but he could very possibly be an old monster.
Your 7-star Dao Palace has been pursuing me, and yet you as a High Ambassador of the 7-star Dao Palace doesn't recognize me? Yi Yun said sarcastically as he appeared within 200 feet of High Ambassador Tianshu.
When High Ambassador Tianshu heard Yi Yun's words, he was baffled.
You are Yi Yun. High Ambassador Tianshu was alarmed.
He had obviously gotten a description of Yi Yun's face, but he was certain that Yi Yun would die in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, so he did not pay too much attention to it. He was only truly concerned about the Clarity Pool sword sect's ancient array, hoping to practice his skills in array techniques by cracking it. How could he possibly fathom that Yi Yun would return safely after going to the Sun Burial Sand Sea a year ago? Even stranger, how did he suddenly possess such a powerful aura?
In an instant. Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
People from the 7-star Dao Palace started flying over after they sensed the situation. The 4 deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace had gone to the Sun Burial Sand Sea, so, under the present circumstances, the people staying behind to watch the Clarity Pool sword sect were only the 7-star High Ambassadors and the Dao Palace elders.
To think that someone would willingly come and seek death.
I thought the entire Clarity Pool sword sect was old turtles governing a bunch of young turtles.
What Clarity Pool?
It's clearly a pool used to rear a bunch of cowardly turtles.
A person flew over while laughing loudly.
However, when he landed in front of Yi Yun, he choked on the words he had yet to finish. The person was someone familiar to Yi Yun, High Ambassador Yu Hang.
Yi Yun. You? High Ambassador Yu Hong was surprised.
As the 7-star High Ambassador that had the greatest amount of contact with Yi Yun, he understood Yi Yun the best.
He could clearly sense Yi Yun's domineering aura after a year.
A sweep of the cackling gray flames in his eyes made one freeze.
Could it be?
High Ambassador Yu Hang suddenly realized that the only way for Yi Yun to have such a dramatic increase in strength was because he had a fortuitous encounter.
He could not help but link it to the Sun Burial Sand Sea's phenomenon. Did Yi Yun reap a huge harvest at the Sun Burial Sand Sea? You actually managed to escape Deputy Palatial Lord Lu and company? High Ambassador Yu Hong asked. Logically speaking, there was no way Yi Yun could have survived an encounter with the 4 Deputy Palatial Lords. Escape? Yi Yun sneered.
He did not wish to waste his breath on these people.
You should ask them when you meet in hell. What?
Before High Ambassador Yu Hong could react to the underlying meaning behind Yi Yun's words, he saw a pure young sword beam slice through the void, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye.
Little bastard, do you think you are my match?
High Ambassador Yu Hong had a gruesome expression as his whisk flew out of his sleeves, sending thousands of silver threads out at Yi Yun's sword.
Sha! 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 The silver threads wrapped around Yi Yun's sword beam.
Without a change of expression, Yi Yun swept his right hand, producing his destruction Dao domain that devoured the silver threads.
Pang pang pang. The whisk's silver threads were severed. High Ambassador Yu Hang's heart beat violently. He was alarmed and furious. Yi Yun's strength was more terrifying than he could have imagined.
I do not know what fortuitous encounter you have had, but even if you received all the benefits of the Sun Burial Sand Sea, you can never match me. High Ambassador Yu Hong roared as his body merged with the whisk, transforming into a stream of light that shot straight at Yi Yun's throat. Seeing High Ambassador Yu Hang's imposing strike, Yi Yun flicked his finger and sent a gray fire plume floating at him. The tiny fire plume appeared inconspicuous at first, but it quickly seemed to make the heaven and earth lose all temperature.
It was as if all the surrounding powers of pure yang and fire had been consumed by the tiny plume.
Burn, heretical god fire seed.
Yi Yun softly said as the tiny fire plume suddenly burst.
Surging flames spread out as if gray constellations of stars had plummeted to the mortal world.
This is.
High Ambassador Yu Hong and High Ambassador Tianshu were completely enveloped by the gray flames. They desperately conjured their Yuan Qi barriers to protect them, but to no avail.
Their barriers were consumed by the inferno.
Immediately following that, tragic screams sounded out from everywhere. The 7-star Dao Palace disciples that had rushed over were burned to ash.
Ah, ah, ah.
High Ambassador Yu Hong let out a hoarse bellow, for he finally understood that he was no match for Yi Yun at all. When he recalled Yi Yun's words about going to hell to ask his question, he finally realized the horrifying possibility. Perhaps the 4 deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace had been killed by Yi Yun. The 4 deputy palatial lords had been killed by Yi Yun alone. How was this possible? And yet, Yi Yun had released a terrifying inferno that's slaughtering them like they were pigs or chickens. He had no choice but to believe in this shocking conclusion. He gritted his teeth and crushed a voice transmission charm, sending out information on the current happenings, as well as calling for reinforcements. But in a moment, Yi Yun had already appeared behind High Ambassador Yu Hang. Phew! Yi Yun thrust out his sword, completely condensed from the heretical god flames. The terrifying heretical god's flames tore through High Ambassador Yu Hang's chest, completely consuming his innards in flames. Black ash spewed out of High Ambassador Yu Hang's mouth as his eyes gradually lost their luster. What sort of fire was this? Pang! High Ambassador Yu Hong transformed into a cloud of flying ash. As for High Ambassador Tianshu, who was not as strong as High Ambassador Yu Hong, he had been engulfed by the heretical god flames. His Yuan Qi barrier had been eaten through, causing his flesh and skin to rupture. It was an excruciating pain. Wait! I have 36 scrolls of array techniques obtained from an ancient ruin. I can give it to you as long as you. High Ambassador Tianshu's voice came to an abrupt halt as the pure yang broken sword swiped across, separating his head from his neck. Both the 7-star Dao Palace High Ambassadors were dead. Meanwhile, Jian Bai, Jian Wufeng, and Jian Xiaoshuang had arrived outside the battlefield through the spatial node. Since Jian Wufeng's practice in spatial dimension laws was inferior to Yi Yun's, it took him a longer time to travel through the spatial node. He appeared just in time to witness the devastation. The scene of the 7-star Dao Palace disciples that had entrapped the Clarity Pool sword sect over the past year being consumed by the inferno left them reeling in shock. The grey flame was just too terrifying. Could it be that this was the yang spirit that Yi Yun had obtained from the Sun Burial Sansi? However, according to Jian Wufeng and Jian Bai's experience, the more powerful a worldly spirit item, the harder it was to command. How could such a terrifying yang spirit be refined by a junior like Yi Yun? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Storming the Dao Palace. Chapter 1131, Storming the Dao Palace. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The grey inferno raged in the void, leaving Jian Wufeng to take a deep breath. In just a year's time, Yi Yun had become unknown to him. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had obtained a divine item in the Sun Burial Sansi, causing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. However, Jian Wufeng and Jian Bai knew that the real reason Yi Yun could even obtain and refine such a divine item was that he was a power to be feared. Even ignoring the fact that he had defeated the deputy palatial lords of the 7-star Dao Palace, just being able to refine the yang spirit into his body at the Dao manifestation realm was unbelievable. You, come here. Yi Yun grabbed a heavily injured person from the 7-star Dao Palace from across the void and held him high. The person was in such excruciating pain that his mind was not his own. When he saw Yi Yun he trembled in fear, but his eyes flashed a ruthless look as he hoarsely roared, Yi Yun, to dare attack us, you and the Clarity Pool sword sect will not escape from the 7-star Dao Palace's revenge. Revenge? Yi Yun smiled slightly. There's no need to wait. I shall now personally pay a visit. Lead the way to your 7-star Dao Palace. Although Yi Yun had killed High Ambassador Yu Hong before he could crush the voice transmission charm, he didn't care if the transmission did send. When he decided to take action, he had decided to settle this once and for all. Yi Yun wants to storm the 7-star Dao Palace now? Yi Yun's words left Jian Wufeng and company reeling in shock once again. The way he wiped out this group from the 7-star Dao Palace was truly astounding. But these people did not make up the main force of the 7-star Dao Palace. The 7-star Dao Palace was a top-tier sect in the Central State Divine Territory. It was protected by a massive array and had no shortage of experts. However, they could no longer stop Yi Yun. With the 7-star Dao Palace grunt in hand, he transformed into a stream of light and flew far into the distance. Let's follow, said Jian Wufeng. Jian Xiaoshuang was following behind like she was in a dream. Just 15 minutes ago, they had been besieged and unable to leave. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yun had turned the tables and was about to storm the 7-star Dao Palace. The 7-star Dao Palace was located on an immortal mountain in the Central State Divine Territory. Clouds covered the mountains with a thin, everlasting air lingering. When seen from above, 7 palaces were laid out like a 7-starred constellation. It had a massive presence. To mortals and ordinary warriors, this place could be called the 7-star Immortal Palace. It was a famous and sacred place that was not to be violated. But on this day, a figure with electrifying killing intent came crashing down from the sky, before landing in the square in front of the seven-star Tao Palace's entrance.
Who is it?
The disciples guarding the entrance immediately rushed forward. All of them took a domineering stance, as they wanted to know who was foolish enough to appear at their entrance without any proprietary or thought.
Bam!
A person that was on his last breath slammed in front of them. The disciples were immediately stunned when they saw this.
The figure was in a tragic state.
His entire body was charred black, and from the clothes he wore, they could tell he was from the seven-star Tao Palace.
Elder Chu.
One of the disciples managed to recognize the person, and only barely. This was actually one of their elders.
Elder Chu, what happened? Didn't you go to wipe out the Clarity Pool Sword sect? Why are you in this state? The disciple asked in disbelief.
Elder Chu looked up into the sky above the square, right at Yi Yun's figure.
Quick, we have all been killed by him.
The disciples felt their heads buzz. Only then did they recall that a figure had thrown Elder Chu in front of them. They looked up in shock at Yi Yun. This was the person that had killed Elder Chu and the rest? At that moment, Yi Yun began speaking. He said, "Today, I'm here to wipe out the seven-star Tao Palace. Anyone who hinders me shall be executed without a second thought. If you value your life, all you need to do is get out of my way and descend the mountain." Yi Yun looked at the palaces in front of him. All of them would soon be dyed red with blood. However, Yi Yun would not kill the tens of thousands of seven-star Tao Palace disciples. All he wanted was to erase the existence of the seven-star Tao Palace in the Central State Divine Territory. Wipe out my seven-star Tao Palace? What an ostentatious claim. The two disciples felt emboldened to yell at Yi Yun, for they had the entire seven-star Tao Palace backing them from behind. But in an instant, they felt a gentle breeze as the figure flew past them.
Pwa pwa pwa.
Instantly, sword scars appeared on the two disciples as they spewed blood from their mouth and died.
The remaining disciples turned limp with fear.
Their limbs turned cold. They could not see how Yi Yun had made his move. All they saw was two people die in a flash. With that, none of them dared oppose him. They scampered down the mountain in fear. Yi Yun came in front of the mountain, only to be stopped by the erase fluctuation. He slashed down with his broken sword.
Slash. Boom. 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 The entire entrance vibrated and alerted everyone in the seven-star Tao Palace. How audacious. Who dares attack our entrance? A few seven-star Tao Palace experts charged out as they shouted fiercely. However, all they got was a sight of Yi Yun. A sword beam flashed past as blood splattered across the sky. Yi Yun walked through the entrance with a sword in hand. However, his clothes were not stained by blood at all. Quick, stop him. Who is this person? The seven-star Tao Palace disciples that dared to try and stop Yi Yun were effortlessly slain by sword slashes, unable to even get close to him. Soon, the seven-star Tao Palace disciples stopped trying to approach Yi Yun. His slow stroll and mysterious countenance were like a demonic murderer king in their eyes. It exemplified the saying, "If God is in the way, I'll slaughter him. If Buddha stops me, I'll slaughter him too." Yi Yun walked past a palace and raised his hand. The heretical godfire seed's gray flame enveloped the entire palace, raising it quietly. The immortal palace of yesterday quickly turned to ash under the heretical god flame. Gray smoke billowed into the sky. Countless warriors, and even mortals, witnessed this scene from below the mountain and even thousands of kilometers away. They shuddered in fear. What sort of terrifying enemy did the seven-star Tao Palace, that had stood there for such a long period of time, provoke? Friend, do not be too hasty to act so ruthlessly. At the moment Yi Yun came in front the final palace, an elder appeared in front of him and said this lightly. Yi Yun came to a stop. Throughout his entire trip through the seven-star Tao Palace, this was the first time someone had managed to make him stop. The elder appeared to have been standing there the whole time. Only when he spoke did Yi Yun notice him. He had an unfathomable aura that made Yi Yun feel threatened. This person. Are you the seven-star Tao Palace's palatial lord? Asked Yi Yun. He had engaged in wanton murder this entire time, but the palatial lord had not appeared. It was truly odd. Palatial lord? If you say so. I am but an old man that simply stays here and watches the mountains and the sea of clouds to pass the time, said the elder. Friend, you have burned down the Tao Palace. The few deputy palatial lords that went to the Sun Burial Sand Sea have not returned, nor has there been news of them, so they have likely died by your hand. Now, the disciples of the seven-star Tao Palace have all scurried down the mountain. The seven-star Tao Palace can be considered destroyed. It is time for you to retreat. Yi Yun looked at the elder calmly and asked curiously, "Are you really the palatial lord? Why does it seem like you don't care if the 7-star Dao Palace exists or not?"
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1132, Palatial Lord. Chapter 1132, Palatial Lord. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun originally had the impression that his greatest enemy on the storming of the 7-star Dao Palace would be the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord. Be it the siege of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect or the expedition to the Sun Burial Sand Sea, only the deputy palatial lords had appeared. The palatial lord continued to remain a mystery. Yi Yun did not know what the cultivation level of the palatial lord was, but he was confident that even if he was temporarily not the palatial lord's match, he was able to inflict a serious blow on the 7-star Dao Palace before retreating safely. However, the sudden appearance of the elder and the words he said left Yi Yun extremely surprised. The elder sighed and said, "Sai, the survival of the 7-star Dao Palace, on this matter, I do need to do something about it." Suddenly, the elder vanished from where he stood, immediately making Yi Yun feel wary. Phew! The elder's figure abruptly appeared in front of Yi Yun. He struck out with his palm and an immense and terrifying yuan qi enveloped Yi Yun completely as if a mountain was crashing down on him. So powerful! The broken sword in Yi Yun's hand hummed as sword beams rose up, stabbing straight at the palm. The clash between the two even caused the surrounding sea of clouds to disperse completely. Bang! 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 The elder and Yi Yun retreated several steps simultaneously. The elder was very strong. He had managed to withstand Yi Yun's strike just with his palm. Again! Yi Yun's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. The 3-foot passage sword, Sword of Time, slashed out. The Sword of Time that fused spacetime laws and pure Yan laws was like a flowing stream of water but as intense as a burning inferno. It seemed to lunge at the elder as if it came from an ancient era. The elder's eyes remained as still as water in the face of the attack. A long saber suddenly appeared in his hand in response. It was as heavy as a mountain as it sliced down at the sword beam ruthlessly. Boom! The surrounding ground immediately ruptured into countless spider-web-like cracks. Yi Yun felt extreme pain in his wrist and his skin felt like they had been pricked by saber-like yuan qi aftershocks. The elder did not have it easy either. Yi Yun's sword was extremely sharp and his stance grew as he fought. Each strike was stronger than the last. The sword beams and saber flashes interleaved one another as thunderous blasts caused the immortal mountain beneath their feet to constantly rumble. Yi Yun is fighting someone. At that moment, Jian Wufeng and company had arrived. From afar, they could see the constant clashes of yuan qi and the astounding sonic booms. The only person that could fight Yi Yun in such a manner was probably the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord. As for the palatial lord, he was a mystery which Jian Wufeng and company had never seen before. Indeed, there are no limits to the younger generation. I dare not believe that you are a junior. As the elder spoke, he suddenly retreated 1,000 feet backward and stored his saber into his interspatial ring. Yi Yun was surprised. What was the elder doing? Was he not going to continue fighting? Their duel had not determined a true victor yet. However, if they had to continue fighting, Yi Yun felt that he was inferior to the elder. After all, his cultivation level was lacking. Although his nomological insight was outstanding, he could still be disadvantaged if he did not catch the enemy unaware. When the time came, all he could do was retreat. The elder sized up Yi Yun and said, "It's no wonder you caused such a huge stir, made Lu Rui fear you so greatly, and managed to obtain the Sun Burial Sandsea's opportunity. You asked me if I cared for the 7-star Dao Palace. Indeed, I don't care too much for it. I doubted your prowess as a junior, so I wanted to spar with you. Now that we have fought." Oh? Yi Yun was surprised. The palatial lord spoke too casually. If someone wasn't aware of the details, they would think that the elder had seen a junior from his sect and simply wanted to give him some advice. There was actually such a sect master that did not care for his sect's survival? You don't have to find it odd. The elder read Yi Yun's thoughts. When I was young, I was once labeled as an extraordinary genius. I was dedicated to the pursuit of the peak of martial arts. At a young age, I had become the successor to the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord and had a limitless future. The 7-star Dao Palace has never been an orthodox sect. From the establishment of the 7-star Dao Palace, this sect reeked with blood. I did not wish to become the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord, and I was also dissatisfied with a small place like the Central State Divine Territory. I wasn't even satisfied with the Yang God Empery in heaven. At the age of 100, I left the Central State Divine Territory and went on experiential training for a millennium. Finally, I entered the expert-filled sinkhole and had once established myself there. However, when the elder said this, he sighed. When I was on the crest of success, I had accompanied hundreds of experts to a mystic realm in the sinkhole in search of opportunities to make a further breakthrough. But I encountered a terrifying danger. Nearly all the hundreds of experts with me had perished. Although I managed to return, my Tao Palace was shattered, causing my cultivation to be crippled. As the elder spoke, he gradually shook his head. Yi Yun was stumped. Had his cultivation been crippled? How tremendous a blow was this to a warrior? From that moment on, I was destined to mediocrity. After so many years, my strength has recovered to its present state. I returned to the 7-star Tao Palace, becoming its palatial lord. Certain things are destined. The 7-star Tao Palace has its fate, and I became sick of the mundanity of the world. I gradually reclused myself in the back mountain while the 4 deputy palatial lords vied for power as they ran the 7-star Tao Palace together. On this trip to the Sun Burial Sand Sea, I had expected its outcome. Even without you, if the true Yang spirit were to appear and obtained by the 4 of them, there was bound to be a life and death battle among the 4. And the ultimate victor probably hoped to refine the Yang spirit and return to kill me after having a tremendous improvement in strength, becoming the 7-star Tao Palace's palatial lord. The elder slowly mentioned his thoughts, confounding Yi Yun. This elder was so aware of everything, yet he did nothing nor attempt to stop them? Right or wrong, success or failure may be gone with a turn of the head. There is nothing in this world that lasts forever. It is the same for the 7-star Tao Palace. I have seen glory in the past and no longer care for the present struggles. Just like how Azure Yang Lord had established the Grand Qian Empire, but the only thing left is a remnant vestige in the form of the Clarity Pool Sword Sect, as well as the Minute Aura in your sword. A divine empire that had once flourished, but what of it now? Yi Yun was surprised. The elder actually knew so many things of the past. He even knew about Azure Yang Lord. The Clarity Pool Sword Sect was considered a reclusive sect in the Central State Divine Territory. Their relationship with the Azure Yang Lord was something few people knew. Senior, you mentioned that the Great Qian Empire is gone. I would like to ask if you know about Bai Yuan? She was formerly the Azure Yang Lord's wife. She had harmed him and finally took control of the Grand Qian Empire. Yi Yun's tone turned a lot more respectful in his questions. Bai Yuan was extremely talented and was once Azure Yang Lord's love. They had controlled the divine empire together and were called the Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress. Eventually, Bai Yuan had betrayed Azure Yang Lord. She had harmed Azure Yang Lord before his battle with Sha Hongxue from the Fei race for the title of Divine Lord. She left with a rusty sword tip that Azure Yang Lord had brought back from the sinkhole, causing Azure Yang Lord to suffer an abject defeat under Sha Hongxue's hands. He lost his title as Divine Lord and fell into mediocrity, eventually reaching the Tian Yuan world. Later on, he met the ancient Great Empress in the Tian Yuan world, gradually restoring his strength. He created the Great Empress Mystic Realm and left the God Advent Tower behind, which eventually came into Yi Yun's hands. It also meant that Bai Yuan had a sword tip in her hands. And that sword tip. Yi Yun clenched the pure yang broken sword tightly. He knew that the sword tip belonged to the other half of the pure yang broken sword. However, after so many years, with Bai Yuan's terrifying martial talent, her strength was probably unfathomable. Yi Yun had no intention of immediately obtaining the sword tip from her hands. He was only curious about the reason why, despite betraying Azure Yang Lord, she had allowed the Clarity Pool Sword Sect to continue surviving in the Central State Divine Territory. Bai Yuan? The elder shook his head. I do not know of this person. However, the successor of the Grand Qian Empire later uprooted the faction entirely and left the Central State Divine Territory to head for the sinkhole. Headed for the sinkhole? Yi Yun frowned. Even Azure Yang Lord did not know why Bai Yuan had betrayed him. However, why did she give up the Divine Empire's massive territory? Bai Yuan was shrouded in mystery. Since she had left the Central State Divine Territory, it was understandable how the Clarity Pool Sword Sect had managed to survive. Senior, you have been in the sinkhole before. Do you know which part of the sinkhole the Grand Qian Empire is in? Yi Yun wanted to know where the other half of the sword tip had been brought to. Furthermore, he had acquired Azure Yang Lord's heritage. He was bent on avenging Azure Yang Lord's near-death experience after being betrayed by her and losing everything. The elder suddenly said with a laugh, "My sect has been wiped out by you, yet here you are, asking me so many questions. That's a little overboard. Now, with everything settled, and you have fought me, it's time for you to leave. Now that there's only me here, I will finally be able to have some peace and quiet." With that said, the elder did not stay a moment longer. He turned and walked into the palace. Gong! The palace's door closed, leaving Yi Yun standing in the square and staring at the tightly closed door. The elder was like an ancient well. He was tranquil but with a glorious past. Yi Yun shook his head. Since the elder was unwilling to answer his questions, he would not receive an answer even if he forced one. The myriad divine territory is a place where exchanges happen. Perhaps, I'll be able to obtain some information there. Yi Yun thought to himself. Finally, he took a look at the immortal mountain. If the elder remained indifferent to everything, then the 7-star Dao Palace probably did not exist in the Central State Divine Territory from that day forth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1133, Prestige. Chapter 1133, Prestige. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The affairs of the world were inconsistent. The past as narrated by the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord left Yi Yun having mixed emotions. In the history of the 12 Empyrean heavens, there had been countless geniuses that had enjoyed success and gained considerable prestige. However, they had failed in their bid to defy fate, turning into desiccated skeletons that littered the path to the peak of martial arts. The old palatial lord was an example. As he had experienced great vicissitudes in life, he had seen through life and accepted his fate. Naturally, he did not care for the 7-star Dao Palace's fate. Everything in life seemed to be destined. Brother Yi, let's go back. Jian Xiaoshuang spoke hesitantly. She only knew that Yi Yun had fought with the 7-star Dao Palace's palatial lord for a brief moment without producing an outcome. As for their conversation, she had no idea what it was. Let's go back. The 7-star Dao Palace is unlikely to cause trouble for the Clarity Pool Sword sect in the future. Although he had wiped out the 7-star Dao Palace, Yi Yun did not feel any form of joy. The old palatial lord's words made Yi Yun recollect on many things of the past. Other than Azure Yang Lord, the mighty figures he knew included the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner, who was stronger than Azure Yang Lord, as well as the mysterious divine alchemist who had reigned supreme in the sinkhole. The divine alchemist was someone that countless warriors would beseech him to refine the various treasures in their hands. These people had turned into history. Yi Yun believed that if he did not perish, he was bound to accomplish great feats. He could even surpass the mighty figures he identified as seniors. However, if he could not escape the hands of fate, he would eventually be reduced to dust. It would happen unless he could crack the cycle of reincarnation, achieving the legendary Great Tao of Immortality, making him indestructible. However, in all of history, had anyone achieved it? These thoughts flashed in Yi Yun's mind. For some reason, he recalled the long-haired black-dressed woman he had encountered back in the Azurewood Great World. Perhaps, among all the peerless experts he had encountered, she was the one closest to that legendary state. When Yi Yun returned to the Clarity Pool Sword sect, the news of the 7-star Dao Palace's wipeout quickly proliferated through the mouths of the disciples that had escaped 7-star Mountain. People knew that Yi Yun, who had disappeared for a year, had stormed 7-star Mountain and wiped out the 7-star Dao Palace. Yi Yun's name quickly spread. Everyone previously knew that Yi Yun was the strongest person among the younger generation, with strength far exceeding Jian Xiaoshuang. However, it was only limited to that. When people heard how Yi Yun had offended the 7-star Dao Palace, which even implicated the Clarity Pool Sword sect, many people believed that Yi Yun would be hunted and killed by the 7-star Dao Palace. It was possible that the Clarity Pool Sword sect would also be wiped out, but no one expected to receive such a ludicrous piece of news after a year. People originally considered them rumors. However, when people went to investigate 7-star Mountain, they saw the palaces razed to the ground, with all its disciples gone or scattered, leaving almost no one in the sect. They had no choice but to believe. How could Yi Yun possess such immense strength at such a young age? He was even capable of defeating experts of the older generation. This gave him sufficient influence over the entire Central State Divine Territory. Furthermore, Yi Yun was extremely young. Supposedly, he had only cultivated for about 60 years. His future was completely unimaginable, that even becoming a divine lord was not even considered difficult. The Central State Divine Territory was actually a tiny divine territory in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. It held little presence and had only made a name for itself when Azure Yang Lord was born tens of millions of years ago. And after that, no divine lords were produced by the Central State Divine Territory. To the sects in the Central State Divine Territory, a divine lord was unimaginable. At that realm, a sect like theirs could be wiped out with a raise of the divine lord's hand. It was almost no different from pulling out a clump of grass. Immediately, all the various large factions in the Central State Divine Territory turned nervous. Quite a number of them had some friction with Yi Yun.
As such, they felt extreme unease as they racked their brains to think of ways to mend their relationships with Iyun. They could not see Iyun himself, nor could they go to the Clarity Pool Sword sect. Therefore, the Divine Secrets Trading Company, which was originally beneath mention, received extremely privileged treatment because of their relationship with Iyun. When Old Man Ji returned to Jade Luster City with Ji Shuiyan and re-established the Divine Secrets Trading Company, more than 10 sects, with hundreds of experts, came to the Divine Secrets Trading Company to celebrate their reopening. Old Man Ji had not sent out any invitations, but seeing how several hundred guests had come unwelcomed, with the lowest cultivation level at the Dao Palace realm, the people of the Divine Secrets Trading Company were somewhat dumbfounded. They had no choice but to add dozens of tables, but even so, there were large numbers of itinerant warriors that had gathered outside the Divine Secrets Trading Company for various reasons. However, there was no place for them to sit. Instantly, a tiny faction like the Divine Secrets Trading Company became the focus of attention in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. As for the Bloodlust sect, it got wind that when the Divine Secrets Trading Company was annexed by the Heaven Amplification Trading Company, Yen Tianzong had abducted more than 10 beautiful young girls from the Divine Secrets Trading Company and had planned on offering them to one of their Bloodlust sect disciples. This gave the Bloodlust sect a huge fright. They finally realized that young Master Blood Jade, who had vanished a year ago, had been killed by Iyun. The Bloodlust sect was an unorthodox sect and was extremely protective of its brethren. If anyone were to kill their disciples, they would chase the culprit to death. However, Iyun had already made the kill and they lacked the courage to seek revenge. Not only did they not seek revenge, they even came with fabulous gifts to seek forgiveness from the Divine Secrets Trading Company. The person that led the entourage was the Bloodlust sect's deputy sect master. A figure who enjoyed such a high status had personally come to visit Old Man Ji. After the Bloodlust sect, the Heaven Secrets chapter had come too. Years ago, Old Man Ji had left the Heaven Secrets chapter in a hateful rage. He had been deemed a traitor of the sect and now, the newly instated sect master had come to seek his forgiveness. He indicated that if Old Man Ji was willing, he could return to the sect to be its grand elder. The Heaven Secrets chapter had also brought with them excellent gifts and they did not mention a word of the Heaven Secrets compass. The gifts given to Old Man Ji from over a dozen sects were enough to buy the Divine Secrets Trading Company several times over. He felt mixed emotions on this matter. The Divine Secrets Trading Company had only been slightly involved with Iyun, but it made a powerful faction like the Bloodlust sect panic. It even made the Heaven Secrets chapter that had a vendetta that stretched across decades to come to him like obedient grandsons. The status Iyun held was hard to imagine. As for Iyun, he did not appear at the reopening celebration at all. Old Man Ji knew that these factions had come to the Divine Secrets Trading Company in the hopes of seeing Iyun to establish ties with him. However, for several months, Iyun stayed in the Clarity Pool Sword sect and never left it once. Many factions had gathered in the vicinity of Clarity Pool Mountain in the hopes of meeting Iyun, however, they had no way of finding the entrance and gave up hopes. Young Mastery said a few days ago that he might leave in a few months' time. Ji Shuiyan sat beside her grandpa. Despite seeing the bustling scene in front of her and how the Divine Secrets Trading Company appeared to be in the full flush of success, she could not perk her spirits up at all. Iyun was leaving after all. Back in the Sun Burial Sand Sea, Ji Shuiyan had saved Iyun, intertwining their fates together. But after a few months, this connection was probably coming to an end. Ji Shuiyan knew very well that she might not have a chance to meet Iyun in the future. It made her turn especially sentimental. Everyone has their own lives. He stands at a height that's too high away from us. It was our great fortune that we met him. Old Man Ji sighed. Iyun had left large amounts of pills and cultivation techniques for the Divine Secrets Trading Company as a way of thanking them for providing the Mother-Child Heaven Secrets compass pair to indicate the location of the Yang spirit, as well as the life-saving gratitude he received from the Jade Burial Suit. But in fact, what Iyun had brought to the Ji family far exceeded what they had given Iyun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134, Myriad Divine Territory. Chapter 1134, Myriad Divine Territory. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Xiaoshuan, whatever I'm able to teach you is in the sword moves I have demonstrated over the past several months. How much insight you gain would be up to you. Iyun had used the period of time to impart all of Azure Yan Lord's heritage, as well as his own insights of it, to the Clarity Pool Sword sect to the best of his ability. Of course, Iyun's chaos and major destruction Dao, space-time laws were unique to him, especially the former. Even if Iyun wanted to teach them, it would be impossible for them to learn it. After Iyun destroyed the 7-star Dao Palace, he stayed in the Clarity Pool Sword sect for 10 months. Over the 10 months, he had read through all the notes left behind by the Divine Alchemist and memorized them. He found 3 methods that could possibly save Ling Xier.
The Red Cauldron sect's soul returning route was a crucial ingredient in all 3 methods.
Yi Yun felt that it was time for him to leave. He had done whatever he could do, and he had repaid some of his gratitude to Jian Wufeng for saving him. As for Azure Yang Lord's late wishes, he could only complete it in the sinkhole. Now, he was clearly not by Yu Ain's match. "Brother Yi, are you leaving?" Jian Xiaoshuan had a premonition upon hearing Yi Yun's words. "Yes, I'm leaving. I'll be heading for the Myriad Divine Territory." Myriad Divine Territory. Jian Xiaoshuan's expression darkened, for she was a little disappointed. She wanted to raise her strength as quickly as possible. It was naturally impossible for her to chase up to Yi Yun, but if she was able to go on a foray for experiential training, the gap between her and Yi Yun could likely narrow. It would also increase the chances of her meeting him in the future. "Then, I'll inform Master and Martial Uncle." "There's no need. Your Master and Martial Uncle have already gone into reclusion. They will likely break through to the realm of supremacy from this reclusion of theirs. Do not disturb them." Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng were already one step into the realm of supremacy, one thin membrane short of fully entering the realm.
A few months ago, they had Azure Yang Lord's heritage completed, and that membrane was finally broken through.
Once Jian Bai and Jian Wufeng entered the realm of supremacies, the Clarity Pool Sword sect that had 2 supremacies would immediately rise to become a top sect in the Central State Divine Territory that lacked divine lords. After all, the Luo clan that had an extensive territory of 196 states only had a handful of supremacies. As such, Yi Yun did not need to worry about the Clarity Pool Sword sect's safety. "Xiaoshuan, I'm leaving. I'm not sure how improved your sword Dao will be the next time we meet. Perhaps, you would be a supremacy by then too." Yi Yun gave a faint smile. Xiaoshuan was a sworn sister that he acknowledged. If possible, he wanted to keep taking care of her. "All right." Jian Xiaoshuan nodded with all her strength. With that, Yi Yun tore through space and vanished into a spatial node. This was Yi Yun's character. He liked to leave peacefully, without any ceremonies or send-offs. Half a day later, Yi Yun returned to the Sun Burial Sandsea once again. Without the heretical Godfire Seed and the worldly array set up by the Divine Alchemist, the Sun Burial Sandsea's pure yang gases were diminishing. Yi Yun believed that in a few more years, it would begin raining. And after a century, it would not be a surprise if it transformed into a luxuriant forest. Yi Yun adeptly found the underground palace complex he had constructed previously. He bored through the ground and quickly descended hundreds of thousands of feet. Pang! Soil and rock separated as Yi Yun stepped into the array. He happened to enter the room of Ruhr, who happened to finish bathing just 15 minutes ago. With her hair still dripping with water, she was tidying up her room when she saw Yi Yun appear. She stared at him with widened, round eyes. Brother Yi, you are back." Yi Yun had mentioned that it was possible that he would leave for several years, but he had returned in less than a year. Over the past 10 months, the people of the Red Cauldron sect had been practicing the unwanted cultivation techniques that Yi Yun left behind. They felt their horizons broadened. Ruhr had studied them with a voracious appetite. Together with the pills and relics, her strength had increased so much that she felt reluctant to leave. "Yes, I'm back. Let's go to the Red Cauldron sect." The Myriad Divine Territory was located in the core region of the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. The area had numerous spatial nodes, allowing it to develop into one of the biggest divine territories in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. The factions here were complicated with countless experts. With the increase in the number of experts, the competition for territory also became exceptionally intense. The Myriad Divine Territory happened to have high-quality spirit mountains, spirit roots, as well as several of the large Yang God Empyrean Heaven sections. They had established their factions in the Myriad Divine Territory, making the Myriad Divine Territory's core region to be said to be swarming with tigers and dragons. As for the Red Cauldron sect, it naturally was not qualified to establish itself in the core region of the Myriad Divine Territory. They were only on the periphery of the Myriad Divine Territory that bordered the Central State Divine Territory. It stood on a small mountain range with inferior spiritual energy. In addition, this mountain range was not wholly owned by the Red Cauldron sect. When Yi Yun came to this spirit mountain, he radiated his perception out and saw one small sect after another. He was rather surprised. Typically, a sect would hold in possession an entire mountain range. It was truly rare to see a large number of sects clumped around one. The scene resembled stalls that were haphazardly set up in a market. There are quite a number of sects here. The middle-aged man was slightly embarrassed. The Red Cauldron sect is too small. Only the alliance of dozens of sects can secure this territory. The competition in the Myriad Divine Territory was too intense. This was precisely the reason that the Red Cauldron sect's sect master became especially important. If a sect lacked an expert, the tiny bit of territory the Red Cauldron sect had would be quickly annexed. This is our Red Cauldron sect. The middle-aged man and the Red Cauldron sect disciples led Yi Yun into a mountain valley. Yi Yun looked at the valley that was covered in lush vegetation. It had quite a mesmerizing scenery. There was a fog that lingered around the mountain valley, which was the Red Cauldron sect's protective array. However, such an array was much cruder than the Clarity Pool Sword sect's ancient array. Oh! Martial Uncle is back. Junior Sister Ruer. I thought all of you would be back soon. Why were you gone for so long? When a few disciples saw the middle-aged man and company return, they immediately came to welcome them in excitement. Months back, the middle-aged man had risked their lives to head to the Central State Divine Territory Sun Burial Sandsea in search of natural treasures that could treat their sect master. It could be said that a lot of hope was placed on their shoulders. That's right. We are back. The middle-aged man and company were very excited as well. However, when the middle-aged man scanned the sect, he frowned. Why is the sect so empty? Where are Elder Ouyang and the rest? The few disciples immediately had dejected looks in their eyes while their faces appeared depressed. A disciple sighed and said, Martial Uncle, we were just about to inform you. As your expedition group had yet to return, Elder Ouyang inferred that you had failed to find anything and were too ashamed to return. It was also possible that you had perished outside. The disciple stole a glance at the middle-aged man when he said that. What met him was a darkened expression, but the middle-aged man did not rage. He continued, because of that, Elder Ouyang led quite a number of people away. Later, other disciples began leaving in succession. They even left with many things of the sect, but we were unable to stop them. Now, even the deep seawood tables and chairs in the sect have been emptied out by them. When Ruer and company heard this, they were incensed. Many disciples could not hold it in as they wanted to seek revenge on Elder Ouyang. However, the middle-aged man only sighed and said, forget it. They aren't worth much. Let them be. Since those people wanted to leave, there's no need to retain them. Senior, sorry for making a fool of ourselves. The middle-aged man turned to give Yi Yun a wry smile. Is your sect master all right? Yi Yun asked. He did not care about the rise and waning of a small sect, for his trip here was solely for the soul returning route. If it were taken away, he absolutely had to pursue Elder Ouyang. Don't worry about that. The sect master is protected by an array. Those disciples, including Elder Ouyang, can't crack it, said the black-dressed woman. All right. Then, let me take a look at his situation. Yi Yun said. Yes. This way please, senior, said the middle-aged man. When the few disciples saw the middle-aged man and black-dressed woman speak to Yi Yun, they realized that an outsider had been brought back. Furthermore, the man looked extremely young. However, he was addressed as senior by their martial uncle and aunt. Who was this guy? They were perplexed as they followed the middle-aged man to the underground chamber where the sect master was lying in slumber. The chamber was covered in layers of array protections, and the powering of the array expended large amounts of world stones on a daily basis. It's here. The array requires the combined efforts of Junior Sister Song and me to open. It's impossible for Ouyang Bo to touch this place. Just as the middle-aged man's voice faded, he saw Yi Yun's figure flash. He had penetrated the chamber's protective array, entering the chamber directly. Following that, Yi Yun waved his hand, causing the array to vibrate vigorously as massive yuan qi fluctuations were sent out. Yi Yun could not feel at ease before seeing the soul returning route. He only relaxed after finding it when he scanned the area with his perception upon entry. At that moment, the middle-aged man and company who were outside the chamber's array were completely dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yi Yun was formidable, this was an array produced by an ancient array disk that expended large amounts of world stones to maintain. It was the top protective array of the Red Cauldron sect, but it was not much harder than walking over a doorsill to Yi Yun. This made the middle-aged man feel like lamenting his inadequacy in front of Yi Yun. What was it that this senior could not do? The middle-aged man hurriedly deactivated the chamber's array and entered the chamber with the other disciples. On a stone bed lied a pale-skinned middle-aged man. His aura was nearly negligible. If a mortal was here, they would definitely think him as dead. Yi Yun silently stretched out his hand and took out a black wooden root about the length of a finger phalanx from the middle-aged man's chest. It looked inconspicuous, but with it in hand, Yi Yun felt a baffling sense of calm. It was the soul returning root, an absolutely priceless treasure in the 12 Empyrean heavens. If people knew of its true value, perhaps all the sects in the mountain range would experience a bloodbath, much less the Red Cauldron sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1135, Treatment. Chapter 1135, Treatment. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. With this, Sierra can be saved. Ian flipped his hand and kept the soul returning route into his interspatial ring. Senior. The middle-aged man could not help but speak. He was feeling somewhat anxious. Now, with the soul returning route in hand, Ian could leave and no one could stop him. Although Ian wasn't such a person, it was a matter that determined the survival of the sect. The middle-aged man could not help but feel uneasy. Ruhr was also looking at Ian with a palpitating heart. She wanted to know if her father could really wake up from his treatment. Ian looked up at them and said, "The injury your sect master's soul has isn't very serious. However, his dantian has been sealed, which prevents his yuan qi from flowing unhindered. Therefore, placing the soul returning route on him can only ensure that he doesn't die, but it cannot save him. He will temporarily be fine without it." The middle-aged man never expected Ian to immediately accurately diagnose the sect master's situation. He looked excited as he said, "Senior, by saying so, does it mean that you already have a way of treating him?" "Perhaps." Ian nodded. "I've seen a recipe for a pill a few days ago, but I have never refined such a pill before. However, I doubt it would be a problem." Upon hearing what Ian said, the Red Cauldron sect disciples, as well as the middle-aged man, could not help but prick up their eyebrows. It is really okay to use a recipe you happen to come across? Find me a quiet room. Do not disturb me without my instructions. If there's anything I need, I will inform you," said Ian. Yes. That is only right," the middle-aged man hurriedly replied. The Red Cauldron sect did not have many people left at present. The middle-aged man decided that he might as well leave all the quarters in the deepest part of the mountain valley for Ian. The other disciples were strictly instructed not to approach Ian's quarters. Ian stayed in one of the compounds and set up a tiny array in a neighboring compound before placing an alchemical cauldron there. The valley was perennially covered in fog, but it had bamboo forests with lush greenery. Ian lived in the valley and first spent some time to ponder over the Divine Alchemist's collection. Although he had already memorized the collection, the medical knowledge recorded in it was too complicated. There was much that still remained to be done before he could fully comprehend it. Ian sat in the bamboo forest as he swirled a cup of spirit tea in his hand. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, making it appear rather pleasant. The people from the Red Cauldron sect had left his premises. The entrance to the sect had been sealed shut, making it very quiet. There were also no conflicts. Warriors had long lives, but the martial path was fraught with danger. Ian seldom experienced such calm and peaceful days. Ian spent half a month reading the Divine Alchemist's notes as he felt his heart and mind gradually turn tranquil. In the Divine Alchemist's notes, it depicted that the refining of medicine was like cultivating one's mind. One had to have a clear mind to ensure the refinement of unadulterated medicine. Only then would it be excellent medicine with stunning purity. Ian took out some herbs from his interspatial ring. Before he left the Central State Divine Territory, Ji Shuiyan had specially gathered many herbal treasures through the Divine Secrets Trading Company for Ian. She had sent them all to the Clarity Pool Sword sect and given them to Ian. There was a wide variety of herbal ingredients that was sufficient for Ian to refine the medicine for the Red Cauldron sect master. Once the ingredients were prepared, Ian's body flashed and brought the herbal box with him to the cauldron in the courtyard. The courtyard had an array which was previously set up by Ian. Over the past half-month, it had been constantly gathering the valley's spiritual energy, making it a tiny spiritual land. Boom! The cauldron's lid flew up. With eyes as still as water, Ian placed one herb after another into the cauldron. Fire, come! Ian extended his hand out and waved it, causing a pure yang flame to appear which instantly enveloped the cauldron. The most important part in refining medicine was the extraction of the herbal essence and the formation of the pill. With the purple crystal, Ian could extract the herbal essence as if he were eating food or drinking water. In fact, he did not even need to use a flame to complete this step. It would have been overkill and completely unnecessary if he used the heretical godfire seed to refine such a low-grade pill. The refinement of pills was a matter that needed intense concentration, which also expended a great deal of time. Therefore, the Divine Alchemist had mentioned that alchemical refinement was similar to the cultivation of one's mind. However, Ian had extremely great mental strength. It did not pose any problems for him. Ian stood in front of the alchemical cauldron and maintained the pure yang flame. He constantly added new herbs into the cauldron depending on the changes the herbs within underwent. Without knowing it, 10 days passed. Boom!
A huge explosion suddenly happened in the Red Cauldron sect, giving all the disciples a fright. The middle-aged man and company hurriedly rushed to Yi Yun's residence and saw his figure flash out of the courtyard. There appeared to be blue smoke lingering around him. Yi Yun stared at the compound that had thick billowing smoke as a smile suffused his lips.
Indeed, it's that problem I had anticipated. Yi Yun muttered to himself. The middle-aged man, Ruhr, and company felt nervous. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had likely failed at refining the pill. The middle-aged man sighed. After all, the senior had never refined pills in the past. It was only common for him to fail. He was afraid that the senior would slowly lose his patience or eventually give up. Senior, it was tough on you. Pills that mend one's soul is extremely difficult to refine, to begin with. It's also draining on the mind. Before the middle-aged man finished, he saw a white beam of light fly at them which landed straight in Ruhr's hand. She was surprised to see a white pill bottle when she looked at it. I have been attempting to refine another kind of medicine in passing, but I ended up failing. However, your medicine has been refined. Feed it to your sect master. I still need to continue refining medicine. You may leave. Upon saying that, Yi Yun's figure returned to the compound like blue smoke. He had figured out the reason for his failure and he was eager to make another attempt. And outside the courtyard, the middle-aged man and company were left dazed in their spots. The middle-aged man looked at the pill bottle in Ruhr's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Refine other medicine? The sect master's medicine has already been refined during this process? What a joke. He had even wanted to console the senior. Ruhr, quick! Bring the medicine to save our sect master. The middle-aged man's thoughts finally snapped back. The medicine had been casually thrown out by Yi Yun, causing them to fail to react immediately. This was life-saving medicine for their sect master. Yes, I got it. Ruhr clenched the medicine bottle tightly. Even with the bottle, she could smell the mesmerizing herbal fragrance from within. Soon, they came to the chamber where the sect master was protected. Ruhr opened the pill bottle and immediately, a pill as white as jade rolled out into her palm. Father! Ruhr placed the pill carefully into the middle-aged man's mouth. The people present watched the scene nervously. The pill determined the survival of their sect master and the fate of their Red Cauldron sect. Everyone watched with bated breaths. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone, don't be too agitated. The recovery of one's soul requires a process. Furthermore, sect master has been comatose for 10 years. There's no point being anxious. Let's slowly wait. Just as the middle-aged man said that, the middle-aged man on the sick bed suddenly trembled. Following that, his fingers began to slowly bend. Cough. Cough. The middle-aged man continued having his eyes shut. However, soft coughing sounds came from his throat. It felt like his lungs were not accustomed to the sudden breathing after such a long period of not breathing. What? All the Red Cauldron sect disciples present felt their hearts skip a beat. The middle-aged man's every action was determining their every heartbeat. What happened to me? What happened? The middle-aged man's body gently trembled as his sealed dantian began to crack open. Strands of yuan qi began to infuse his meridians like water. He gradually opened his eyes and swept the crowd in a daze. His voice sounded like he was in a dream. Indeed, he felt like he had experienced an especially long dream. He had no idea how long it had lasted. At that moment, Ruhr was already in tears. Dad! Ruhr jumped into the middle-aged man's arms like a gust of wind. Sect master is awake. The middle-aged man rubbed his reddened eyes. It had been 10 years. The Red Cauldron sect had tottered on precariously with him shouldering many heavy responsibilities. The pill could be said to have saved everyone from the Red Cauldron sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1136, Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 1136, Myriad Immortal Pavilion. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Red Cauldron sect, which had been like a candle in the wind, had finally pulled through. To the Red Cauldron sect master, he had been revived as if he had been given a new lease of life. He brought his daughter, Ruhr, to pay their respects to Yi Yun. When he came to Yi Yun's residence, he realized that Yi Yun was in meditation, so he could only quietly wait outside for Yi Yun to finish his meditation. Come on in, Yi Yun said. Only then did the Red Cauldron sect master push the palatial door open and give Yi Yun a respectful bow. Senior Yi, I'm the Red Cauldron sect master, Lin Tiancheng. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Ruer, who was standing beside Lin Tianchang, quickly bowed a junior's salutation. To the Red Cauldron sect, Yi Yun was definitely an extraordinarily mighty senior. We have only reaped the benefits of each other. I need that piece of soul nurturing wood, so saving you was just in passing and nothing worth mentioning. As for the soul nurturing wood, it is extremely useful for me, so if it comes down to numbers, I might have come off cheap. Yi Yun said frankly. Senior, you are too polite. Without you, the entire Red Cauldron sect might not be preserved. Ignoring the soul nurturing wood's worth, it is useless to my Red Cauldron sect no matter how valuable it is. It might even invite catastrophe on us. Lin Tianchang spoke earnestly, for he did not covet the soul nurturing wood. He had long guessed that it was likely an extremely valuable treasure, but it was not something he could possess. Yi Yun thought highly of people who could curb their greed. He said, I got off cheap on this transaction. The soul nurturing wood is too useful for me, so I will not make you get off with a bad deal. Take this and consider it as some compensation. As Yi Yun spoke, he flicked his finger and an interspatial ring flew straight into Lin Tianchang's hand. When Lin Tianchang caught it, he saw that there were a large number of jade slips and pill bottles inside. They were heritage cultivation techniques, pills, and relics. Although they are few in number, they are 10 times more valuable compared to the things I left your sect a year ago. Just consider it as barely compensating you for the value of the soul nurturing wood. Do not reveal this to others or leak anything about the soul nurturing wood. If not, it will only invite trouble on yourself. Yi Yun had killed too many enemies over the years. He had accumulated a lot of wealth, but Yi Yun's foundation was too powerful. His requirements on the quality of resources were extremely high. A typical supremacies collection might not be of use for Yi Yun's cultivation. Hence, Yi Yun gave these things away wantonly without feeling the pinch. To the Red Cauldron sect, the items in the interspatial ring were enough for them to expand and raise the sect's strength to a whole new level. As such, how could Lin Tianchang not feel agitated? He took a deep breath and did not refuse it. He had heard from Ruer's recount and knew that these were nothing to Yi Yun. Thank you, senior. Alright, do you know where in the Myriad Divine Territory is the most prosperous when it comes to trading? Although Yi Yun had seen records regarding the Myriad Divine Territory in the Divine Alchemist's notes, they were from hundreds of millions of years ago. After such a long period of time, the factions in the Myriad Divine Territory had long experienced great changes. Yi Yun was somewhat worried, unsure if he could obtain the things he wanted from the Myriad Divine Territory. Yi Yun wanted to use the soul returning route to refine a cauldron of hollow soul pills. Not only could the hollow soul pills save Ling Xier, they were also very beneficial to Yi Yun. According to the Divine Alchemist's records, consuming the hollow soul pill allowed one's soul to undergo a metamorphic change, allowing one's mental strength to strengthen greatly. A warrior's soul was especially important to them. A strong soul was required to gain insights, control laws, produce soul assaults, perception probing, refining of medicine, refining of weapons, setting up arrays, etc. Yi Yun's soul wasn't weak, but he was not satisfied. He had the purple crystal, and the control of the purple crystal relied on his soul and mental strength. Every use of the purple crystal's powers drained a non-negligible amount of the power of his soul. For example, in the refinement of pills, Yi Yun's greatest talent was attributed to the purple crystal. Through the purple crystal's extraction and control of the medicinal essence flow, Yi Yun had demonstrated extraordinary talent in the Desolate Heaven technique in his early years. He was superior to Luo Hoyer, who had been practicing the Desolate Heaven technique for years, in various aspects. If he had a powerful soul, it would only redouble his might. His control of the purple crystal would only become easier. However, the refinement of the hollow soul pill required him to find other supplementary herbs. And any one of them was extremely valuable. The two most difficult supplementary herbs were called Netherworld Sand and Heaven Aqua. Both herbs were natural treasures born in two different extreme environments after being nourished by the spiritual energies of the world. The environments that met the conditions were already hard to find. And even these environments might not necessarily produce Heaven Aqua or Netherworld Sand. Of course, the two herbs were of lower value compared to the soul returning root in Yi Yun's hands. According to the size of the soul returning root, if he found sufficient Netherworld Sand and Heaven Aqua, Yi Yun was able to refine about 6 or 7 hollow soul pills. Ling Xier needed probably 2, and the rest could be used by Yi Yun to enhance his soul. Senior, the biggest trading company in the Myriad Divine Territory is the Myriad Immortal Pavilion. It has a long lustrous history and has a huge stock of heavenly treasures. Senior, you will definitely be able to find what you want there. Myriad Immortal Pavilion? Yi Yun had seen the name in the Divine Alchemist's notes. However, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion was not even in the top 10 trading companies hundreds of millions of years ago. He was surprised that it had now become the biggest faction. The myriad divine territories trade comprised of many of the large factions of the young god Empyrean heaven. To be able to reign supreme in this area, the amount of profit they received every year was unimaginable. Tell me about the Myriad Immortal Pavilion.
Lin Tiancheng said politely, Senior, the Myriad Immortal Pavilion controls about 70% of the trade in the Myriad Divine Territory.
The Pavilion Lord of the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's name is Tang Qianyu. He is a legendary figure in the Myriad Divine Territory. He had become a divine lord tens of millions of years ago and pushed the Myriad Immortal Pavilion to its present peak. Senior, such a figure is someone that exceeds your imagination. Tang Qianyu? Yi Yun nodded. The Myriad Divine Territory was not something an ordinary small divine territory could compare with.
As the top faction of the Myriad Divine Territory with immense amounts of treasures in their warehouses and in control of massive amounts of trade on a daily basis, they would have been robbed clean if not for a divine lord holding down the situation. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion that had a divine lord holding it down probably could find the netherworld sand and have an aqua.
However, about the price. Speaking of price, Yi Yun found it troublesome. His present situation was awkward. On one end, his foundation was excellent. His quality requirements of heavenly treasures were extremely high, but compared to old freaks that had accumulated their wealth for years, he was actually extremely poor. Compared to those old freaks, he had no advantage. Whatever. I'll first go to the Myriad Immortal Pavilion and decide on my plans.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1137, Myriad Pavilion. Chapter 1137, Myriad Pavilion. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Phew.
A teleportation array's Yuan Qi reverberated as Yi Yun and Ruer's figures appeared. Senior, right in front of us is Myriad City, Ruer said. Yi Yun and Ruer had finally reached their destination after traversing several teleportation arrays to go from the Red Cauldron sect to the core area of the Myriad Divine Territory.
The Myriad Divine Territory was extensive and at its core was Myriad City.
After walking out the teleportation array, Yi Yun looked in front of him and took in the sights of the entire Myriad City. It was constructed on a massive plain and there were continuous rows of pavilions at a glance. Furthermore, there were immense amounts of Yuan Qi gushing towards Myriad City from the entire plain. From afar, one could acutely feel a sense of shock and awe at this sight. Senior, flying above Myriad City is forbidden.
I'll procure a carriage for you, said Ruer. All right, go ahead. Yi Yun nodded.
He was completely unfamiliar with Myriad City, so Lin Tiancheng had offered to have Ruer accompany him as she had visited Myriad City several times. She knew it like the back of her hand, so she saved Yi Yun a lot of trouble.
In the future, don't keep calling me Senior. Just call me by my name, Yi Yun said.
Although he did not mind the misunderstanding regarding his age, he found it odd to be called Senior all the time.
Then, Senior, I'll call you Young Master.
Ruer said, somewhat embarrassed. Then, Young Master, please don't call me Miss Nangong.
Just calling me Ruer would do.
Ruer had taken her mother's maiden name and Yi Yun had been addressing her as Miss Nangong throughout the trip. It left this young girl somewhat struck with reverence and awe.
All right, said Yi Yun.
Ruer quickly procured a horse carriage. The horses that pulled the carriage were tall and majestic. They effused Yuan Qi all throughout their bodies, making them appear magnificent and extraordinary. After Yi Yun entered the carriage, he realized that the interior was extremely spacious and luxurious. It's said that Myriad City gathers all the good things in the Myriad Divine Territory or even the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven. Not only is it filled with treasures, there are all sorts of outlets for pleasure. The Myriad Immortal Pavilion would also hold a Myriad exchange every 10 years. The appearance of the most precious treasures in the Myriad Divine Territory attracts the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven and even warriors from other Empyrean heavens. It would be another 3 years before the next exchange. Young Master, I'm sure you will be able to buy whatever you want at that exchange.
It has everything, giving Myriad City its fame. Ruer informed Yi Yun of the situation as she sat inside the carriage. There's no harm waiting 3 years. Let's first stay in the Myriad City for the time being, said Yi Yun.
All right, then it's necessary for us to take a trip to Myriad Pavilion. That is where we exchange for currency in Myriad City, as well as where we purchase or rent property for residential purposes, said Ruer.
Yi Yun nodded.
On the journey, Ruer had told him that although the Myriad City also traded in World Stones and Chaos Stones, the true top treasures were not exchanged with World Stones but Myriad Runes.
Myriad Runes were jointly issued by the 10 major factions of the Myriad Divine Territory.
There was only one way to obtain them, pawning treasures to these major factions. The more valuable the treasures, the more runes they could exchange for. As for low-grade treasures, none of the 10 major factions would be willing to accept them.
In short, exchange trading was popular in the myriad divine territory.
The only reason for the issue of runes as a currency was to ease the computation of an item's worth. The carriage moved down the roads at a quick pace, and after entering the city, Yi-Yun saw 2 rows of bustling stores. The roads were filled with people, and it bustled way more than the capital cities of mortals. There would be powerful auras appearing on the street from time to time. The warriors that walked the streets were not weak. It was very difficult to see so many experts gathered elsewhere. The myriad city that was typically filled with many warriors would probably be even livelier when the exchange happened.
It would be a grand event.
Even if Yi-Yun wasn't here to purchase ingredients to refine the hollow soul pill, just the visit had already broadened his horizons.
Young master, we have arrived at Myriad Pavilion.
The carriage stopped in front of a massive pavilion, and there were huge influx and outflux of warriors.
Ruhr led the way, and soon, a Myriad Pavilion manager came forward. Sir, can I help you?
The manager smiled friendly. Yi-Yun passed him more than a dozen interspatial rings which he had obtained when he killed his enemies.
Help me exchange the things inside that are of use. In addition, help me find a residence that is suitable for cultivation, said Yi-Yun.
All right. Please enjoy the tea over here.
I'll be right back,
the manager said as he took the interspatial rings over. The Myriad Pavilion was under the Myriad City's jurisdiction. Warriors came here in order to exchange for myriad runes, so it was natural that the business would not scam them in the exchange. If not, there would have been other warriors kicking up a storm before Yi-Yun. And while waiting, the manager had sent a catalog over. When Yi-Yun opened the catalog, his eyes lit up. In it were the prices of items by the various major merchants. He used his soul to search within and quickly found treasures that interested him greatly. Before obtaining the Divine Alchemist's notes, Yi-Yun would not have thought much of these items, but now, these treasures were just too useful to him. Nearly all the treasures were priced using myriad runes, and the ones that were labeled with world stones were extremely few in number.
How expensive!
Ruhr felt her eyes ache when she looked from the side. The sale of the entire Red Cauldron sect could not even afford a tenth of the treasures that cost tens of thousands of runes easily. As for Yi-Yun, he had a few treasures in the catalog that were worth hundreds of thousands of runes. Oh! They even have Heaven Desolate Grass here, 900,000 runes.
This is an extremely valuable spirit herb recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes.
Although it's slightly poorer in quality to the soul returning root, it's absolutely something that one can only come by with luck. 900,000 runes sounded very expensive, but Yi-Yun did not think so. He compared it to the prices of the other treasures, and a large number of the treasures that Yi-Yun felt were not even worth 1/100th of the Heaven Desolate Grass was priced at 200,000 to 300,000 runes. The price was clearly illogical.
Yi-Yun stroked his chin.
From the looks of it, there were so many kinds of treasures in the world that even the myriad divine territory was not fully aware of the price of every treasure. Taking the Heaven Desolate Grass as an example, it was said to be extremely precious in the Divine Alchemist's notes, but many of the recipes that had it as an ingredient might have been exclusive to the Divine Alchemist or had been lost over the passage of time. This made many people unable to recognize the value of the Heaven Desolate Grass. If not, Yi-Yun wouldn't have found it expensive if it were sold for 20 to 30 million runes.
I need to get my hands on this Heaven Desolate Grass. As Yi-Yun ruminated over things, the manager returned.
Sir, this is your rune jade charm. After inspecting it, all you need to do is project your spiritual mark into it, and the jade charm cannot be used by others.
The manager had returned with a jade disc. Yi-Yun took over the jade charm and injected his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, his expression sank. How poor!
The more than a dozen interspatial rings had only been exchanged for 85,000 runes.
With that, how could he even afford the Heaven Desolate Grass?
Yi-Yun could not even afford a single spirit herb that he had eyed.
He was helpless when he thought about it.
The people that he had killed previously were mostly at best at the Dao Palace realm. The things stored in the interspatial ring were things Yi-Yun could not use in the true treasures he possessed, such as the God Advent Tower, 10,000 Fey Divine Cannon, the Divine Alchemist's notes, etc. obviously could not be used.
In fact, the wealth Yi-Yun had at present was rather substantial.
However, at the Myriad Exchange, the treasures he wanted could only be worth more than he had. The people that made the trades were old monstrous supremacies or even divine lords that had lived for millions of years. Compared to these people, Yi-Yun was poor. Sir, as for the residence you wanted, I have already found the suitable cultivation grounds in Myriad City.
Sir, please feel free to take a look. The manager took out a map. There's no need.
Yi-Yun pondered for a moment before looking up and say, I've changed my mind.
Find me some storefronts that are rather quiet.
The manager faltered slightly and immediately nodded with a smile. He said, "All right, let me check for the empty storefronts." There were many people that came to Myriad City for business, so it was nothing odd.
"Young master, why did you choose a storefront?" Ruhr asked in astonishment.
"The prices of the herbs I need are rather high. The runes I have at present are somewhat short of the amounts required. Furthermore, to ensure that I can obtain them, I probably need even more runes. Since I want to refine pills and cultivate my mind over the next 3 years, I might as well open a store," said Yi-Yun.
Yi-Yun had gone from the mid-stages of the Tao Manifestation realm to the Tao Palace realm in one fell swoop.
The leap in cultivation had been too great that no matter how high Yi-Yun's nomological insights were, he could not ensure that there wasn't a problem.
He needed time to let his cultivation sink in. 3 years was actually not even enough. As such, Yi-Yun planned to cultivate while studying the Divine Alchemist's notes and selling the useless pills he refined.
Since Myriad City had a bustling economy, he was bound to have business even if he ran a store that was located somewhere quiet.
Yi-Yun was also confident in the quality of the pills he refined.
Even without the pill recipes that he had inherited from the Divine Alchemist, the most ordinary pills that Yi-Yun refined would have their quality greatly enhanced. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1138, Heavenly Treasures Arch. Chapter 1138, Heavenly Treasures Arch. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
The Myriad Pavilion's manager quickly delivered the detailed accounts of the available stores.
Yi-Yun took a look at the prices and could not help but falter. Myriad City was thriving just too well. It could be considered a megacity in the entire Yang God Empyrean heaven. The amount of wealth the stores in the central region took in was an astronomical number.
Ignoring the Myriad Divine Territories factions, there were several factions from other territories of the Yang God Empyrean heaven that set up shop in Myriad City. This made the stores in Myriad City hot property. Some of the large storefronts in the central district had an annual rent of 200,000 runes, with a 10-year deposit required. It sounded very expensive, but on second thought, a few big deals a year would pay for itself handsomely. Yi-Yun's wealth was unable to rent a store in the central region. There was no need for him to do so either. He eventually chose a small store in a rather remote area. The rent was only a tenth of the price, but it too needed a 10-year deposit as well as a year's rent. Instantly, Yi-Yun had to produce 22,000 runes.
After walking out Myriad Pavilion, Ruhr was still in a daze.
One wouldn't realize how poor they were till they came to Myriad City. The Red Cauldron Sect's revenue in a century was not even enough to pay the annual rent for a shop in Myriad City.
I truly am poor.
Yi-Yun felt that he had a monetary crisis on hand. He had not had this feeling in a very long time. On careful thought, although he had many supreme-grade treasures on him, the amount of liquid wealth he had never been a lot. Although he could also earn money by refining medicine through a store, it was just too slow. Yi-Yun wanted to hone his medicine refinement skills and desolate heaven technique while cultivating. In these areas, if he used precious materials as practice, it would allow him to garner success quickly, but it required quite a sizable sum of money.
What other means were available in Myriad City for him to quickly earn money?
Yi-Yun stroked his chin while ruminating over the matter when suddenly his heart stirred. He turned his head oddly and saw a carriage enveloped by prismatic streams of light quickly passing him by. The carriage was being pulled by 9 prismatic birds and the carriage itself was floating 3 feet off the ground. It remained fast and stable while it traveled. In a blink of an eye, the carriage reached the furthest end of the street before disappearing.
All it left behind was a faint fragrance that inundated Yi-Yun.
This carriage.
Yi-Yun was surprised.
He had sensed a familiar aura from the carriage that had just shuttled past him. However, he temporarily could not recall who it was on careful thought. His perception followed the carriage and saw it fly into a gigantic building that resembled a small mountain.
Heavenly Treasures Arch?
Yi-Yun saw that the plaque above the door wrote those words.
Ruhr, do you know of the Heavenly Treasures Arch?
Yi-Yun asked casually, but he never expected her face to blush slightly upon hearing his question.
She nodded and stammered, "Young master, do you want to go to the Heavenly Treasures Arch?" "What's the problem?"
"Nothing, just that."
Ruhr's explained Heavenly Treasures Arch with a reddened expression. As he listened to her explanation, Yi-Yun was left amused.
The Heavenly Treasures Arch was one of the businesses of the Paradise Chapter.
The Paradise Chapter was famous in the Myriad Divine Territory.
Its cultivation techniques were extremely special. They were particular about doing as one wished. By indulging in one's desires during cultivation, it would allow one to have their aspirations freed, resulting in breakthroughs.
As such, the Paradise Chapter did not enjoy a good reputation. Many of the sect's disciples would engage in sex with beauties or enjoy themselves extravagantly. Many people regarded them as a demonic sect.
Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Treasures Arch had become the most degenerated land of enjoyment in Myriad City. Beautiful female slaves were reared in there, and as long as the price was right, one could buy or sell them as one wished. Other than that, it had all sorts of valuable treasures, delicious delicacies, underground gambling for life and death battles, etc.
Everything could be found there.
In short, as long as one was rich, one could enjoy all sorts of pleasures in Heavenly Treasures Arch. While Ruhr explained what the Heavenly Treasures Arch was, her face was constantly red. Ian understood that the young lass had probably mistaken him for hoping to seek pleasure in the female slaves in the Heavenly Treasures Arch. Ian chuckled and did not explain further. It was his first time in Myriad City and he had not visited many places. It wasn't a bad idea broadening his horizons. Furthermore, Ian was curious over the identity of the person who exuded that familiar aura. The Heavenly Treasures Arch itself was a massive enchanted abode treasure. It had been placed in its location for millions of years. It spanned a space of about 5 kilometers and its interior had all sorts of renovations that made it look palatial and affluent. When Ian came to the entrance, he saw a row of armored strongmen standing by it.
Among these iron tower-like bodies was a row of young girls with alluring figures. The savagery and gracefulness formed a stark contrast. "Welcome!" The row of young girls got up to bow. However, not every visitor would receive one.
Only those with a certain level of status could enjoy such treatment.
"Young Master Linghu, you came. Please come in." A girl came forward with a smile like a blossoming cherry blossom and led a white-dressed man in. The white-dressed man had gotten off a resplendent carriage and it was clear at a glance that he had an extraordinary background. In the Myriad Divine Territory, there were business opportunities everywhere. In addition to the millions of years of accumulation, there were too many wealthy factions. Comparing the Central State Divine Territory to this area was like comparing a tiny county city to a famous world capital. Throughout Ian's walk towards the Heavenly Treasures Arch's entrance, no one came forward to welcome him. He was an unknown and he didn't seem that old, so it was natural that no one paid him any attention. Behind Ian, Ruhr's face was as red as an apple's. In Myriad City, she was like an honest child from a poor family. Suddenly coming to an extravagant land of sin obviously left her extremely reserved. "This place sure is ostentatious." After Ian walked into the main hall from the entrance, he saw a hall that spanned 1,000 feet. It was filled with tables and chairs made of heavenly aromatic wood. And on the ceiling burned an iridescent flame that lit the hall up in 7 gorgeous colors. Rainbow feather flame? The flame that illuminated the Heavenly Treasures Arch was a precious mutated fire spirit. Although its value was far from Ian's heretical god fire seed, it was sufficiently stunning. Furthermore, placed in the middle of the hall was a coral about 10 feet tall. It was extremely striking. The coral was completely purple in color and its shape was perfect. Ian was well versed in the Divine Alchemist's notes, so he could instantly identify it to be a deep-sea purple blood coral. It was probably nearly 1,000,000 years old. Such a purple blood coral was a precious herb for refinement. But now, it was being used as a decoration. Not only did it accentuate the beauty of the area, it also made the hall rich in yuan qi. Is the Paradise chapter that rich? To use 1,000,000-year-old purple blood coral as a decoration? This thing can be sold for about 1,000,000 myriad runes. Ian felt a little agitated. He was so poor, yet the Paradise chapter's extravagance had reached a whole new level. The Heavenly Treasures Arch has even taken out the purple blood coral. Indeed, the treatment given to Fairy Yuqin is different. That's for sure. We have lucked out too as a result. Although we have no hopes with the beauty, nor can we eat the medicine refined from the purple blood coral, just breathing in the yuan qi emitted by the purple blood coral is definitely a refreshing feeling. When Ian heard the conversation of 2 warriors, he felt relieved. From the looks of it, a worldly spirit item like the purple blood coral was something the Heavenly Treasures Arch would only take out during special occasions. It was not so wealthy to the point of using the purple blood coral as a decorative plant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1139, Fairy Yuqin. Chapter 1139, Fairy Yuqin. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Spiritual herbs were typically kept in sealed jade boxes. Some jade boxes were even augmented with arrays to preserve the spiritual herb's essence. The open placement of the purple blood coral in front of Ian obviously left it susceptible to the sapping of its essence. Such an ostentatious display left Ian curious. Who was this Fairy Yuqin? Brothers, might I ask, who is this fairy Yuqin that you mentioned would be coming today? Yun asked the two warriors that had been discussing the purple blood coral. Although the duo had average cultivation levels compared to Yun, they were dressed in expensive outfits. Their clothes were made of heavenly silk and they had valuable swords hanging at their waists. Embedded within their swords were a sizable number of precious stones. Yun was an expert when it came to swords. He could tell at a glance that the two swords were nothing impressive, but they appeared to be perfect in their garishness. From the looks of it, the two of them were scions of a wealthy family. Brother, you must be from afar. How could you not have heard of Fairy Yuqin? The youth that spoke was dressed in blue. He didn't quite match his luxurious clothes, for he had an honest look. Combined with his slightly darkened complexion, he resembled a farmer. Yun nodded. You are correct, I do not know. Please enlighten me. The other youth followed up. He was playing with a pair of polished walnut cores and looked like an elegant scholar. When you speak of Fairy Yuqin, you must first talk about the Paradise Chapter. Legend says that the founder of Paradise Chapter came from the sinkhole. Then, as the Paradise Chapter stayed in the Myriad Divine territory for a prolonged period of time, it became one of the top major factions. Most of Paradise Chapter's disciples are men. Since it emphasizes allowing one to act on their desires, it is said to be heaven for many male warriors. This also causes the Paradise Chapter to have an ever-increasing number of disciples. He continued, the Paradise Chapter would choose a successor every 10,000 years. Typically, the successor would be male and he would inherit the true teachings of the Paradise Divine technique. He would truly enjoy all the pleasures of life. However, the scholarly youth suddenly had a change in tone. On very rare occasions, the Paradise Chapter would choose a young female successor. It is no small matter when that happens. The male successors of the Paradise Chapter typically pursue their desires, but female successors are the complete opposite. They would be chaste and be devoid of all secular desires. As for Fairy Yuqin, she is the present successor of the Paradise Chapter. She first appeared 3 years ago and quickly made a name for herself in Myriad Divine territory. She has a body inherited from the union of a Simurgh and a Phoenix. In addition to the techniques she cultivates anyone who wins her heart and copulates with her would experience the unmatched pleasure of skin so smooth and fair that it melts away into something resembling silky spring water. One could die without regrets after that. The scholarly youth spoke as if his soul was fluttering away. Yun found it amusing. The fellow seemed rather noble, but in reality, he was just another eminently horny guy. At that moment, the honest-looking youth spoke up, such a peerless woman is not someone we should place our sights on. Brother, it's better to be in your shoes. You have that fine young lass beside you. She's cute, obedient, and I'm sure she would give you a good time at night. You really have a beautiful girl. The honest-looking youth glanced at Roar as he spoke. He even gave Yun an expression any man would know. The red in Roar's face got deeper. What nonsense was this person spouting? She did not know what to say. As for Yun, he only smiled and did not bother to explain anything. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the hall. A few managers of the Heavenly Treasures Arch hurriedly walked out as a row of beautiful consorts lined up. Oh! Some big shot is coming. People came to receive the person as a few managers politely said simultaneously, "Welcome young master, how you?" I was wondering who it was to receive such a grand reception from the Heavenly Treasures Arch. So it's the Myriad Immortal Pavilion's Zwicho how you, said the scholarly youth enviously. A young master from the Myriad Immortal Pavilion? The Myriad Immortal Pavilion was the biggest faction in the Myriad Divine territory. To be addressed as young master, he definitely enjoyed extraordinary status in Myriad Immortal Pavilion. It was no wonder he received such treatment. Young master how you came too. That's natural. It's no secret that Zwicho Haoyu has been trying to woo Fairy Yuqin. If Zwicho Haoyu can win her heart, not only would he experience physical bliss, his cultivation level would also reap huge benefits from that Simurgh and Phoenix hybrid body of hers. Also, if he gained an alliance with the Paradise Chapter, his status in the Myriad Immortal Pavilion would be greatly elevated. As the crowd conversed, a group of people walked in. The person leading the group was dressed in opulent clothes. This handsome young man was most likely Zwicho Haoyu. He had an imposing appearance and his aura was like an unsheathed sword. He was clearly an elite that was a cut above the rest. The managers of Heavenly Treasures Arch led Zwicho Haoyu to a luxury box. This seemingly inconsequential action had attracted the attention of a number of people. The Heavenly Treasures Arch's most splendid luxury boxes were the Heaven-class box and the slightly inferior Earth-class boxes. There were many Earth-class boxes, but there was only one Heaven-class box.
People originally expected Zwichyohao to be given the Heaven class box, so they were shocked when the managers led Zwichyohao to an Earth class box instead.
Zwichyohao frowned slightly when he saw the arrangement.
But immediately, a manager whispered into Zwichyohao's ear. This made him immediately reveal a look of understanding.
He went to the Earth class box without incident.
Without a doubt, the person in the Heaven class box was of much higher status than Zwichyohao.
This left people curious. Who was in the Heaven class box?
There were obviously many people in Myriad City that enjoyed a status higher than Zwichyohao, such as the elders of mighty factions. However, old seniors like that would not come to Heavenly Treasure's Arch to listen to Fairy Yochin's playing of the zither.
This was, after all, the world of youngsters.
At that moment, the clear tune of a zither was heard from within the hall. The zither tune was extremely moving, like the fluttering music of immortals.
Even Ian felt his heartstrings being tugged.
The tune was like a song but also plaintive.
It was a very special zither tune.
Ian glanced at the two youths that had conversed with him. They were quickly mesmerized by the zither tune.
They were not the only ones.
Everyone in the hall appeared intoxicated.
The zither tune was quite extraordinary.
Ian sensed that the zither tune contained extremely potent mental powers that could affect the souls of anyone who heard it. Furthermore, with the sound waves reverberating, the surrounding laws began to naturally condense, forming invisible sound runes that danced in the void. The zither was not producing sound runes, but laws.
Zither Dao and soul laws.
Yun came up with such an evaluation.
This is Fairy Yochin's zither tune.
It was unknown who said that. With that, everyone looked towards the source of the tune. There, they saw more than a dozen white brocades flying down from the middle of the hall. An immortal mist lingered as a figure floated down with her hair fluttering like a fairy that descended to the mortal world.
She held a zither in hand, and its tune produced ripples that radiated in every direction.
The ripples were like water that cast light onto her beautiful face that she slowly lifted. Instantly, it was as if color had been drained from the entire hall. Even the gorgeous purple blood coral seemed dimmer.
Even Yun could not remain composed when he caught sight of her.
She was truly perfect and flawless. Even if one wanted to, it would be impossible to find any fault in her. Despite being in a den of indulgence, this zither-wielding fairy who was the successor of the Paradise chapter appeared sacred and chaste.
It seemed impossible that anyone would wish to desecrate her. Amid the zither tunes, many people revealed mesmerized looks.
It was as if they were willing to die for her. Of course, Yun was not affected by it. His soul was powerful and not easily swayed.
I have apparently not seen this Fairy Yochin before.
Ian looked at Fairy Yochin's beautiful face and pondered.
He could not recall anyone that resembled her.
He originally believed that the mysterious woman that passed him outside the Heavenly Treasure's Arch was likely Fairy Yochin. But now, from the looks of it, he had guessed wrong.
I've received word of an esteemed guest's arrival, so I am here to welcome him with my tunes.
A voice that was as ethereal and elegant as a melody came from the immortal mist. The voice seemed to reach straight into one's bones.
The lingering sound echoed, leaving people with meaningful afterthoughts.
The people who had been affected by the zither tunes were also intoxicated by Fairy Yochin's voice.
Zwichyohao said with a laugh, I never expected Fairy Yochin to appear today without a veil concealing her face. We are truly lucky.
Whenever Fairy Yochin appeared in the past, she would have her face covered by a veil. This time she had removed her veil, revealing her true face to everyone. Although Zwichyohao said out loud that they were lucky, he was actually quite displeased.
He was an extremely possessive person.
He wished that Fairy Yochin would always wear the veil until he had successfully courted her, so that her peerless looks would be only his to see. Only a peerless woman that was completely in his possession could satisfy him.
How could those inferior warriors have the qualifications to see my future wife's face?
Fairy Yochin, you speak too seriously. As an old man, it's my first time coming to Heavenly Treasure's Arch to listen to your zither playing. Only after hearing it have I realized how regretful it is that I have missed so many counts of this heavenly music. At that moment, a voice with bold undertones sounded from the Heaven class box.
Everyone was stunned when they heard it.
From his tone, he was clearly a senior.
An old senior who enjoyed a status higher than Zwichyohao had come to listen to Fairy Yochin play the zither?
Just as people were guessing at the senior's identity, they saw the Heaven class box open. A middle-aged man dressed in purple golden robes walked out with large strides. The middle-aged man was tall and stocky.
His thick eyebrows resembled swords and he had an extraordinary aura.
Many people were dumbfounded when they saw the middle-aged man. He was the City Lord of Myriad City. Myriad City had been established for hundreds of millions of years, but the position of City Lord was extremely special. Historically, the City Lord did not belong to any major faction.
As one of the core trading areas of the young god Emperor in heaven, the benefits of becoming Myriad City's City Lord was unimaginable.
It was precisely for that reason that the major factions did not wish for the position of City Lord to belong to their competitors.
Otherwise, the all-important balance between the major factions would be broken.
Under such circumstances, the various major factions had no choice but to compromise. They would choose a neutral, peerless expert to take on the role as Myriad City's City Lord. The person who was chosen had to be capable of influencing the situation between the major factions through his own strength. It was obvious what weight this figure's appearance entailed. People were curious as to the reason for the City Lord's sudden appearance at the Heavenly Treasures Arch. Furthermore, they noticed that behind him stood a white-dressed woman with an outstanding aura. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1140, Familiar. Chapter 1140, Familiar. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The girl behind the Myriad City Lord did not look a day older than 20. She wore a snow-white dress with fluttering cloth belts. The girl slowly walked forward. She had a tall and slender body with fair skin that rivaled snow. She had a reserved charm with a beauty that could topple cities, giving her the air of an ethereal fairy. Everyone could not help but be attracted to her, and found it almost impossible to move their gazes away. This girl sure is exquisite. She doesn't even pale in comparison to Fairy Yuqin.
Or rather, it should be said that each one of them has their own merits. She was in the heaven class room with the City Lord. Could she be his daughter? There was a flurry of discussion as people were curious over the woman's identity. The two scions beside Ian stared at her as if their eyes were about to pop out.
The trip here today truly wasn't wasted for them.
Not only did they witness Fairy Yuqin's unveiled face, they had also managed to see another peerless woman. However, they knew all too well that people like them stood no chance with women of that status. The two felt forlorn when they realized that Yun was staring at the white-dressed woman intently and seemed somewhat out of it. Brother, it's useless to look at her. Such women stand in a completely different world from us. Being mesmerized by her will only be lead to your own suffering.
The honest-looking youth spoke and patted Yun on the shoulder as a form of consolation. Yun only exhaled and smiled at the honest-looking youth, not explaining a thing. He never expected to see a familiar face in the myriad divine territory. Furthermore, this person's aura and strength had made a quantitative leap. It was so different that Yun was unable to recognize her immediately. The woman was once Yun's rival, Princess White Fox.
Years ago, Yun had entered the primordial Empyrean heaven and his strength was far inferior to hers. Only when Yun managed to crack the secret of the purple crystal chaos stones by chance, learning the 10,000 demon wheel of existence and major destruction Tao, did he manage to exceed Princess White Fox in the training trials. Later on, Yun became Felicitous Rain Lord's disciple and left the Luo clan. Following that, he went on an expedition to the Azurewood Great World, which resulted in him no longer being able to see Princess White Fox. He never imagined that he would chance upon her in the Yang God Empyrean heaven.
Why did Princess White Fox come to the Yang God Empyrean heaven? Furthermore, how did she know the Myriad City Lord?
Yun was somewhat puzzled. What he did know was that Princess White Fox's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. She was already a peerless genius, so now, with her strength improved, she was even more formidable. She would truly be a favored daughter of the heavens even in a faction of the Divine Lord grade.
City Lord Qin, you make it sound so formal. It's my pleasure that City Lord Qin could listen to my performance today.
Fairy Yuqin held her zither and gave City Lord Qin a bow.
Ha ha. City Lord Qin guffawed.
To think that old freak Shua can have a disciple like you is truly his blessings.
I'm even a little jealous of him. City Lord Qin did not hold back on his praises of Fairy Yuqin.
Speaking of which, although I do not have any worthy disciples, an old friend of mine has taken in a good disciple. I brought her here today and I would like to introduce her to all of you. As City Lord Qin spoke, he said to Princess White Fox behind him, Wuxia, why don't you introduce yourself to Yuqin?
Wuxia?
Yun was slightly surprised. In the past, the people of the White Fox clan addressed Princess White Fox as Princess Shuer. He had never heard of the name Wuxia. He wasn't sure if she had changed her name later.
Zhua Yuqin. Fairy Yuqin gave Princess White Fox a slight bow. Shui Wuxia. Princess White Fox returned the bow. The two outstanding women were polite in greeting each other. Following that, a single sentence from City Lord Qin broke the peace.
Fairy Yuqin, my old friend sent Wuxia here to Myriad City for training. What a coincidence that Wuxia also cultivates in the Zither Dao and Soul techniques. It's rather similar to you, so I recommended that she come to Heavenly Treasure's Arch. Fairy Yuqin's Zither Dao is peerless, so, if the two of you can spar, you will both definitely improve.
I wonder if Fairy Yuqin is agreeable to the idea. The moment City Lord Qin laid out his cards, everyone was taken aback. When they finally understood and confirmed what City Lord Qin meant, they were astounded. They originally believed that City Lord Qin had brought Xue Wuxia here to befriend someone, but they never expected that he had brought her here to make a scene. The male warriors present could not help but get excited. The Heavenly Treasure's Arch was Fairy Yuqin's territory, to begin with. Fairy Yuqin made her first appearance 3 years ago and since then had caused many young scions of Myriad City to be infatuated with her. Unfortunately, Fairy Yuqin was sacred and pure. She kept others at a good distance, causing everyone that tried to woo her to leave in low spirits. And now, another flawless fairy that was every bit her equal had appeared. What would be the outcome between two phoenixes? Oh! What a coincidence! Fairy Yuqin glanced at City Lord Qin. Her expression was unperturbed. She could sense that Xue Wuxia's cultivation in the soul was definitely not lower than hers. Fairy Yuqin was not afraid of such competitions. On the contrary, she was very willing to accept the challenge. She knew that if her opponent was of similar strength to her, it would benefit her growth and cultivation level greatly. In fact, Fairy Yuqin had chosen to make appearances in Heavenly Treasure's Arch and play the zither in front of so many Myriad City elites so that she could infuse her soul power into her zither music. By enveloping everyone in her zither domain, she was able to train her zither Dao and soul. Princess White Fox streaked her fingers across the air and dots of light gathered together, transforming into a zither with a phoenix tail design. It appeared beneath her fingertips and floated in mid-air. She looked at the 7 strings on the zither and said, Fairy Yuqin's zither tunes are melodious and moving. I am not a competitive person by nature, but my master is strict. I can only comply. Speaking of which, the relationship between my master and the Paradise chapter goes deep. As Princess White Fox said this, she suddenly stopped. She scanned the baffled audience for, at that instant, she suddenly felt a faint but familiar aura. Was there someone she knew here? Goes deep? How so? Everyone was waiting for Princess White Fox to continue, but she did not say another word. However, with that already said, everyone guessed that the deep relationship probably wasn't a simple matter. It was very likely that Xue Wuxia's master had some conflict with the Paradise chapter, seeing as he sent her to the Heavenly Treasure's Arch to compete with the Paradise chapter's successor. Upon thinking of this, the audience got excited. A duel between such peerless women was truly a rare opportunity. This Xue Wuxia is truly of supreme grade. Zhuqiu Haoyu looked at Xue Wuxia and something within him stirred. His strong desire to possess once again reared its head. Xue Wuxia was every bit as splendid as Fairy Yuqin. If he could have the 2 women in his bedroom, it would truly be extreme bliss. However, it was just too difficult a goal. Zhuqiu Haoyu knew very well that courting Xue Wuxia would be extremely difficult. But despite the difficulty, only a challenge would give him a sense of accomplishment. In terms of background and strength, few in Myriad City's younger generation could compare with him. If she were to marry, who else could she choose but him? With these thoughts in mind, the corners of Zhuqiu Haoyu's mouth curled up. He was absolutely confident in such matters. Oh? What is Xue Wuxia looking at? Zhuqiu Haoyu was surprised. He suddenly realized that Xue Wuxia, who had taken out her zither, was somewhat distracted. Her gaze was trained at a corner in the public seats. The seats of Heavenly Treasure's Arch were of different prices and the corner seats were obviously the lowest. Those who sat there were poor losers, inferior warriors to Zhuqiu Haoyu. Why was Xue Wuxia looking at those inferior warriors? Zhuqiu Haoyu was somewhat perplexed. He carefully traced Xue Wuxia's gaze and finally confirmed that she was looking at a black-robed youth. The youth had a young maidservant beside him. He had quite outstanding looks, but in a warrior's world, that did not mean much. Furthermore, the youth dressed blandly. He did not have any emblems of a major faction on him, so he clearly wasn't of a superior background. He was completely inconsequential. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1141, News. Chapter 1141, News. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. It can't be. It seems like Fairy Wuxia is looking right at us. The honest-looking youth beside Yi Yun naturally sensed Princess White Fox's gaze. Is she looking at us? That's impossible, right?
The youth that was playing with the polished walnut cores found it unbelievable. Although he was a horny guy, he knew his place. His father was only a shopkeeper of a small store. How could he garner the fairy's favor? However, Fairy Wuxia's gaze was indeed trained on them. Yun's eyes flashed as he locked eyes with Princess White Fox.
Princess White Fox opened her cherry lips slightly and immediately, her voice resounded in Yun's mind. Yun? I never expected to meet you here. Yun nodded. I'm very surprised as well. How did you come here? Princess White Fox asked. It's a long story. Yun shook his head. He had too many experiences that he was at a loss as to where to begin. Princess, why would you come to the myriad divine territory? I came to the Yang God Empyrean heaven by accident. As for the myriad divine territory, I came with my master. Before I came to the Yang God Empyrean heaven, I had a fortuitous encounter and had my strength greatly enhanced. As such, I had impressed my master and he took me in as a disciple. Master and City Lord Qin are old friends, and Master has a grudge with the Paradise chapter, so he had instructed me to come to Heavenly Treasure's Arch. I see. I should congratulate you. Yun had a good impression of Princess White Fox. He was sincerely happy for her to experience a fortuitous encounter. Yun, it's this. I have something to tell you. This matter is likely to be rather important to you. Oh? Yun was surprised. What important matter could Princess White Fox have to inform him of? Princess, please speak. Princess White Fox deliberated over her words before continuing. In fact, the fortuitous encounter I experienced has something to do with you. After the Azurewood Great World collapsed, a mysterious passage opened up in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven. It led to a mysterious world. Many genius warriors from the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven had an opportunity to enter it. Other than me, the Luo clan's Princess Luo Hoyer had also gone there. The mysterious world did not appear dangerous, but its space was chaotic. It was grotesque in shape and gaudy in color. Many geniuses lost their way in there and even themselves. They eventually fell deeper and disappeared into the world's depths. Hoyer and I had also been trapped by a chaotic space that was filled with illusions. We could not find a way out, and later on, we encountered a woman in the chaotic space. Her beauty was perfect and she was powerful. Through her help, we finally managed to escape danger and obtained great benefits. That white-dressed woman is our benefactor. And through our conversations with her, we learned that she had been lost in the chaotic space for decades. As we chatted about our pasts, Luo Huire recognized the woman's identity. Her name was Lin Xintong. What? Yun immediately stood up. The tea in front of him crashed to the ground. Pa! The loud shatter gave the two men beside Yun a fright. Brother, what are you doing? The honest-looking youth said hurriedly. It can't be. This bro actually became so agitated when he saw Fairy Wuxia looking at him. But at that moment, Yun could not be bothered with him. He looked incredulously at Princess White Fox. Is what you said true? Of course. Hora knew about you and Lin Xintong, to begin with. After hearing that woman mention her name and the experiences she had with you, it was pretty much certain. Hoyer had also told her news about you. Back then, you had already vanished along with the Azurewood Great World. Felicitous Rain Lord was also looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Lin Xintong appeared shaken when she heard the news, said Princess White Fox. Yun's breathing hastened. It was truly Xintong, she was indeed still safe and alive. Xintong, I've finally heard news about you. Ever since he came to the 12 Empyrean heavens, Yun had always wished to search for Lin Xintong from the bottom of his heart. However, the 12 Empyrean heavens were massive. It was filled with experts and he could perish if he wasn't careful. Under such circumstances, Yun, who was relatively weak, had no means to find Lin Xintong. More critically, he did not know where to begin. Today, he had finally heard from Princess White Fox news of Lin Xintong's whereabouts. Lin Xintong had been stuck in that chaotic space for decades. Back when they were flying from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens, he had separated from Lin Xintong due to a spatial storm. He was lucky to land in the Luo clan's territory while Lin Xintong had been left adrift in a strange world and had been stuck there all this while. Who is that punk? He lacks manners. Everyone in the hall was listening to the zither calmly as they waited for the climax of the battle between Xue Wuxia and Fairy Yuqin. Yun's sudden action had left everyone in the hall stunned. Zhuoqiu Hao Yu frowned as well. There were the elders of Heavenly Treasure's Arch, as well as the myriad city lord present.
Fairy Yuqin and Shui Wuxia had extremely honored statuses, so how could a junior act impetuous in such a situation?
This punk has disturbed Fairy Wuxia's zither-playing mood. Chase him out.
Zhuqiu Haoyu said coldly. He felt that he had restrained his tone, for if he had his say, he would have such a person crippled without batting an eyelid.
A few burly strongmen immediately walked towards Yi Yun.
As for Yi Yun, he was still in a daze, as if he had not noticed what was happening around him. Just as the strongman's hands were about to land on Yi Yun's body, Princess White Fox suddenly commanded, "Stop." Her figure moved elegantly with cloth belts fluttering. Instantly, she had disappeared from the heaven-class box and appeared in front of Yi Yun. Princess White Fox had an honored status and she had a domineering stance.
With her here, the strongmen were completely dumbfounded. They naturally did not dare make a move. "Young Master Zhuqiu, this person is my friend.
You have no say on whether he has disturbed my zither-playing mood or not."
Princess White Fox's voice sounded cold. The way Zhuqiu Haoyu looked at her irritated her.
Furthermore, Yi Yun was no stranger to her. In addition, his wife had saved her life in that chaotic world, allowing her to receive a fortuitous opportunity. As such, Princess White Fox did not spare Zhuqiu Haoyu's feelings with her words. Princess White Fox's words left Zhuqiu Haoyu faltering.
His expression turned extremely ugly.
His original words had been to teach the punk a lesson, but he ended up being smacked in the face by Shui Wuxia figuratively.
Zhuqiu Haoyu felt embarrassed in front of so many people. And at that moment, Yi Yun appeared to not have heard the conversation.
His eyes were trained on Princess White Fox.
"Where is the entrance to that strange world?" Yi Yun had asked with a voice transmission.
Although he was in the distant Yang God Emperor in heaven, Yi Yun did not wish to wait another second longer. He wanted to immediately take action, or the hope of finding Lin Xintong would only become slimmer.
However, Princess White Fox shook her head. "You will probably be disappointed.
The entrance to the strange world only existed for a fleeting moment.
If not, how could we not have escaped it?
Huayr and I had only managed to succeed in walking out of that world because of Miss Lin.
And when we departed it, all three of us were separated.
I lost consciousness in the spatial storm, and when I woke up, I was already here in the Yang God Emperor in heaven."
Princess White Fox was rather apologetic.
She learned from Luo Huayr that Yi Yun had always been thinking of Lin Xintong.
Yet, she was unable to provide him with any valuable information.
Only the heavens knew where one would end up in the 12 Empyrean heavens after departing the strange world.
They could even land in the sinkhole. Yi Yun took a deep breath and felt stifled.
Everyone in the hall, including Zhuqiu Haoyu, Fairy Yuqin, as well as City Lord Qin, saw Yi Yun's expression change. They could see that Yi Yun had his brows furrowed tightly and the color in his face had drained. Furthermore, Shui Wuxia appeared apologetic. They naturally were not privy to the Yuan Shi conversation between Yi Yun and Shui Wuxia. However, it was without a doubt that Yi Yun was important to her.
If not, Shui Wuxia would not have directly flown out of the heaven-class box and appear beside Yi Yun.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1142, Skyfox Zither Dao. Chapter 1142, Skyfox Zither Dao. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
Despite chancing upon news of Lin Xintong amid a sea of people, Yi Yun had no idea where to begin his search from. But at the very least, he knew that Lin Xintong was safe.
"Your Highness, thank you for telling me the news.
I'm already very contented to know that she's alive."
"Sorry for not being able to help you with much," Princess White Fox said somewhat guiltily. "Your Highness, don't blame yourself. Also, regarding Luo Huayr, does Your Highness know where she has gone to?" Yi Yun was also rather concerned over Luo Huayr.
The spirited girl held an important place in his heart. Shui Wuxia similarly shook her head. "It wasn't easy for us to escape that tiny world. After that, we were separated, so I have no idea where Huayr is either."
"Got it." Yi Yun did not speak further.
It was within expectations, so there was nothing to be disappointed about. In fact, he had many questions he wanted to ask Princess White Fox, especially on matters regarding that tiny world, as well as Lin Xintong's experiences over the past few decades.
However, Yi Yun's mind was a mess, unsure as to how to begin querying immediately.
He planned on bidding Princess White Fox farewell first before meeting her another time to discuss the topic carefully.
However, just as Yi Yun was about to speak, a figure flashed in front of him. Zhuqiu Haoyu had flown down from the luxury box on the second floor.
Zhuqiu Haoyu floated in midair, standing high above Yi Yun. He said to Yi Yun, "Since this brother is Fairy Wuxia's friend, you are also an honored guest of my myriad city.
Brother, you appear to be a talented person and I'm willing to befriend you. I would like to invite the both of you to my luxury box for a seat. I wonder if the both of you are agreeable.
Zhuqiuhaoyu's voice sounded very polite, but Yi Yun was not in the mood to converse with anyone. He looked up and glanced at Zhuqiuhaoyu. He naturally remembered that this person had tried to chase him away just moments ago. Yi Yun did not mind such a trivial matter, but now, despite Zhuqiuhaoyu's humble and sincere eyes, Yi Yun could sense a difficult-to-detect look of contempt and disparagement. Clearly, Zhuqiuhaoyu wanted to befriend Princess White Fox. Princess White Fox had a formidable master, New City Lord Qin, and was a blessed daughter of the heavens. It was obviously not going to be easy for Zhuqiuhaoyu to invite her. In order to appear less imprudent, he had swallowed his pride to invite Yi Yun as well. He wanted to use Yi Yun as a wingman, yet he belittled him. Under such circumstances, Yi Yun naturally did not think well of Zhuqiuhaoyu. He was already plagued by discordant thoughts, so he had no intention of dealing with Zhuqiuhaoyu's feigned politeness. He directly said to Princess White Fox, "Your Highness, it's not convenient for us to have a long chat today. I'll be bidding you farewell for now. I will have a detailed chat with Your Highness at a later date. I will temporarily be staying in Myriad City." With that said, Yi Yun turned and left. He did not even speak to Zhuqiuhaoyu. Zhuqiuhaoyu was still floating in mid-air, looking down on Yi Yun. When Yi Yun turned around, the smile on his face stiffened. Was this punk leaving just like that? Zhuqiuhaoyu was left hanging in mid-air as his eyes flashed with pangs of fury. He could ignore Shui Wuxia's cold demeanor towards him, as she was, after all, a blessed daughter of the heavens. It was only normal for her to have an attitude. But who the hell was this punk? Zhuqiuhaoyu thought his status to be supreme. He had already given his due respects to come down and specially speak to the punk. The two warriors beside Yi Yun were also somewhat confounded. They never expected that Fairy Wuxia appeared to have a deep relationship with Yi Yun. What's more, Yi Yun had ignored Zhuqiuhaoyu in front of so many people. He could not even be bothered to reject him verbally and had completely disregarded him. Zhuqiuhaoyu was one of the young masters that held quite a lofty position among the Myriad Pavilion's younger generation. Did Yi Yun consider the consequences of offending him this way? Seeing the surrounding people's astonished reaction, Zhuqiuhaoyu's expression appeared as still as water. He did not speak another word and quietly returned to his luxury box. He took a deep look at Yi Yun's back as killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Investigate this man for me. Ruer." Yi Yun called out to Ruer. "Yes, yes." Ruer finally snapped out of her daze. She hurriedly got on her feet, and before she left, she did not forget to glance at Shui Wuxia before turning to chase after Yi Yun. Ruer thought to herself, that fairy from before was truly beautiful. I wonder what relationship young master has with that fairy. Shui Wuxia watched Yi Yun leave before sighing inwardly. Following that, her figure transformed into an ethereal white smoke as she returned to the front of the heaven-class box on the second floor. She took a look at Fairy Yu Qin and City Lord Qin and bowed slightly. It was a reunion with a familiar. "Sorry for being impetuous." "It's fine," Fairy Yu Qin said softly as a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. City Lord laughed instead. "I never expected you to have a friend here. However, it's a day in which you and Fairy Yu Qin are having an exchange. If there's a chance in the future, introduce me to that friend of yours." "Yes, Uncle Qin." Princess White Fox looked at Fairy Yu Qin. She released the zither in her hands and left it in mid-air. Her soft and flawless fingers lightly touched the zither. "Please give me your pointers." Zheng. Like the howl of the wind, pattering of stormy rain, and the shriek of a phoenix that reached the 9 heavens, Princess White Fox's zither tune was produced. The people that were secretly in conversation in Heavenly Treasure's Arch instantly fell silent. All that was left in their ears was Princess White Fox's zither tunes. The imagery they saw was limited only to Princess White Fox's agile fingers. Sound runes resonated from the zither strings like starlight that danced around Princess White Fox. At that moment, a blue eye suddenly appeared behind Princess White Fox. The eye seemed to devour all light. It became bigger in front of everyone and shrouded Princess White Fox's figure. At that moment, she was like a galactic fairy who played melodious zither tunes in the vast sky. Eye of the Sky Fox. Years ago, Princess White Fox had competed with Yi Yun in the primordial Empyrean heaven, and she had summoned the Eye of the Sky Fox. However, the Eye of the Sky Fox back then was only in its nascent stage. It could not be compared to what it was now. The White Fox clan was adept at spiritual and soul techniques. Fusing her soul with Zither Dao was Princess White Fox's most proficient domain of expertise. And it was this reason that she was acknowledged by her master, who wanted to try his best to nurture her.
City Lord Qin also nodded as he marveled at her feats. He naturally knew of her background. Such a powerful ancient Fey bloodline was not something humans could compare with. His friend's disciple was indeed impressive. When compared to Paradise Chapter's Fairy Yuqin, they each had their own merits. Fairy Yuqin's expression revealed a hint of seriousness. She could sense that her opponent's talent in the soul was innate. Young master. Ruer followed Yi Yun gingerly. She could tell that Yi Yun looked rather aimless. He walked with a heavy heart. Having suddenly received news of Lin Xintong, Yi Yun was delighted, but he also felt mixed emotions. It was unknown where the exit to that small world had opened to. The 12 Empyrean heavens was so massive, so how was he to find Lin Xintong? This was even more difficult than the previous situation. Originally, Yi Yun had believed that Lin Xintong was in the 10,000 Fey Empyrean heaven, but now, she could be anywhere. After a while, Yi Yun calmed his heart down. There's no hurry. At the very least, I now know that Xintong is safe. Yi Yun shook his head. He had no means to find Lin Xintong. He could only wait until the point when his strength was enough to influence all of the 12 Empyrean heavens. When his name spread throughout the 12 Empyrean heavens, Lin Xintong would naturally know where he was. Yi Yun temporarily had no plans of leaving the myriad divine territory. Ling Xier had nearly been wiped out because of him, and Yi Yun had sworn to awaken her, so he naturally could not give up. Ruer, said Yi Yun suddenly as he stopped. Let's return to the store. Regardless of how chaotic his thoughts were, everything had to be done in a slow and steady fashion. Yi Yun still planned on staying in Myriad City. He needed preparation to obtain the 3 herbs in the exchange 3 years later. As long as he could refine the hollow soul pill, he would able to awaken Ling Xier from her slumber. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1143, Soul Restoring Relic. Chapter 1143, Soul Restoring Relic. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The story Yun rented from Myriad Pavilion was located in a rather remote area north of Myriad City, with little human traffic. There was a tiny, clear river that ran alongside it and hanging willows on both sides of the bank that were more than 1,000 years old. It was a tranquil environment. After taking up residence, Ruer cleaned the store and the yard thoroughly. Yi Yun set up an alchemical cauldron in one of the rooms, converting it to an alchemy lab. They took care to place Ling Xier's body in the quietest room, where she slept silently. Yi Yun refined pills mainly as a means to cultivate his soul and enhance his ability to refine pills. At the same time, he could eliminate the negative after effects of having his cultivation level rise too rapidly. The creation of the hollow soul pill required extremely precious herbs, and an extremely long period of time to refine those herbs. Yi Yun sat in front of the cauldron and held a scroll left behind by the divine alchemist. He began poring over its contents. Without him knowing, time passed quickly until it was nearly sunset. He was quietly meditating when suddenly he opened his eyes. His figure flashed as he rushed out the door. Young master? Ruer was watering the plants in the yard. When she saw Yi Yun fly out of the alchemy lab like a gust of wind with a serious expression, she was immediately given a shock. Did something happen? She noticed that he was charging straight for a room. The room where Ling Xier slept. Xier. Yi Yun rushed into the room. Having fused with the heretical god Fire Seed, he could directly sense any change in Ling Xier's condition. And he just sensed that Ling Xier, who was still asleep, had suddenly gotten very weak. Yi Yun came into the room. On the ice-cold bed lay Ling Xier's petite figure in silence. Her skin looked so delicate that a wind could rupture it. Her eyes were tightly closed. And in her hands, she held the soul returning root. Even still, her body was becoming increasingly transparent. Even the soul returning root in her hands had nearly vanished. What's going on? Yi Yun turned anxious. He didn't have what he needed to refine the hollow soul pill at that point in time, but something had gone wrong with Ling Xier's corporeal body. Yi Yun scanned Ling Xier's condition with his perception as he placed a finger on Ling Xier's glabella. He sent out a constant stream of Yang Yuan Qi into her body. However, the pure Yang Yuan Qi seemed like it was emptying into the boundless sea. From the looks of it, as a worldly spiritual object, Ling Xier could not be sustained solely through the soul returning root and pure Yang Yuan Qi. This was something Yi Yun had not expected at all. As he watched Ling Xier's corporeal body continue to weaken, Yi Yun felt as if his heart was being minced. He had promised to save Ling Xier. He needed 3 years to completely awaken her. But at this rate, she would not last 3 years. There must be a way, think. Yi Yun desperately tried to think of ideas.
He knew that Ling Xier was in that state because her soul was too weak. If he made Ling Xier consume the soul returning root now, allowing all its essence to fuse into her incorporeal body, then it might be possible to tide through this catastrophe. However, there was only one soul returning root, and it was needed to refine the hollow soul pill. Furthermore, without the nourishment from the soul returning root, he didn't know if Ling Xier could last the 3 years. Yi Yun needed an herb to replace the soul returning root.
Yi Yun pondered.
Within the vast amount of information contained in the Divine Alchemist's notes, there were mentions of several soul-nurturing medicines that had extraordinary effects. However, they were mostly extremely rare or could only be refined by the Divine Alchemist. After eliminating such cases, the only thing left was the soul-restoring relic. Soul-restoring relics were refined from the bones of ancient Fae that had powerful souls. They could nourish the soul and, although they were not as heaven-defying as the hollow soul pill, they were an extremely precious soul-related medicine in the world of warriors. Yi Yun did not have any materials to refine the soul-restoring relic on hand. And even if he could find the materials, there was no time for him to refine it.
Yi Yun looked at Ling Xier and took a deep breath.
His only recourse was to seek help from others. The only person he was familiar with in Myriad City was Princess White Fox. The princess did cultivate in the soul, so it was possible that she had such medicine. There was no time to waste.
Ling Xier's condition did not permit even a second of delay. Young master. Ruer came into the room and saw Ling Xier's condition. She too was given a fright.
Before she could inquire, Yi Yun had flown out like gray smoke. Only his voice could be heard from afar.
Ruer, look after her. The manor of the city lord was located in the middle of Myriad City.
It was a magnificent building, emanating a majestic aura that appeared extremely stately.
Yi Yun ran all the way until, finally, he appeared in front of the city lord manor. Who's there?
The guards of the city lord manor were burly people from another race. They held large sabers in their hands and their voices were deep. They had quite a menacing presence.
I'm here to see Fairy Shui Wuxia. Please pass the message that Yi Yun needs to meet with her urgently. Yi Yun said patiently.
He was torn with anxiety. The city lord manor was well guarded with powerful arrays. It was impossible to barge in. The two guards glanced at him and immediately made way for him.
Go on in.
Oh? Yi Yun was somewhat surprised. From the looks of it, Princess White Fox had instructed them ahead of time. He had originally set up an appointment with Princess White Fox to discuss the news of Lin Xintong in detail. This had saved him quite a bit of time.
Yi Yun walked straight into the city lord manor.
There were restrictions everywhere in the manor, but there was one path that had all its restrictions deactivated. Yi Yun guessed that it was the path that led to Princess White Fox's residence. He ran straight forward without stopping.
From afar, Yi Yun could hear a melodious zither tune.
The zither tune seemed like water flowing from heaven. It entered his ears without ceasing, calming his anxious mood. He came to a point where he saw a lake that was as clear as a mirror. In it floated a small boat that resembled a leaf. The zither tunes came from the boat.
Zheng.
The zither tune came to a stop.
A goddess-like figure flew from the boat.
Her white clothes rivaled snow and her long silver hair cascaded out like the scattering of the galactic stars as they fluttered in the wind.
Princess White Fox was still holding onto her zither as she landed lightly in front of Yi Yun.
You seem to be weighed down by your thoughts. Princess White Fox's voice was like a zither's tune itself. It was mesmerizing. Yi Yun immediately snapped out of it and took a breath before saying, "Thank you."
Due to her zither tune, he was able to calm down a bit. You came here this time. We can talk about Xintong another time. Yi Yun said seriously.
He cupped his hands and bowed. I came here to seek help from your highness. Princess White Fox's hazel eyes blinked lightly. Her eyes resembled the twinkling of stars. Her recollection of Yi Yun was of a man that wouldn't easily be indebted to others. He must have encountered a troublesome matter. Young Master Yi, there's no need to be so polite.
In that tiny world, I was saved by your wife. Just tell me whatever it is you need from me. If I can help you, I will definitely do so. Princess White Fox said. Yi Yun looked up and said, I have a friend that's severely injured.
She's in dire need of a soul-restoring relic. This medicine can nourish the soul.
Does your highness have one? Soul-restoring relic, I have heard of it before. The moment Princess White Fox said that, Yi Yun's heart sank. Judging by her tone, she did not seem to have it. Upon seeing Yi Yun's expression, Princess White Fox hurriedly said, There's no need to be disappointed.
Although I do not have it in hand, my master mentioned it to me when I came to Myriad City.
Myriad City claims to have everything and it's not a lie. The soul-restoring relic is useful for my cultivation, so I have paid special attention to it. I know that it can be bought in Myriad City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1144, City Lord Qin. Chapter 1144, City Lord Qin. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. It can be bought directly? Yi Yun was surprised. Where can I buy it? In Myriad City, there are 3 big medicine clinics. The biggest one is Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. It has alchemists that are proficient at refining soul-restoring relics. If you need them, you can buy it from there. In that case, Yi Yun pondered slightly. Buying it directly may sound simple. Yi Yun, are you lacking in myriad runes? Princess White Fox could guess from Yi Yun's expression. The myriad runes of Myriad City could only be exchanged using treasures. It was likely that Yi Yun had just arrived in Myriad City, so he probably did not have much to spare. Yi Yun smiled bitterly and nodded. Princess White Fox thought for a moment before saying, "Young Master Yi, please stay here for a moment." With that said, Princess White Fox's figure flashed as she vanished right in front of Yi Yun. The City Lord Manor was filled with restrictive arrays. Princess White Fox had been instantly transported to another spot. Soon, Princess White Fox's figure appeared once again. This time, a middle-aged man with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and extraordinary bearing, appeared with her. City Lord Qin. Yi Yun had seen the middle-aged man back in Heavenly Treasure's Arch. Uncle Qin. This is my friend, Yi Yun. Princess White Fox said as she bowed slightly. Princess White Fox's trip to the Myriad Divine Territory was for her to train her soul and Zither Dao. There were definitely some expenses that could not be avoided. Her master, Qin Wuyin, had instructed her before that if she needed myriad runes, she could request it from City Lord Qin. Of course, Qin Wuyin would return it in the future. Princess White Fox knew that her master had very friendly relations with City Lord Qin. It was not a problematic request. However, her own expenses were one thing while Yi Yun's expenses were another. In order to help Yi Yun, she had to borrow a large sum of myriad runes, something that even Princess White Fox felt a little overboard. Young man, we meet again. City Lord Qin looked at Yi Yun with interest. Back in Heavenly Treasure's Arch, he already had his curiosity piqued by Yi Yun. He appreciated Shui Wuxia greatly and thought very highly of a junior like her. Moreover, Shui Wuxia treated Yi Yun very nicely and even made a rather impetuous request because of him. City Lord Qin sized up Yi Yun and said with a nod, "Your talent is very good. You are Wuxia's friend and she has requested for me to lend you 800,000 runes. I will not disagree, but I wanted to meet you. I wanted to see what's so special about you that Wuxia treats you so well." City Lord Qin took out a dark red jade slip and handed it to Yi Yun. By the side, Princess White Fox said, "Young Master Yi, I remember that the price of soul-restoring relics cost 500,000 runes. It should be enough. I came to Myriad City with not a lot of runes, so I can only ask Uncle Qin for help. I had made the bold decision for you in light of your extreme anxiousness." Yi Yun took a deep breath. He knew that Princess White Fox had said that because she was afraid that his pride could not accept the favor. However, now wasn't the time to be proud. This money was absolutely needed by Yi Yun. He took the jade slip over and said, "Thank you, City Lord Qin. I will repay it in 3 months." 3 months? City Lord Qin was stunned. To repay 800,000 myriad runes in 3 months was not something even an old person would dare claim, much less a junior. City Lord Qin frowned slightly. Did he read this young man wrongly? This punk was actually an arrogant kid that spoke without any pragmatism? In fact, City Lord Qin was a rather frank and open person. He did not think too much about matters concerning wealth, especially money he lent out. To him, it was like spilled water. If he could get anything back, it would be a pleasant surprise as if he had picked it off the ground. If he could not get it back, it was only normal. He was mentally prepared and could ignore it. Everyone was of value in City Lord Qin's heart. Some friends of City Lord Qin were worth it for him to go all out. However, those of ordinary value was at best tens or hundreds of thousands of runes worth. He would not lend it if they exceeded their values. Under such circumstances, Shui Wuxia had asked to borrow 800,000 runes. It was naturally not a problem. Even if Yi Yun vanished from then on, he would not pursue the matter. He would treat it as using 800,000 runes to show to Shui Wuxia what sort of friend Yi Yun was, so as to prevent her from suffering in the future. However, City Lord Qin never expected for Yi Yun to mention returning in 3 months so seriously. Such promises did not sound believable at all.
Young man, you just need to cultivate earnestly with your feet planted firmly on solid ground.
I lent you the myriad runes because of Wuxia.
You should cherish your friendship with her.
I wish that you can return the runes. As for the amount of time, there's no requirement. Just do your best.
City Lord Qin's words were rather minced. From his point of view, with Yi Yun's age and strength, it would be rather impressive if he could repay the debt in 50 years or even 100 years. Yi Yun could naturally tell what City Lord Qin meant.
However, Sierra's life was in danger.
He did not have time to explain further.
Thank you, City Lord Qin. Thank you, Fairy Wuxia. Yi Yun cupped his hands and said. He did not say anything extraneous.
He took note of this favor that was bestowed on him.
I have matters to tend to.
I'll bid you farewell first. There's no need for all these superfluous niceties.
Go if you need to.
City Lord Qin said as he waved his hand. Young Master Yi, make haste.
Princess White Fox could tell that Yi Yun had something very important to deal with. Once out of City Lord Manor, Yi Yun rushed straight for heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. Myriad City was extremely massive.
It was the size of a small mortal country.
Since flying was forbidden in the city, Yi Yun ran all the way. Sierra, hold on.
Alongside City Lord Manor's mirror-like lake, City Lord Qin looked at Princess White Fox and said, Wuxia, your master is my best friend.
Since she sent you to Myriad City to train, I should take good care of you.
Your friend has a converged aura and outstanding talent.
He is a genius. However, he speaks in a way too full of himself.
It will only make others think lowly of him.
If he doesn't let down your trust, I can give him some pointers.
However, if he were to disappoint, you just need to distance yourself from him.
You can also treat it as a lesson not to believe in others easily. City Lord Qin earnestly advised Princess White Fox.
From his point of view, she was too naive and could suffer as a result.
That won't happen. Yi Yun is not someone that will offer what he can't do.
Princess White Fox said with a smile. Years ago, be it in the primordial Empyrean heaven or to become felicitous Rain Lord's disciple, Yi Yun's performance had been astounding.
For Yi Yun, what seemed like miracles were not called miracles. If you believe him that much, I won't say anything more. By the way, your master sent you to Myriad City, but did she mention that she will be participating in the exchange 3 years later?
City Lord Qin asked as his eyes flashed with a look of warmth.
Princess White Fox shook her head and said, About that, I do not know as well. After sending me here, she left on her travels. I do not know if she will come or not.
That's quite her character.
City Lord Qin looked out at the mirror-like lake.
White clouds were reflected in it and there was a gentle refreshing wind that blew at the people along the bank.
City Lord Qin sighed and did not speak another word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1145, Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. Chapter 1145, Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
In the central region of Myriad City, there were more than 10 massive stores. They sold pills, enchanted artifacts, disc arrays, cultivation manuals, etc.
Each store earned an unimaginable amount of wealth every year.
They were securely in the hands of the top 10 factions and were never rented out, much less sold.
This is the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. Yi Yun saw a building in the shape of a cauldron.
It hung a plaque stating the Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic. The Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic was located in the central region of Myriad City.
The massive cauldron was decorated with countless precious stones which shimmered with a dazzling luster. The scent of rich herbal aroma could be whiffed from afar.
Warriors weaved in and out of it, making it much more flourishing than Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic.
To warriors, pills and relics were essential during the cultivation process.
Pleasure was only for providing physical and mental relaxation.
Hence, it was also normal that Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic was a lot livelier. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he calmed his mind before entering Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic.
Upon entering, he saw countless pill bottles placed on the jade shelves. Many of the pill bottles themselves already cost a staggering amount. The Heaven Bestowing Medicinal Clinic had several floors. Most warriors would do their businesses on the first floor while only truly honored guests could go to the second floor and above. Yi Yun did not wait for a second longer as he quickly scanned the insides of the store. He immediately saw a middle-aged man sitting behind a counter. He was holding an abacus in hand and was dressed like the god of wealth.
I'm here to buy medicine. Yi Yun walked over and said.
The middle-aged man looked up and glanced at Yi Yun. He said slowly, "Everyone is here to buy medicine.
Wait a while and someone will naturally tend to you." The middle-aged man's attitude was aloof.
As a manager, he only entertained honored customers.
The customers in the store would browse first before available attendants would tend to them.
In essence, the store was not afraid of suffering from bad business. The stores did not need to implore customers to buy their items.
Instead, people lined up to buy their goods. Yi Yun frowned.
He did not have the time to listen to the nonsense of someone putting on airs.
"I want a soul-restoring relic."
Yi Yun immediately took out a dark red jade slip and patted it on the counter while staring right at the middle-aged man. Yi Yun's soul was extremely powerful, and although the middle-aged man's cultivation level was very high, it only reached that height through the use of pills.
His nomological insights were much weaker, so he immediately shuddered when he was glared at by Yi Yun.
Furthermore, the words Yi Yun said had also surprised him.
Soul-restoring relic? That was an extremely expensive supreme-grade pill. This punk actually wanted to buy a soul-restoring relic? The middle-aged man sized up Yi Yun and said, "A soul-restoring relic is worth a high price. If you really want to buy it, I'll invite Alchemist Huyen.
The store happens to have one soul-restoring relic on sale.
The person who refined the relic is Alchemist Huyen. The alchemist needs to be invited?" Yi Yun did not wish to delay things any further. "You might not know.
The medicine of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic is never not in demand. Even supreme-grade medicine like the soul-restoring relic is in high demand by many honored customers. Furthermore, we sell supreme-grade medicine on behalf of the alchemists. Any sales naturally have to be agreed upon by them," the middle-aged manager said proudly. In between the lines, he was telling Yi Yun to not think so highly of himself just because he was buying pills that were worth hundreds of thousands of runes.
Heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic had no lack of honored customers. Yi Yun knew that the man was not lying.
Many of the pills were priceless.
Over time, these managers and attendants turned arrogant. "Then, please invite the alchemist," Yi Yun said. "Follow me." The middle-aged man led Yi Yun to the second floor. It was decorated into an exquisite guest hall.
It had an elegant decor with a cauldron of aromatic incense burning by the side.
Yi Yun sat on a chair, feeling extremely anxious while he waited. Yet, he did not see Alchemist Huyen appear. "Why isn't the alchemist here yet? It's urgent. I'm buying the medicine to save someone." Yi Yun looked at the manager and said.
The middle-aged manager went to take a look before returning to say, "Alchemist Huyen is having a chat with a friend."
"I have already informed him. He asks you to wait for a moment." Chatting. Yi Yun was immediately infuriated.
Here he was waiting anxiously to save a life while Alchemist Huyen was completely unfazed as he chatted with a friend leisurely. If this wasn't heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, one of the territories of the top 10 factions of Myriad City, Yi Yun might not have held back and taken action to snatch the medicine.
Finally, a languid-looking man in gorgeous silk robes walked down from a higher floor. "Are you the person who was buying the medicine?"
From the looks of it, the person was none other than Alchemist Huyen.
He had an arrogant and aloof expression. He was clearly not very amiable. Yi Yun stood up. Alchemist Huyen appeared to be in his 20s.
Yi Yun guessed that he, as an alchemist, must have consumed medicine that made him look youthful.
He only looked young.
"Alchemist Huyen, I'm in urgent need of a soul-restoring relic. I heard that this pill was refined by you.
Can you sell it to me?" "Soul-restoring relic?" "That's right. It was refined by me."
Only a few alchemists in Myriad City can refine soul-restoring relics. And I had happened to finish refining a cauldron of soul-restoring relics a few days ago.
Only 2 of them were completed successfully,
Alchemist Huyen said proudly. Typically, a cauldron of pills numbered 12 or above. Alchemist Huyen had only succeeded in producing 2 from a cauldron. It was considered extremely terrible, but from his tone, he did not know shame.
Instead, he was proud of it.
Clearly, due to the difficulty of refining it, being able to successfully produce 2 was already something worth commending him for. "One of them is left for myself, so I'll only sell one for 550,000 runes, said Alchemist Huyen.
550,000?
This price was 50,000 runes more expensive than the price Princess White Fox had seen.
However, Yi Yun could not be bothered with it.
Just as he was about to agree to it, he heard an unhurried voice coming from above. "I was wondering who was buying a soul-restoring relic."
"So it's you."
The voice sounded a little familiar.
Yi Yun pricked up his eyebrows. "Zhuo Hao you." Upon seeing Yi Yun, Zhuqiuhaoyu had a faint smile hanging on his face. Why? Do you know each other?
Alchemist Hu Yan languidly scanned the both of them. Zhuqiuhaoyu said with a smile, we had the chance of meeting once.
With that said, Zhuqiuhaoyu looked at Yi Yun again and said, I never expected you to be this rich. You are even buying a soul-restoring relic. Why? Is your soul damaged? Zhuqiuhaoyu asked with interest.
It was not easy to treat soul damage, for it was a serious injury.
If Yi Yun's soul was damaged, it would be fun. Yi Yun's expression sank.
He never expected that the friend that Alchemist Hu Yan was chatting with was Zhuqiuhaoyu.
Zhuqiuhaoyu had not left a good impression on Yi Yun.
He did not wish to speak with this person any further.
Alchemist Hu Yan, please do the trade immediately. I accept the price. Yi Yun said.
Before Alchemist Hu Yan spoke, Yi Yun saw Alchemist Hu Yan and Zhuqiuhaoyu exchange looks.
Immediately, he had an ominous foreboding.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1146, Making Things Difficult. Chapter 1146, Making Things Difficult. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Ha ha. At that moment, Alchemist Hu Yan suddenly smiled and said, My young friend, what are you going to use the soul-restoring relic for? Yi Yun frowned.
He knew that Zhuqiuhaoyu must have transmitted something to Alchemist Hu Yan. They were friends and, with Zhuqiuhaoyu stirring trouble in the background, it was unlikely that this sale would go through.
Alchemist Hu Yan, you are only selling the pill.
There should be no need for you to know why I'm buying the pill.
You offered a price of 550,000 and I'm willing to accept it. With Sierra in danger, Yi Yun could only suppress his emotions. However, Alchemist Hu Yan stroked his beardless chin without responding.
There was a teasing smile on his face.
Yi Yun took a deep breath and asked, Alchemist Hu Yan, are you going back on your word?
Yi Yun tried his best not to appear anxious to prevent the duo from catching on.
However, how could Yi Yun not be anxious? If this dragged on, Sierra's condition would only get worse. Going back on my word? Are you questioning me? Alchemist Hu Yan's expression sank slightly. I'm an alchemist.
I decide who I sell my pills to.
I am free to do so.
Whoever buys my pills, be they an overlord or elder from a mighty faction, should they not all treat me courteously?
Yi Yun's heart sank.
Judging by his tone, he clearly wasn't going to let go of the medicine easily.
He was going to take every opportunity to make things difficult for Yi Yun.
Yi Yun paused for a moment before replying, I had heard from City Lord Qin and Fairy Wuxia that an alchemist from heaven bestowing medicinal clinic can refine soul-restoring relics, which is why I'm here to buy one. As Yi Yun spoke, he waved the blood-red jade slip in his hand. It had City Lord Qin's mark on it, which could not be faked.
Oh? City Lord Qin?
Alchemist Hu Yan's brow raised slightly. He could tell that Yi Yun was using City Lord Qin's name to pressure him. If it were only Yi Yun, he could toy with the punk as he wished. But if City Lord Qin was involved, he needed to be more careful. Zhuqiuhaoyu had informed him of Yi Yun's background with a voice transmission. Zhuqiuhaoyu had Yi Yun investigated, and found that he had just arrived in Myriad City. So it was impossible for him to be very close to City Lord Qin. If City Lord Qin wanted to buy the soul-restoring relic, he wouldn't send a junior who had nothing to do with him in his place. The only possibility was that Yi Yun wanted to buy it for himself, and had borrowed City Lord Qin's myriad runes.
But why would City Lord Qin lend him so many myriad runes?
At that moment, Zhuqiuhaoyu suddenly burst into laughter.
Brother, you are impressive. You actually got Fairy Wuxia to request myriad runes from City Lord Qin on your behalf.
Your freeloader skills are truly out of this world.
How impressive. How very impressive.
Zhuqiuhaoyu mocked as his eyes looked cold. He had gone to great efforts to send precious gifts and repeated invites to Fairy Yuqin and Fairy Wuxia, but to no avail.
Then came Yi Yun, who gave no gifts, but still ended up freeloading from Fairy Wuxia.
He never expected that Fairy Wuxia would treat such a person better than him.
How could Zhuqiuhaoyu tolerate this?
It looks like you have quite a good relationship with Fairy Wuxia. In that case, help me ask Fairy Wuxia out and this soul-restoring relic will be sold to you, Zhuqiuhaoyu said nonchalantly.
Yi Yun's eyes flashed.
Zhuqiuhaoyu was insatiable, and his requests were getting more and more out of hand. Although he did have a good relationship with Princess White Fox, that was all it was. He could not agree to such a request on her behalf. Zhuqiuhaoyu wore a sinister smile. He also knew that his request was excessive.
He was only doing it to mock Yi Yun and teach him a lesson.
He wanted to let Yi Yun know that a warrior like him was nothing in Myriad City. As for him, he had both social connections and power. With but a few words, he could make Yi Yun suffer terribly. Zhuqiuhaoyu suspected that, since Yi Yun was willing to borrow myriad runes from City Lord Qin to buy the soul-restoring relic, he needed it desperately. He was deliberately making things difficult for Yi Yun in order to agitate him. "Sigh, young Master Haoyu, there's no need to go so far." Alchemist Huyan smiled and said, "Since they are myriad runes borrowed from City Lord Qin, I'll take his offer into consideration. Let's do it this way. I heard from young Master Haoyu that you had some differences with him. Just apologize now and it will be settled. 900,000 runes and the soul-restoring relic is yours." 900,000? Yi Yun sneered. What a rip-off. Forget the apology. Even if he did apologize, he was unable to produce 900,000 runes. Why? Do you not have enough runes? Zhuqiuhaoyu could naturally tell that the jade slip in Yi Yun's hand held the maximum of 800,000 myriad runes. Are the runes you borrowed not enough? It's fine. How about this, if you slap yourself, I'll save you 10,000 runes per slap. You save the more slaps you deliver. Ha ha ha. Zhuqiuhaoyu laughed out loud, his laughter roaring wantonly. He was extremely delighted. This was the benefit of power and status. What could one do when they're bullied by someone who can control the situation? He knew that Yi Yun was fairly talented. Such a person was likely proud, and that was precisely why he felt a sense of accomplishment in repressing him. He wanted to make Yi Yun so upset that he vomited blood. He wanted Yi Yun to know that he was like an ant in front of him that needed to lower its head. Yi Yun clenched his fists before slowly relaxing them. It was not easy to refine soul-restoring relics. Furthermore, the refinement took up to 2 days, with copious amounts of herbs that were prepared beforehand. These herbs were also difficult to gather. With Ling Xier in critical danger, he didn't have the time to try and make a soul-restoring relic himself. Yi Yun was mentally prepared to tolerate anything, as long as the other party did not go overboard. However, with the situation developing to this point, there was no way he could simply nod along. Yi Yun took a deep breath and steeled his heart. He looked up again with eyes as cold as ice. He said to Alchemist Huyan, "Since you do not want to sell the soul-restoring relic, you best use it to buy yourself a coffin." What? Alchemist Huyan's face turned blue. He never expected a junior like Yi Yun would dare to speak that way to him, a supremacy alchemist. And you? Yi Yun turned his head towards Zhuqiuhaoyu. I advise you to acquire some good pills while you are still dizzy with success. Otherwise, your family clan might abandon you like a wretch when you get completely crippled in the future. When that time comes, you will not have the money to buy any pills. Zhuqiuhaoyu laughed in response. Yi Yun was only an ant, but he dared to make such audacious threats. If this wasn't a merchant store, I'm afraid you wouldn't be walking out of here alive, much less seeing me another day. Zhuqiuhaoyu's voice turned cold as he said the last part of his sentence. He wanted to kill Yi Yun, but fighting was banned in Myriad City's merchant stores. Any violations of this rule brought punishment from every faction in Myriad City. I was going to say the same thing. Many are the years to come. I'll remember what happened today. After Yi Yun said that, he turned and left. Oh? You? Zhuqiuhaoyu saw Yi Yun's figure flash as he appeared by heaven bestowing medicinal clinic's exit. Yi Yun stepped out of the door without any hesitation, making Zhuqiuhaoyu's expression change slightly. Did he read him wrong? Yi Yun wasn't determined to obtain the soul-restoring relic? Alchemist Huyan frowned as well. Young Master Haoyu, didn't you say in your voice transmission that this punk would purchase the soul-restoring relic at any cost? And that I should increase the price as I wish in order to rip him off? Having lost this business, Alchemist Huyan felt somewhat displeased. Although it wasn't difficult to sell soul-restoring relics, they were sold at 500,000 runes most of the time. Alchemist Huyan felt that if he had offered 800,000 runes, Yi Yun would have agreed to it. He could have earned an additional 300,000 runes. Even though he was rich, he could not ignore that tidy sum of money. But now, Yi Yun had left. Master Huyan, why fret over this tiny loss? I, Zhuqiuhaoyu, never mistreat my friends. The bit you lost today will be earned back through my myriad immortal pavilion. Zhuqiuhaoyu said unhappily. He was certain that he could subdue Yi Yun today and trample on him as well. He never expected Yi Yun to be so decisive as to directly leave. However, Zhuqiuhaoyu believed that Yi Yun would definitely suffer a great loss if he did not buy the soul-restoring relic. In some sense, it was a consolation. If young Master Haoyu says so, I'll not speak further about it. However, for this punk to offend me and spew those arrogant words of me keeping the soul-restoring relic to buy my coffin, there is no way I'm letting him off easy. As long as he dares to stay in Myriad City, I'll definitely prevent him from living peacefully.
Alchemist Hu Yan's alchemy skills were superb.
He was treated as an honored guest by various large factions in Myriad City, as they all vied for his favor. He had never been subject to the scoldings of a junior. Even if you do nothing, I will definitely not let him survive.
Zhuqiu Haoyu touched his interspatial ring.
All these years, no one that offended him ended up living happily. As for City Lord Qin, he wasn't very afraid of him either.
Yi Yun had no real relationship with City Lord Qin. Furthermore, the Myriad City Lord and the various major factions in Myriad Divine Territory kept each other in check.
As long as one did not openly break the rules, no one would shed the pretenses of cordiality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1147, Yun Xin Loft. Chapter 1147, Yun Xin Loft. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. After Yi Yun left, Ruer stayed right by Ling Xier's side to watch over her.
She watched helplessly as Ling Xier's body turned increasingly transparent, as if she would vanish at any moment. At her cultivation level, she was unable to do anything except panic. Little sister, you have to wait for young master.
He will definitely think of a way to save you.
Ruer whispered.
She did not know who Ling Xier was to Yi Yun. She only knew that she was of utmost importance to Yi Yun.
Suddenly, the door opened, and Yi Yun's figure appeared by it.
Ruer was immediately and pleasantly surprised. Young master, you are back.
Ruer, come out first and close the door tightly, said Yi Yun. Having failed to obtain the soul-restoring relic and it being impossible to refine himself, he could only use the method he thought of before. Yi Yun's previous idea was to have Ling Xier consume the soul-returning root, which would save her from this critical situation.
However, he needed the soul-returning root as an ingredient in the hollow soul pill. Unfortunately, there would be a 3-year wait for the pill. He had no choice but to purchase the soul-restoring relic. But now, Yi Yun was without options. He had the notes left behind by the Divine Alchemist. They contained the essence of medicinal knowledge the Divine Alchemist had accrued throughout his life. In addition, Yi Yun had a supreme treasure, the purple crystal. With it, he could perfectly control the spiritual energy in any natural treasure. He was certain that he could save Ling Xier. From today forth, he had to practice alchemy arduously. After Ruer closed the door, Yi Yun stood in front of Ling Xier. With broken sword in hand, he slashed down. Immediately, the soul-returning root in Ling Xier's nearly transparent hands was severed into 2.
As for Ling Xier's corporeal body, it was not affected by the sword beam at all. Yi Yun needed to have a long-term plan for taking care of Ling Xier's corporeal body. As such, he had only taken half of the soul-returning root. The other half he left in Ling Xier's hands. Without delay, he took his half of the soul-returning root in hand. Yi Yun activated the purple crystal and produced a wisp of Yuan Qi as he began to extract the soul-returning root's essence. He could only use half of the soul-returning root and he could not waste an ounce of its essence. If it were anyone else, that would be a completely impossible feat, but Yi Yun was different. Through the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi Yun could see every strand of essence clearly.
He intricately extracted them. Yi Yun infused each strand of energy into Ling Xier's corporeal body.
The essence merged with her corporeal body, causing her transparent body to gradually become opaque. Yi Yun was completely focused, taking care not to waste a single strand of energy.
He precisely controlled them and directed them into Ling Xier's body.
After a full day of this, Yi Yun walked out of the room, mentally exhausted. The half of the soul-returning root had turned into ash. All the energy within had been extracted by Yi Yun and transferred into Ling Xier.
Half of the soul-returning root was only sufficient enough to temporarily stabilize Ling Xier's corporeal body. As such, Yi Yun had also infused a large amount of pure yang energy into her body.
Because of this, he had constantly consumed a large number of relics to replenish his Yuan Qi. The remaining half of the soul-returning root remained in Ling Xier's hands. Since he only used half of it, Yi Yun would still need to refine other pills to heal her soul in the future. Only then could Ling Xier last until the day when she could consume the hollow soul pill. This was all thanks to Zhuqiu Haoyu.
Ruer, Yi Yun said. Ruer immediately ran over. She had stood nearby all this while feeling anxious. After Yi Yun came out, she caught a glimpse of his expression. From his calm expression, she determined that the little girl was likely fine. Young master, what do you need? Ruer asked. Follow me to Myriad Pavilion, said Yi Yun. Why are we going there?
Ruhr blinked her eyes. They had already exchanged for myriad runes and rented a store.
Why did young master want to go there again so quickly? Yi Yun's eyes looked calm. I want to relinquish this place and rent a new store.
While treating Ling Xier, Yi Yun had made his decision. Since the 800,000 runes had not been able to buy the soul-restoring relic, he would use it to do something else. In Myriad City, he was just too poor. The 800,000 runes were his capital. Even if Yi Yun could slowly accumulate wealth, Ling Xier did not have the luxury of waiting for him to do so. Before purchasing the materials needed to refine the hollow soul pill, Ling Xier would still need to consume pills that rejuvenated the soul. The expenses were piling up.
Rent a store again? Ruhr was stunned.
However, she obviously could not question Yi Yun's decision. She immediately nodded and said, I'll make the necessary preparations now. 2 days later, in a busy area of Myriad City, a store with average business selling talismans and charms changed owners. It also changed into a medicinal clinic. This new medicinal clinic was only a few streets away from the core region of Myriad City, home to stores owned by the 10 major factions like the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. For warriors, traversing this bit of distance was easy as drinking water. Because this area constantly hummed with activity, the rent was extremely pricey. Typically, only major sects or factions would set up shop here. However, the shop that recently opened had simple renovations. It was a quaint wooden structure, extremely quiet and beautiful. The store did not have any attendants. There was only a young girl that greeted customers and a manager who was a young man. At the store's entrance hung a simple plaque that read Yun Xin Loft. The Yun came from Yi Yun's name. The Xin was from Lin Xintong's name. The two joined together became the name of Yi Yun's newly opened medicinal store. No one had the courage to open a new medicinal store within walking distance of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. However, Yi Yun was not afraid. He did not plan on directly targeting the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. However, with the grudge already in place, he decided that he might as well open his own medicinal store in front of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic's entrance.
There was no opening ceremony for the medicinal store.
Nor did anyone come to give their good wishes.
It had a low-profile opening.
Many people were rather astonished to see the newly opened medicinal store. In Myriad City, the stores that earned the most money were medicinal stores. After all, weapons, talismans, and array formations were external objects. However, pills and relics could save lives and treat injuries. They also had positive effects on a warrior's cultivation level. Regardless of the intended use, they were things that warriors would try to obtain at any cost. However, the requirements to open a large medicinal store were lofty. One needed a top-grade alchemist to hold down the fort. Otherwise, it was impossible to do business in Myriad City. It would only be a waste of rent money. Who was this young man that dared to open a medicinal store beside the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic? Was he asking to die? Some people were curious and went into Yun Xin Loft to take a look. They were only more perplexed after seeing what was inside. It lacked merchandise. There were no pills or relics displayed inside the medicinal clinic. One couldn't buy any pills even if they wanted to. Furthermore, the staff and manager of the store were young. It rendered people speechless. They guessed that it was some scion that had an illustrious background. He must have gotten excited by the potential profits of selling medicine, but did not know how tough it actually was. So he opened a store here without a concrete knowledge of the business. The outcome was obvious. In a few months, the store would probably change owners. Yi Yun naturally heard the discussions of people around him, but he ignored them. He had just finished writing a plaque and told Ruhr, hang this plaque outside. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1148, Business Comes. Chapter 1148, Business Comes. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin.
Yes, sir. Ruhr took the plaque. The text was written on it in vigorous and fine strokes. Ever since Yi Yun became a swordsman, he stroked his words like he was swinging a sword.
Each stroke contained innate sword Tao that left lasting impressions on others.
Sir, you plan on being a proxy alchemist of pill recipes? Although Yi Yun had been given 800,000 runes, renting the new store had cost him a good deal of it. If he were to spend the remaining runes on ingredients to make medicine, he would simply put himself into a dire financial position. Even if he could refine some pills, there was no guarantee that an unknown like him could even attract the customers to buy them. Therefore, Yi Yun decided to hang a plaque and be a proxy refiner. Such a business did not require startup funds. It was fine if he did not have much capital.
That's right. Yi Yun nodded. The demand for pills in Myriad City exceeds supply.
As long as the pills I refine reach a passable standard, customers will slowly begin to swarm in.
Sir, but. Ruer stammered.
She found it inappropriate to say certain things. According to Yi Yun's plaque, the refinement of pills was free the first time.
Subsequent refinements cost about as much as the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic would charge. How would customers be enticed by that?
Come to think of it, Ruer did not know how skilled Yi Yun was at refining pills. But even if he was very good, it only made sense for him to charge lower prices at the start of his business. Sir, should we add a line that if we end up destroying their ingredients, we will compensate them several times more?
Ruer said softly.
Although she was innocent by nature, she had some sense. As it was, there was a chance that Yi Yun's plaque would only be mocked.
Why would anyone come to employ his services?
Gathering materials for pill refinement was very difficult. Who would just casually let an unknown alchemist have a go with their precious materials? If the ingredients were destroyed, it would be a great loss. Upon hearing Ruer's words, Yi Yun laughed.
Ruer, I don't mind adding that line.
It would not do me any harm either. However, my alchemical skills were inherited by an impressive alchemist senior.
They don't come cheap. I'm different from others when it comes to alchemy. If I'm not confident I can do it, I won't do it.
As such, there will not be a situation of me destroying the ingredients. If I succeed every time and refine high-quality pills, then those who are willing to believe in me will receive handsome rewards. Those who do not believe in me are free to go to another store. Yi Yun had the purple crystal origins, the heretical godfire seed, and the divine alchemist's heritage. He was well versed in the desolate heaven technique in the Tian Yuan world and in the Luo clan. In the past 2 years, he greatly improved his alchemical skills and desolate heaven technique. Under these circumstances, Yi Yun was naturally confident. People like Alchemist Huyen, meanwhile, received godlike treatment from the various major factions. His services were rendered based purely on his mood. Even if he took on a job, there was no guarantee of success, nor was he required to pay for the failure. But for Yi Yun, if he had to lower his prices and pay for the materials, what point was there? He might as well give the pills away for free. Along the martial path, one had to pay the price to reap rewards. It was the same for everyone. Ruer weakly nodded and hung the plaque outside. The moment it was hung, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. People were somewhat dumbfounded when they caught sight of it. It's free the first time. Anyone that wants subsequent pills refined will have to pay prices that match the 3 major medicinal clinics? The materials are provided by the customer, but there is no compensation if they get destroyed during the refinement process? Many people were rendered speechless when they saw the conditions on the plaque. If this was a plaque hung by the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, no one would dare question it. In fact, mega stores like the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic did have such conditions, and the customers had to accept them. If the refinement failed, they had to consider it bad luck and move on. However, for Yin Xin Loft to hang up such conditions, it only appeared as a joke. Not a single person walked into the store to request Yi Yun's services. Who would risk the ingredients that they had so painstakingly gathered? If they did so, they would probably become the laughingstock of Myriad City. Yi Yun did not mind the people's reactions. He took out the divine alchemist's notes and continued studying them. He was in no hurry to take action. If no one came for his services, he could continue researching alchemy and the desolate heaven technique. Learning was an endless process. It all served to pave the way for Yi Yun's martial path. Ruer, look at those people outside mocking us. Remember their faces. Ah? Why? Ruer was stupefied. Nothing much. It's fine for them to doubt me. But it's irritating to hear their mockery. When the day comes that they request for my services, I'll charge them double. I'm a person that remembers grudges. Yi Yun said languidly. Ruer could only nod. From Yi Yun's tone, he appeared rather confident and was sure that these people would seek his services in the future. However, the store currently had 0 business. Would anyone really come? Ruer waited helplessly, but not a single person came the entire afternoon. Ruer ended up memorizing the faces of hundreds of warriors. They had all mocked the plaque. Ruer was innately very intelligent. It was not difficult for her to remember them all. At evening, the illumination arrays began lighting up in the central business district. Instead of getting quieter, the streets began to be filled with more people. Ruer watched the open door in a daze, straining her eyes in anxiousness, hoping that someone would appear. Just as she was giving into exhaustion, a silk-clothed person stepped into the store.
He surveyed the store and said with a smile, "Where's your boss? I want to get him to refine medicine." Was this really a customer? Ruhr was delighted. If such an expensive store perpetually had no business, Ruhr would truly die from anxiousness. She hoped that Yun could win this customer's business and deliver, making a name for himself. "My master is upstairs. Sir, what would you like refined?" "I'll call my master down," Ruhr said happily. At that moment, Yun had already walked down from the second floor. In fact, he had sensed the person the moment they entered his store. Yun unhurriedly closed the scroll in his hand. He looked at the customer in the main hall and walked down the steps one step at a time. What irony! To think that my Yun Xin Loft's first customer is you, alchemist Huyen. Ha ha ha. Don't you welcome business? A boisterous laughter sounded as another man walked into the store. He was none other than Zhuqiuhaoyu. I wondered who was so audacious as to match the prices of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. I later learned that it was you, the little bastard. Could it be that your soul was damaged, but as a result of not consuming the soul-restoring relic in time, your soul cracked and you turned dumb? You actually opened a medicinal clinic near the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic and even wrote such an amusing plaque. Zhuqiuhaoyu's voice rang loud and clear. It attracted a good deal of the foot traffic in the business district, causing people to look over. What's the point of engaging in a war of words? From my point of view, you are like a village shrew that quarrels for no good reason. Just a little offense and you unleash a barrage of invectives. Other than making people think lowly of you, what does it accomplish? Yun's voice was nonchalant. By that point, quite a big crowd had gathered because of Zhuqiuhaoyu and alchemist Huyen's appearance. Many people were unaware of the quarrel between Yun and Zhuqiuhaoyu at the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. They were perplexed as to why Zhuqiuhaoyu was being so rude. Alchemist Huyen stroked his chin. Yun was an unknown junior with nothing to lose, so he was fearless. He had hung up a foolish refinement notice. The impression others had of Yun was that he was mad and retarded. His standing could not be any lower. However, the two of them were people of status. If people of status came to mock a fool, it would only add fame to the fool. It would also make others think lowly of them. Young Master Haoyu, this is the business district. There are many people watching, so it's pointless to mock him. Got it. Zhuqiuhaoyu snorted coldly and turned towards Yun. Yun, you hung up such a foolish notice. You want customers to prepare the refinement ingredients, but you do not need to compensate upon failure. Do you know how much effort is needed to gather ingredients? It might take hundreds, if not thousands, of years. People can go broke gathering the ingredients, and then place all their hopes on the refinement. Yet, you plan on using their efforts to practice. Have you ever considered the price they would pay when you fail? How shameless you are. Zhuqiuhaoyu's words received the approving nods from many people. As warriors that did not have powerful factions to rely on, gathering ingredients was not an easy task. They had to go through great ordeals. Yun knew that Zhuqiuhaoyu came to his store with ill intentions. He said with a sneer, "Zhuqiuhaoyu, after saying all this nonsense, why are you here? Are you retarded?" He. A sinister beam flashed in Zhuqiuhaoyu's eyes. What I said does not affect the reason I'm here. Since you have opened a medicinal clinic, how can I not show you support? I have a recipe here and I would like you to refine it. If it succeeds, I will pay you double the price. Conversely, and due to the expensive nature of the ingredients I prepared, you must agree to compensate me double if you fail. I see. Yun chuckled. He long knew that Zhuqiuhaoyu would cause trouble for him. He had clearly brought an extremely difficult recipe. Furthermore, it needed especially valuable ingredients, and so was probably designed to scam him, making him go bankrupt from paying the compensation. He never expected that his first customer would be such an ordeal. How could he accept such conditions? Are you not awake yet? If I refine the pills for you, the pills are yours if the refinement succeeds. All I get is double the pill refinement fee. If I fail, I need to pay double the ingredients cost in compensation. These ingredients must cost an astronomical sum, right? Why would I do business that is obviously a loss for me? When Yun finished speaking, Ruhr finally understood the brilliance behind Yun's plaque. If he were to indicate on the plaque that refinement failures would be compensated, Zhuqiuhaoyu could hire Yun's services without trouble. He could then treat Yun as a free alchemist and order him around. Yun would not even be able to make an attempt to bargain. Humph. If you succeed in the refinement, I won't even want the pill. I'll give it to you. Twice the refinement fee will be paid as well. If you fail, you will compensate me double. Do you dare? Zhuoqiu Haoyu went for broke. He no longer hid his motives, going as far as to gamble the pill. If he really was there to refine a pill, why would he offer to give it up? Yi Yun waved his hand and said, "Pill recipe." "All right." Zhuoqiu Haoyu's eyes flashed with a teasing look. He refused to believe that Yi Yun was an alchemist. How could alchemy be that easy to learn? Furthermore, the recipe he prepared was ridiculously difficult. Zhuoqiu Haoyu threw a scroll, sending it flying at Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill. Chapter 1149, Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pill. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun caught the pill recipe and scanned the ingredients listed on it: ice thorn grass, shattered fisher jade, 9 crow flame plume, 10,000-year-old fogheart flower, thunderous wolf spine. The pills that Zhuoqiu Haoyu wanted to be produced were named Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills. There were records of this pill in the Divine Alchemist's notes. It had a long history, and had existed well before the Divine Alchemist made a name for himself. And in fact, the records contained in the Divine Alchemist's notes were much more complex than the recipes Zhuoqiu Haoyu had given him. The effectiveness of the final product was also much better. Due to the passage of time, some ancient pill recipes could end up losing pieces for a myriad of reasons. They were later completed by others, but the effect was no longer as good as before. I never expected Zhuoqiu Haoyu and old Ghoul Huyen to have such good reserves. Yi Yun let a slight smile escape, but in truth, his heart was filled with joy. The Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills were excellent pills that could fortify the soul and rejuvenate the blood, while also enhancing one's cultivation level and nourishing one's dantian. Not only would the pills save Ling Xier, they would also be very beneficial to Yi Yun. After rapidly breaking through to the Dao Palace realm, he was in need of pills that could nourish his foundation. If more than 10 pills out of a cauldron of Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills succeeded, he would make a killing. Of course, they were very difficult pills to refine. Not only did it require a powerful soul, but the handling of the 9 crowflame plume and thunderous wolf spine needed the Desolate Heaven technique. Although alchemy and the Desolate Heaven technique were essentially the same, due to the differences in handling spiritual plants and fey beasts, many alchemists were unable to practice both. In the 10,000 fey Empyrean Heaven, the Desolate Heaven technique was more popular due to the prevalence of fey beasts. In the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, alchemy was more popular. Yi Yun happened to be proficient in both. He was quite confident that he could succeed in refining the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills. Even so, Yi Yun did not immediately agree to do it. He looked at Zhuoqiu Haoyu carefully and said, "You really are willing to invest? These herbs probably cost more than 1.5 million runes. When doubled, that's 3 million. Do you think I can afford to pay that? It doesn't matter if you don't have the runes. According to Myriad City's rules, any debt can be repaid by severing one's limbs. If that's not enough, your life can be used. Although your life isn't worth anything, I'm still very willing to accept it. Furthermore, I believe Fairy Wuxia would not sit idly by when she sees you being sliced apart." Zhuoqiu Haoyu mentioned Fairy Wuxia once again. Yi Yun knew that if he truly got into trouble, Princess White Fox would definitely not sit idle. Of course, Yi Yun did not believe that he would fail. "In 10 days, I will begin the refining process." Yi Yun did not engage in idle banter and directly agreed to it. "Ha ha ha. All right. I will be here. I have to see you refine it with your own hands." Zhuoqiu Haoyu smiled sinisterly. He had sealed off Yi Yun's routes of retreat. Zhuoqiu Haoyu left and the bystanders began to disperse. The news that Yi Yun would start to refine Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills intense as quickly spread throughout Myriad City. Although Yi Yun was not considered a big shot, anything involving alchemist Huyen and Zhuoqiu Haoyu naturally garnered the attention of many. Princess White Fox and City Lord Qin naturally received the news as well. "Oh, your friend also knows alchemy?" City Lord Qin was rather astonished. According to what Princess White Fox had told him, Yi Yun was only a junior. Young people didn't even have enough time to cultivate, but this one had even practiced alchemy, going so far as to dare to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills? Princess White Fox frowned slightly as she said with a nod, "Uncle Qin, Yi Yun is indeed proficient in the Desolate Heaven technique. I have seen him refine fey bone relics. However, I do not know how well he does when refining spiritual plants into pills. Furthermore, if the refinement of Supreme Palace Ice Heart Pills is as hard as you say, perhaps it might not be that easy for Yi Yun to refine them." Princess White Fox had some understanding of Yi Yun's Desolate Heaven technique.
Although he was excellently talented in the desolate heaven technique, he was probably greatly inferior to master alchemists. Moreover, the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills were something that even many famous alchemists in Myriad City could not guarantee success in, according to City Lord Sheen.
The date is 10 days from now.
I'll be there and we will see for ourselves,
City Lord Sheen said.
The matter sounded fascinating, so he naturally did not want to miss it. As City Lord Sheen and Princess White Fox were conversing, Ian was cooped up in his room, studying a little grey cauldron.
It was the divine alchemy cauldron left behind by the divine alchemist.
Before the divine alchemist died, he had used the divine alchemy cauldron to establish a massive array to revive his daughter, but he failed in the end. For hundreds of millions of years, the divine alchemy cauldron had been burning in pure yang flames. The burning had even changed its appearance slightly. The divine alchemy cauldron was now of better quality than it was when it was used by the divine alchemist. The only pity was that the divine alchemy cauldron's internal array was broken. The array had fused with the worldly formation of the Sun Burial Sansi, but it was broken by Yun. As such, the divine alchemy cauldron's array dispersed into the worldly formation.
Ian felt that it was quite a pity.
But even so, the divine alchemy cauldron with a broken array was still 100 times more powerful than any cauldron used by Myriad City's alchemists.
It meant that Ian's refinement would produce double the results for half the effort. I'm unable to fully control this divine alchemy cauldron. I can only use a portion of it.
What a pity. If I can mend its missing array in the future, I'll be able to restore it to its former glory, or even better. Ian knew that the divine alchemist had set up the array without the intention of leaving it to a successor.
However, he had stumbled into inheriting the divine alchemist's mantle.
Since it happened, he wanted to develop whatever the divine alchemist left behind into something that would shine with even greater brilliance. It was always a pity when bright pearls were covered in dust. Ian tapped his finger gently as a herbal plant transformed into a stream of light, flying into the divine alchemy cauldron. Soon, it was enveloped by flames and transformed into medicinal fluid.
From beginning to end, the divine alchemy cauldron did not emit any light.
From the looks of it, it was an ordinary cauldron. This was because the core array had cracked, causing the divine alchemy cauldron to lose its luster. Even a divine lord alchemist would probably find it hard to tell what was special about the cauldron.
That actually saved Yun some trouble.
Ian needed to hone his control over the divine alchemy cauldron in 10 days, so he could attain optimal working conditions. As for the recipe of the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, be it the old or new recipe, Yun had memorized it by heart.
Everything would be settled in 10 days.
If he could successfully refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills, he would be able to find his footing in Myriad City, earning large amounts of resources.
Sierra, I will definitely wake you up in at most 3 years. Yun said inwardly. At that moment, Ling Sierra was lying on Yun's bed.
Her body was translucent and she held the soul returning root in hand. A dancing heretical godfire seed illuminated her tiny face with a weak glow. Her expression looked peaceful as if she was deep asleep. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1150, Body Cleansing Pill. Chapter 1150, Body Cleansing Pill. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin.
As the biggest medicinal clinic in Myriad City, the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic had no lack of customers. Alchemist Huyen Song was one of the mainstays of the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, so he was naturally a hot commodity.
Numerous people sought his talents in refining medicine on a daily basis. Alchemist Huyen was very picky when it came to refining medicine. If the price was too low, he naturally wouldn't bother. He refused to refine medicine that was easy to make, it was a waste of his time. He also refused to refine medicine that was too difficult, although he was not required to compensate lost materials, a failure would still affect his reputation. To Alchemist Huyen, time was money.
As long as he was willing to take on business, the myriad runes would come to him. As such, he was no longer very motivated to earn myriad runes. Furthermore, as Huyen Sang began getting on in years, his spirit of enterprise waned. Since he was already at that age, he was unable to make any new breakthroughs. Even if he cultivated arduously, it would be fruitless.
He might as well enjoy life.
Alchemist Huyen had consumed youth retention pills in his early years, making him appear to be in his 20s. However, his lifeblood was already on the decline.
Huyen Song could not stand gentrifying.
Besides taking pills to extend his lifespan, he also cultivated in-bedroom mystic techniques. By obtaining the primordialine of young girls, he was able to barely stimulate his gradually waning fire of life.
In fact, Huyen Song was rather obsessed with beauty and sex.
He would often refine medicines that enhanced his sexual performance. There were even times when beautiful female warriors requested his refinement services, and he would take that opportunity to extort them into sleeping with him, under threat of not receiving their pills. His modus operandi was infamous, but Hu Yensong did not worry about the infamy. Just that day, in heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic, he had just failed in refining a cauldron of pills. The materials he destroyed were worth tens of thousands of runes. But Hu Yensong didn't care about the loss of the materials. He only sensed that, with him growing older by the day, his soul was becoming inadequate. If it were tens of thousands of years ago, he would have easily succeeded in refining that cauldron of pills.
As he lamented, Hu Yensong could not help but think of the bet he made with Yun Xan Lof Si Yun 5 days ago. He frowned slightly. Where did that punk get his confidence from? Yi Yun's refinement process would be made public. Zhuqiuhaoyu had even invited several alchemists to audit the process. It could not be faked. It was impossible that Yi Yun truly had the ability to refine the Supreme Palace Ice Heart pills himself, right? Hu Yensong believed that Yi Yun did know a little alchemy. That on top of Yi Yun's rather impressive talent made Hu Yensong extremely jealous. As he declined, Yi Yun, who had endless possibilities in the future, remained extremely young. How could he be okay with that? I definitely must make it impossible for that punk to rise up. As he was deliberating it, Hu Yensong suddenly heard an announcement. Master Hu Yan, Jade Wave Sect Master Dong wishes to see you. Jade Wave Sect Master?
Hu Yensong stroked his chin. The person in question had sought his services numerous times. Every time, he could not be bothered to entertain his request. The pill the sect master wanted to have refined took 4 to 5 days. It also demanded a lot of one's strength of the soul. With Hu Yensong's soul in decline, he was not willing to go through the trouble. In addition, the price offered by Jade Wave Sect Master hardly interested him. If this were any other day, he would have sent him away. But today, he was feeling vexed. After some thought, he said to the manager, "Let him in." The Jade Wave sect was a tiny sect in the Myriad Divine territory. It was far inferior to even the Clarity Pool Sword sect. Years ago, the Jade Wave sect master had managed to raise his cultivation level to half-step supremacy at great cost. He could be said to be the weakest half-step supremacy. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for him to afford the expensive refinement fee. Master Hu Yan, I went through great efforts to obtain the sky-revealing grass that you instructed me to prepare. Is it possible for you to refine the body-cleansing pill as per our original agreement? I would be extremely grateful. As the sect master said this, he gave Hu Yensong a deep bow. Sky-revealing grass? You actually managed to find it. Hu Yensong was extremely surprised. A year ago, the last time the sect master came to him, he had told sect master Dong that he needed sky-revealing grass. This ingredient did not actually cost much, as it only occasionally appeared in medicinal recipes, but it was extremely rare. Even in Myriad City that claimed to have everything, it was a hard find. Hu Yensong had nonchalantly given the sect master the task of finding it, hoping to be rid of him. Yet here he was with the item in hand. But now, Hu Yensong did not wish to refine the requested pill. So the sky-revealing grass failed to impress him. Where's your daughter? Why isn't she here with you? Hu Yensong suddenly asked. The moment the Jade Wave sect master heard Hu Yensong mention his daughter, his expression stiffened. His daughter, Dong Xiaoyu, had excellent talent. Years ago, there had been a beauty and talent ranking of the blessed daughters of heavens in Myriad City. The one that topped the charts was obviously Fairy Yuqin. As for Dong Xiaoyu, she managed to make an appearance on the charts. Although she was ranked 19th, it was still quite impressive for a woman from a small sect. Sect Master Dong believed his daughter to be the hope of Jade Wave sect, but 2 years ago, something strange happened to his daughter after she returned from an experiential training journey. Regardless of how much time she put into cultivation, her cultivation level did not increase one bit. This made Sect Master Dong anxious. He depended on his only precious daughter to bring the Jade Wave sect to greater heights in the future. This was the golden period for her cultivation growth, so every year delayed made his heart bleed. He brought his daughter everywhere in search of medical advice. One famous doctor guessed that there was a tiny fault with her dantian. If she took a body-cleansing pill, it could cleanse her body, resolving all of her problems. The refinement of a body-cleansing pill was extremely expensive. The Jade Wave sect master used all his savings to gather the ingredients, but the refinement fee was something he could not afford. He had been shunned several times in Myriad City until he found Hu Yensong. Hu Yensong's price was the only one he could barely afford, which was the sky-revealing grass. However, he never imagined that Hu Yensong would lose interest in the sky-revealing grass after a year. He casually tossed the sky-revealing grass into a jade box before asking again, "Your daughter's name is Dong Xiaoyu, right? The body-cleansing pill is for her, so why didn't you bring her along?" Hu Yen-song stroked his chin as Sect Master Dong suddenly realized something was amiss. He had heard of Hu Yen-song's reputation, and it was for that very reason that he never brought his daughter with him. "Master Hu Yen, my daughter's body is weak, so it's difficult for her to travel. That's why I'm seeking alchemists to refine the body-cleansing pill to save my daughter," Sect Master Dong said earnestly. Hu Yen-song chuckled, "Her body is weak and it's difficult for her to travel? Yet, I've only heard that her cultivation level has stagnated. No amount of cultivation can increase her yuan qi, but she is not affected in any other aspect. So why can't she travel? Since there is a need for me to refine the pill, doesn't it seem insincere that the person who needs it most will not appear? Bring her here. I'll examine her body and feel her pulse. Only then can I give the proper medication." Upon hearing Hu Yen-song saying that, Sect Master Dong's expression changed. "Alchemists aren't doctors, why is there a need to feel her pulse?" "Oh? Are you questioning me?" Hu Yen-song frowned. He was already in a bad mood after his earlier failure. He hoped to see Dong Xiaoyu and if possible use her need for medicine to take advantage of her. Then, he could give her some pills and subsequently have intercourse with her to slow down the waning of his soul's strength. He never expected that the old man in front of him would be impenetrably thick-headed. It only served to make his mood worse. "You want me to refine a body-cleansing pill with one crappy herb? Dream on. I will consider refining the pill for you when you bring your daughter to me." Hu Yen-song's expression turned cold as he spoke impatiently. Sect Master Dong was infuriated. The one that wanted the sky-revealing grass in the first place was Hu Yen-song, but now he said he didn't want it? He had searched 7 divine territories over the past year for the sky-revealing grass. He had spent all of his remaining savings on it and still had to borrow money. But now, Hu Yen-song had gone back on his word so easily. It made his sky-revealing grass turn useless because, although it was rare, it had little use. Pretty much no alchemist needed it. Not only that, Hu Yen-song was older than him, yet he had his sights on his young daughter. To speak so frivolously in front of him, as a father, was taking bullying to the extreme. Sect Master Dong was incensed, but Hu Yen-song glanced at him and said with a sneer, "Why? Are you thinking of attacking me? You are just a person that relied on herbs to forcefully reach the half-step supremacy stage, with a tiny sect backing you. Your sect is not in Myriad City and it is not protected by Myriad City's rules. Be careful not to get wiped out." Hu Yen-song was emboldened by his status. The corners of Sect Master Dong's mouth quivered as his face turned pale. However, he could not do a thing. His Jade Wave sect was no match for the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic. Sect Master Dong took a few deep breaths as he clenched his fists before slowly releasing them. With the situation developing to this point, he could only endure the bullying because he was weak. Sect Master Dong turned and left. Hu Yen-song snorted coldly and deliberately said to the manager beside him with a loud voice, "Tell the other medicinal clinics that anyone who refines medicine for him is deliberately going against me, Hu Yen-song." The words were meant for Sect Master Dong, whose footsteps came to a momentary halt. However, he still strode out of heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic's door. Seeing how Sect Master Dong did not capitulate, Hu Yen-song frowned. As he gradually aged, his temperament was also beginning to distort. He began to enjoy the feeling status and power gave him as he toyed with the fates of others. Furthermore, he was indeed interested in Dong Xiaoyu. Being able to have intercourse with such a top-grade, talented beauty would greatly delay his gentrification. "Alchemist Hu Yen, I'll do as you instructed," the manager responded. Just as he was about to spread the news, Hu Yen-song's eyes narrowed as his expression turned extremely ugly. "Alchemist Hu Yen, what's the matter? You truly have some guts." Hu Yen-song stood up as his eyes flared with pangs of anger. He had sent his perception to follow closely behind Sect Master Dong. He saw Sect Master Dong walk down a street and turn around the corner before coming to a store. Sect Master Dong faltered slightly in front of the entrance before entering with his teeth gritted. The plaque on this store contained 3 words, Yun Xin Loft. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1151, Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 1151, Unexpected Harvest. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Welcome. May I ask why you are here today? When Ruer saw an azure-clothed elder walk into Yun Xin Loft, she immediately came forward to tend to him. She was also wary of him. Over the past 5 days, other than Huyen Song and Zhuoqiuhaoyu, Yun Xin Loft had not seen a single customer.
Ruer did not suddenly place her hopes on this one person. Where's your master? I want to hire him to refine medicine for me. Sect Master Dong knew of the quarrel between Yi Yun, Huyen Song, and Zhuoqiuhaoyu.
He was rather impressed by how the young man with an ordinary background dared to stand up to the myriad immortal pavilion and the heaven-bestowing medicinal clinic.
However, he did not think that Yi Yun would win. Unfortunately, he was desperate today and had nowhere else to turn. Oh? You want me to refine medicine? Yi Yun walked down from upstairs.
You are the first proper customer in 5 days to request my services.
It had been 5 days. Yi Yun felt that his Yun Xin loft was quite a failure. Were it not for Zhuoqiuhaoyu and Huyen Song's little stunt giving him free publicity, his Yun Xin loft would probably really close down in the future. Young Master E. Sect Master Dong bowed. I'm Jadewave Sect Master, Dong Xiaoqing. Nice to meet you, Sect Master Dong. Yi Yun cupped his fists.
Let me make this clear up front, if the materials end up being destroyed during the refining process, I will not make any compensation. As long as you can accept this condition, I will begin the refining process.
I naturally know the rules. To be honest, I came here because I was out of options. It's an all-or-nothing bet.
Dong Xiaoqing spoke honestly. Even if Huyen Song did not prohibit the other medicinal clinics from making the pill for him, he had no time to seek and gather the refinement fees demanded by the other stores. If there was any further delay, his daughter's talent would truly be wasted.
Ha ha. Not only was Yi Yun unoffended by Dong Xiaoqing's frank statement, he actually laughed. Sect Master Dong, please feel free to state your request. Dong Xiaoqing said, Young Master E, I need a body cleansing pill for my daughter. I have already prepared the ingredients. However, I truly can't pay the refinement fees of other establishments. I had a previous deal with Huyen Song. He wanted a sky dew grass before he would agree to refine the pill for me. However, he has gone back on his word. All I have is a sky dew grass. If you are interested in it, take it away. In the next 100 years, I will give you a total of 100,000 runes intermittently as a form of thanks. If young Mastery doesn't need the sky dew grass, then forget it. Sky dew grass? Yi Yun was surprised. He saw Dong Xiaoqing take out a jade box. When he opened it, there was withered yellow grass sitting inside. It looked like it had withered a long time ago, but strangely, there was crystalline dew on the grass's leaf. It is indeed sky dew grass. Yi Yun never expected to see sky dew grass. According to the Divine Alchemist's notes, sky dew grass was an extremely rare herb. One might not even find it if they scoured the oceans and mountains. The Divine Alchemist's notes also used sky dew grass as a core ingredient for a pill that could enhance one's soul realm. It was called Sky Dew Mental Nourishing Pill. Typically, the strength of a warrior's soul was on par with their cultivation level. As for peerless geniuses, the strength of their soul would typically be a sub-realm or two higher than their cultivation level. For a person like Yi Yun, who was proficient in 4 great Dao laws and had condensed 4 9-leaf Dao fruits, constructing a 9-edged Dao palace, the power of his soul was already comparable to a half-step supremacy. However, it was still rather hasty to designate Yi Yun's soul to be invincible among peers at his cultivation level. After all, Yi Yun was not a warrior that focused on cultivating his soul. People like Fairy Yuqin had given birth to soul attacks through her cultivation of Zither Dao. She had trained her soul from a young age, so the power of her soul had long reached an unimaginable level among warriors at her level. She had an edge over Yi Yun. A powerful soul was usually reflected by good perception sensing, the launching or enduring of mental attacks, as well as nomological insight. It could not directly raise one's combat strength, so warriors that focused on the soul typically did not have an advantage in battle. However, for alchemists or desolate heaven masters, strength of soul mattered quite a lot. An alchemist with a powerful soul would refine pills of a grade that far exceeded a normal alchemist's. They could also attempt several highly difficult pills. Yi Yun estimated that with the Sky Dew Mental Nourishing Pill, there would come a day when his soul slowly rose from half-step supremacy to the level of supremacy. As such, he would be more confident when he began refining the Hollow Soul Pill. Yi Yun had even considered the idea of using other herbs to replace the Sky Dew Mental Nourishing Pill. Young Master E, I know the Sky Dew grass might not be of much use to you, but I really do not have anything else other than this. Sect Master Dong said with shame. After all, he had been scammed by Huyen Song. He knew that Yi Yun and Huyen Song had a grudge. Only when Huyen Song refused to refine the pill for him did he seek Yi Yun's help. Moreover, he had brought the same herb that Huyen Song had rejected. He felt somewhat apologetic. Not be of much use? Yi Yun faltered slightly.
Thinking back on what Dong Xiaoqing said, Hu Yan-song had wanted a skydew grass but had gone back on his word. Clearly, skydew grass wasn't something he cared much about. Why did all the present alchemists think lowly of skydew grass? Or could it be that the skydew mental nourishing pill was the product of one of the divine alchemist's exclusive recipes that no one knew of? Yi Yun thought for a moment and found the latter rather likely. Many recipes were invented by alchemists themselves. They were typically secrets that weren't simply passed on. If an alchemist did not have a successor, or if the successor was too limited in ability to properly recreate the recipe, then recipes would be lost over time. The skydew mental nourishing pill recipe was apparently one of those lost recipes. It resulted in skydew grass becoming an extremely rare but not very useful herb to alchemists. If that was truly the case, he had truly struck the lottery. Yi Yin felt that he could have refined the pills free for his first true customer. However, he really wanted the skydew grass. Furthermore, if what Dong Xiaoqing said was true, the number of alchemists that wanted skydew grass was extremely low. It would only be a pearl covered in dust if it landed in the hands of another. That would be such a pity. After some thought, he said, "Sect Master Dong, to be honest, I happen to need this skydew grass. I can refine the body cleansing pill for you. As for giving me 100,000 runes within 100 years, there's no need for that." Yi Yun did not hide his intentions. Dong Xiaoqing was delighted when he heard that. Although he wasn't sure if Yi Yun could succeed in refining the body cleansing pill, it at least gave him hope. He immediately handed the skydew grass to Yi Yun, who took it carefully. Materials. Yi Yun stretched out his hand. Sect Master Dong handed an interspatial ring to him without any hesitation. "Young Master Yi, when can I receive the pills?" Sect Master Dong asked anxiously. The materials in the interspatial ring represented the entirety of his wealth. He'd be lying if he said he didn't panic a little after just handing it all over to Yi Yun. Yi Yun glanced at Sect Master Dong and read his mind. He said with a smile, "If you are worried, follow me into the alchemy lab. I'll hand it to you directly once I'm done refining. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."